Chapter 651 Emperor Bone C. 1. That day was a slow one. The entire hidden Death Valley was in an uproar over Julius' incident. After his body was taken down from Damien's door and inspected, it was found that his mind had completely collapsed with no hope of recovery. Even taking the duel arena into consideration, the level of mental duress he needed to endure to reach this point was absurd. Naturally, the cruelty of Julius' situation caused people to wonder about the one that left him in such a state. As people with higher and higher status became curious, the name Damien Void was revealed to the public. However, just as before, nobody was able to associate a face with this name. Damien was simply too new and hadn't had the chance to do any proper work in the academy yet. Nevertheless, the nature of their circumstances didn't stop Damien or Zara from freely meandering the sect. With his spatial abilities and her concealment abilities, nobody could detect them when they left the dorm. The commotion slowly died down within a few days. While Julius' state was rare to see, geniuses taking severe mental damage in the duel arena was a common occurrence. People only thought it was a shame that such a genius was reduced to this state and, at the same time, they wondered what the Wellspring family's reaction to his death would be. What they did know for certain were two things. Firstly, Damien Void wasn't someone to be messed with. And secondly, his true worth would be revealed based on the Wellspring family's response. How troublesome. Damien thought as he relaxed in a cafe and listened to the conversations around him. This Wellspring family seems like a big group of assholes with tiny egos. Most likely, my expedition into the Emperor Bone Sea won't be peaceful. If the Wellspring family wanted information on his whereabouts, it wouldn't be hard for them to receive them. And it wasn't just them. The Bloodlock Prince Damien had gone to great lengths to offend would also send pursuers after him. Since he'd already accepted the mission, there was no way for Damien to back out from the challenge. To drop a mission without just cause, one needed contribution points. I need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. I can be sure that no demigods will be sent after me, so I at least have assurance that I can run if things get too big for me to handle. Aside from that, he stood up and left the cafe after paying for his drink and perused Star City's streets. To say the city was convenient was an understatement. Unlike most facilities in Hidden Death Valley, a majority of the shops in Star City took currency cards as a valid payment method. This meant that as long as he was in Star City, Damien was rich. It would be stupid to ignore this advantage. He had plenty of preparations to make before going to the Emperor Bone Sea. Of Death Emperor Star's danger zones, it was one of the most mysterious. The reports he'd seen made the ecosystem seem evolved specifically to kill those who dared to intrude. But even then, he'd only been able to find information on the sea's outskirts. His mission would take him far beyond that. I've only been rich for a few months and now I'll have to spend so much of it in one place. My heart can't take this. Despite his thoughts, Damien wasn't frugal in his spending. In order to attain the best results possible, he spent as much money as he needed to, and thus, 2 days passed. The time for his mission to begin was upon him. The past 2 days were mostly uneventful. While Damien made preparations for the mission, Zara was actually the more active one among them. Her first stop on the day after ruining Julius was the administration's building. As Damien suggested, she decided to enter Hidden Death Valley as an individual. It was hard to tell since she spent most of her time shadowing Damien, but Zara was a freak of nature in her own right. Even when compared to Damien's wives, who were all peak talents, Zara was still superior. It had to be remembered, Zara reached 4th class far before Damien. The only reason their strengths remained similar is because she didn't do too much training after she reached this level, instead opting to wait for Damien to match her. Since she was the one who put them on an even playing field, she couldn't complain if she ran into a situation where he surpassed her by leagues. The only thing she could do was diligently work to increase her personal strength. As Damien said, personally registering was extremely important for her future growth. The registration was much smoother than either she or Damien expected. Her strength had already been proven in her duel with Julius, and since she was the contracted beast of a genius recommended by a paragon, she had a degree of security when it came to her identity. After her background was checked and her strength verified, Zara was handed the Hidden Death Valley uniform as Damien was before. Since Damien was still in the process of preparing for their expedition, Zara decided to spend her time wisely. She returned to the dorm room and went through the information Damien obtained on the Emperor Bone Sea. She didn't want to hold him back due to her own naivety. After memorizing everything over the course of a day, she spent the next day purely training. Her routine mainly consisted of individual training since she couldn't yet access Arcadia's training centers, but she wasn't shy about challenging other geniuses. her rank steadily rose during the time she had. With only a day of beating up those who accepted her challenge, her rank had already surpassed Damien's. Still, this didn't mean anything to her. Right now, neither of their ranks reflected their strengths. At the end of the second day, Zara returned to the dorm exhausted. She'd learned a myriad of techniques from Tanglingzi, and practicing them took a lot out of her. Slowly but surely, she was unraveling the Shadow Law's mysteries, understanding the fusion of light and darkness that resulted in her affinity. The Zara right now was a beast waiting to be unleashed. And she was truly anticipating the moment she was. Emperor Bone C. Sounded like the perfect place to fuel her evolution. Damien arrived in the dorm not long after Zara. When the two met, they spent a few hours going over the information they had before resting their minds and bodies. When dawn arrived upon them once more, they already stood in Hidden Death Valley's central area. Here, aside from the administrative buildings and main security site, there were portals connecting to various locations across Death Emperor Star. After all, the danger zones of this world weren't close to each other at all. It wouldn't reflect well on the academy if their students died in transit to their destinations. This portal system was an assurance that those who died would at least do so without embarrassing themselves. At the same time, it made sure that the Academy could properly respond to any situation on Death Emperor Star regardless of distance. It was a measure of both convenience and safety. Right now, Damien and Zara were using this exact method to reach the Emperor Bone Sea. With their mission registered in the Academy's database, it didn't take long for them to gain access to the portals, and only a few minutes later, their figures vanished from Hidden Death Valley. Chapter 652 Emperor Bone Sea 2. The location was a tall cliff overlooking the Emperor Bone Sea. Here, a small one-story building was present. Only a single old woman resides here. The rest who passed through its doors were merely travelers. Today, 2 of such travelers arrived in her residence. After seeing to it that they were safe, she watched them leave without a change of expression. Most likely, she'd never see those 2 again. The Emperor Bone Sea was too perilous for people of their strength level. Naturally, the 2 travelers the old woman met were Damien and Zara. Currently, they stood at the precipice of the tall cliff and looked down at the Emperor Bone Sea, taking in its demonic majesty. The air above the sea was filled with thick killing intent that almost coagulated into a fog. From various locations, structures of rock and minerals jutted out of the sea's waters. From above, it was hard to see any signs of life within. After all, the Emperor Bone Sea was pure black in color. This wasn't due to the color of the water itself, but due to the sea's terrifying depths. It was hard to imagine the abyss that hid below. It was said that the sea's nature was influenced by an emperor beast who died in its depths. According to the rumors, that beast's skeleton still rests at the bottom, and some of these strange protrusions we see are actually broken pieces of that skeleton. Damien muttered, if possible, I want to know if those rumors are true. A beast that was able to gain the title of Emperor Beast, even a portion of its skeleton will be of great help to my training. Zara continued. The 2 stood for a few moments staring into the deathly sea. Damien's sigh was the first thing to break their silence. We've prepared as much as possible. While it would be a lie to say I'm not feeling hesitant right now. I guess there's nothing else for us to do here. He finally said. Their mission was simply to scout. Anything else that took place in the Emperor Bone Sea could only be considered training. As much as Damien wanted to stand on this cliff and organize his thoughts, he knew there was no point in doing so. Are you ready? He asked lightly. Always, Zara responded with a smile. Together, the 2 stepped off the cliff, allowing their bodies to plummet into the sea below. Crash! An eruption of blackish blue water shot into the air when the 2 hit the sea. Their bodies immediately submerged within as if weighed down by something. Kacha, without hesitation, they coated their bodies in mana and isolated themselves from the surrounding water. They'd already been exposed to the Emperor Bone Sea's first danger, the water itself. Even after isolating themselves with mana, the 2 could feel a black sludge-like substance sticking to their bodies. This sludge was the water's residue, and contained both poisonous and illusory properties. Damien began seeing terrifying images of his own cruel death. Depictions of him being tortured and humiliated, of him losing those he loved only to be betrayed by his last strand of hope, depictions that could alter any normal person's mental state beyond repair. But to Damien, these illusions meant nothing. He easily shattered their influence. Especially after experiencing the challenge gate. He felt that most illusions became lackluster. The poison, on the other hand, truly did its best to ruin his body. Because of Damien's strong bodily defenses, the small amount of poison couldn't even enter his system. However, his skin was melted off in countless places where the poison tried to invade. Damien wasn't the strongest, but he wasn't weak. Developing countermeasures against the Emperor Bone Sea's waters was the basic requirement one needed to meet to explore it. When he finished dealing with the water's effects, he looked over at Zara just in time to see her do the same. Unlike him, she willingly absorbed the poison and used it to further her laws. "It looks like you'll gain a lot more from this place than I will," he said with a smirk. "Then you'll just have to work that much harder to catch up to me," Zara replied without hesitation. "Oh? When did my little Zara become so bold? Oomph. I'm not little anymore." All right. The two smiled at each other before glancing deeper into the sea. Their objective was to travel farther, not deeper, but if they wanted to face the Emperor Bone Sea's reality, they needed to reach its depths. After exchanging nods, the two used mana to propel themselves through the water. Their bodies shot through the sea like torpedoes on a downward slope, traveling deeper and further at once. Their first 1,000 kilometers were easy. This much was bearable at their level. However, 100 contribution points were only enough to reserve an hour of time at one of Arcadia's training centers. It wasn't even close to enough for them. Still, the two didn't move on immediately. First, Damien used spiritual intent to mark a jade slip with information about the depth and distance they'd traveled, along with the organisms and dangers they'd seen along the way. After adding a second marker to specify his current position, he put the jade slip away and began moving once more, but it was like they hit a wall. The second they crossed the first 1,000 kilometers, the mild Emperor Bone Sea they'd been experiencing vanished, replaced by a place befitting of its rumors. "Zara, behind!" Damien yelled. Zara moved without thinking, turning into a shadow and reappearing hundreds of meters away. Just as she did so, a bellow spread through the water around them, rattling their eardrums. As Damien and Zara watched on, a mystical scene occurred. The glistening silver body of a massive creature filled their vision. Tens of kilometers were covered in its breadth, but when they observed it, they could only see characteristics of a regular fish species. The creature swam past the two as if they didn't exist. Its body agilely cut through the water, moving at speeds that didn't match its size at all. The creature suddenly made an arc. Its mouth opened wide and an immense suction force was emitted into the space a few hundred meters from Damien and Zara. In their eyes, this creature was simply drinking water. But as their awareness spread, they found countless organisms in the blackness that the creature was devouring. These fishes blended perfectly with the surrounding water to the point where their visages were entirely concealed even from Damien, yet that creature was able to find them instantly. In that moment, Damien felt like he got a glimpse into the sea's ecosystem. A glimpse into something humans hadn't yet explored enough to adapt to, but just as he marveled over that creature, blood splattered from its neck and painted the blackness red. A pale gleam flashed near the creature's body. There, a much smaller but far uglier being sat concealed. Shoo! The sound of its body cutting through the water was piercing. With every movement, it causes another gash in the large creature's body. Chunks of flesh floated away, only to be devoured by the smaller beast. Within seconds, the large creature had been wholly devoured without an ounce of resistance, and with the smell of blood polluting the waters, things were sure to rapidly become hectic. Chapter 653 Emperor Bone Sea 3. 20 shadows appeared on the precipice of the Emperor Bone Sea. The auras they emanated were light and airy, almost non-existent. But if one was skilled enough, they'd be able to see the terrifying power hidden in these individuals' bodies. This group consisted of experts, with the weakest of them being mid-level 4th-class existences. And the reason they gathered today was for the sake of killing one man, a man weaker than even their weakest. The group was made up of two different forces, easily distinguished by the emblems on their clothes. Despite their seemingly covert actions, they didn't hide their affiliations. On 9 of their arms was the Wellspring family's emblem, and on the other 11, a veiled moon. Though this emblem didn't mean anything to the untrained eye, anyone with a vast information network would understand that these 11 were special forces that answered directly to the Bloodlock family. No words were exchanged between them. With a single glance from the two leaders at their helm, they dove into the Emperor Bone Sea below, steadily pursuing their prey. They had supreme confidence in their own abilities. The second they found him, that man would die. End of discussion. We need to go now. Damien muttered solemnly. Just as he spoke, he felt a subtle vibration in the water around him. His instinct clearly delineated that the approaching danger would be too much for him to handle. He reached out and grabbed Zara's arm, galvanizing his mana to push him as fast as possible. A small field of altered time enveloped them as well, further increasing their speed. Flash, their figures disappeared, reappearing 100 kilometers away. Rapidly, Damien took out his information jade slip and began jotting down everything he saw. They'd only recently passed the 1,000-kilometer mark, and the fact that the danger level shot up so drastically was worrying, but now, the only choice they had was to continue forward. After all, when they looked at the direction they came from, a festival of blood was taking place. Various sea creatures of unknown identity appeared from the darkness as if they'd been laying in wait the entire time. The commotion grew without end, soon expanding until even the 100 kilometers Damien and Zara fled were encompassed in the violence. TCH. Damien clicked his tongue as he teleported them further away. At the same time, he marveled at the insanity before him. A tiny fish around the size of a finger shot through the waters without fear, entering the fray. Surrounding it were species far bigger and stronger than it, some even having many kilometer-long bodies. Shoo, bang! The tiny fish cut through a gap between two of its competitors just as the smaller one's razor-sharp teeth tore open the larger one's body. Unassuming in its gait, this tiny fish consumed a portion of the dead beast's body without any others noticing. It continued through the battlefield, and by the time a few minutes passed, the tiny fish was already larger than a human man. The evolution speed of this organism, or rather, all organisms in the ocean's chaotic environment, was absurd. Nevertheless, Damien and Zara kept moving. The smell of blood continued to permeate the sea, leading the expanding conflict to grow greater and greater with every passing second. The beasts at the head of this massive battle royale were already around Damien's strength level, and they were only getting stronger with time. Damien begrudgingly pulled his eyes away from the chaos and directed his gaze deeper. He could feel multiple presences on the horizon, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Only one will survive. He realized hundreds, thousands of fourth-class existences were slowly embroiled in the chaos. Damien could instinctually feel that all of these beasts would become sustenance for a single being. As for which being that was, that depended wholly on the victor of this battle royale. This is simply impossible for other species. It's only possible because of the ocean's strange environment and the sheer amount of sentient life within. Even if one tried to replicate this scene on the surface, it would just collapse the existing ecosystem and run the area into ruin. An environment of insanity like this could rapidly produce powerful existences. Yet, all these powerful existences would eventually become prey for even stronger existences. In Damien's mind, he felt that the ocean was the rawest representation of the universe's functionality. In the end, one was either prey or predator. Even as a predator, one would still be prey. The only way to survive was to kill, grow, and stand above everyone and everything else. He and Zara began moving once more. They no longer had the strength to stay and watch the proceedings. But just as they decided to leave, a school of beasts broke off from the masses and rapidly pursued them. Damien immediately increased his speed. If he fought here, he'd inevitably be dragged into the massive conflict. His only option was to flee. He darted through the water almost as agilely as a fish. As he experienced the feeling more, he realized how similar the deep ocean was to space. His movement abilities inherently improved when he started mimicking spatial techniques to traverse. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. The smell of fresh air inadvertently filled his nose. Without hesitation, he pulled Zara and moved in that direction. Damien, wait. That is. Zara tried to say, but unfortunately, she didn't have time to finish her words. The duo burst through the water and arrived in a place free of it. As they looked around, they discovered a massive tree floating in the middle of the sea. It wasn't anchored to anything, its roots didn't extend into the ground. It merely floated as if it were dead bark, but it clearly gave off an aura of life. The tree has created an air pocket around it? Damien muttered. He heard Zara's panic loud and clear before they entered this space, and he was now examining it to the best of his abilities to find anything wrong. Zara, why did you try to stop me? He asked as he did so. Zara shook her head. It's nothing. I just thought this tree looked familiar. Familiar? I remember seeing something like this in the notes you had in the dorm. But now that I look at the tree closely, it seems different. Damien's eyes hardened upon hearing her words. Even if she was doubting her thoughts now, it didn't mean they had no validity. Damien thought back on everything he knew about the Emperor Bone Sea as he further examined the tree, and at that moment, it suddenly clicked. We're not fucked, existing without roots, creating air pockets to sustain itself. These features indeed mirrored a species Damien had researched before leaving. But this tree was different. Zara was right about that. The unrestrained life tree was a species that mainly lived off the discarded remains of other beings left in the ocean. In simpler terms, it was a bottom feeder. However, its carnivorous nature was still true, and just like most other species, this tree had an equal and opposite, the unrestrained death tree. Unlike its cousin, the unrestrained death tree wasn't satisfied with mere scraps. No, this tree was far deadlier, and judging by its proximity to the ongoing chaos, it was definitely the initiator of this battle royale. Chapter 654 Emperor Bone Sea 4. The unrestrained death tree had two main abilities. The toxins it spread into the water around it could affect the emotions of those who passed through them, driving them mad with bloodlust. This ability would naturally cause a scene like the current one, a scene that was relatively common in an ocean ecosystem. Its second ability simply allowed it to absorb blood to grow. When these two were combined, the unrestrained death tree could easily create slaughterfests where blood would form seas within the sea. And because of its unassuming appearance, no beast would target it while it casually absorbed blood from a distance. However, if it was bothered, we need to go before, scream. Damien's thoughts cut off as a screech resounded through the water. In that moment, the school of beasts that had been chasing him burst through the unrestrained death tree's bubble. Damien's face paled. Grab onto me. Now! He yelled. Zara immediately followed his instruction. With the quickest speed he could possibly output his mana, Damien covered the two in a cocoon of void mana before using dimensional cage to separate them from the real plane. At the same time, the unrestrained death tree began to shudder. La 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 la. A soothing melody was emitted from its branches as its leaves brushed against each other and produced sound. The melody sounded like the angelic voice of a heavenly beauty, a pure woman who could cleanse any sin from one's soul. It was bewitching. The beasts that chased Damien, a species that looked like bipedal frogs, began to swoon. Their minds, still chaotic and not fully developed, were easily bewitched by this tune. The unrestrained death tree's roots slowly crawled out from beneath and latched onto these beasts. As Damien and Zara watched, all of their life essence was sucked away by the tree, leaving them as dried husks, but the terror didn't end. These dead husks stood straight, their eyes alit with blue flame. Mindless like machines, they became the tree's slaves for eternity. Damien shuddered and slowly backed away. The tree currently couldn't sense him and Zara due to the multi-layer protection he set up, but he didn't want to rely too much on this. After all, the soothing melody that the tree emitted moments prior was powerful. Powerful enough to even bewitch him if he had his guard down. Becoming the tree's eternal slave wasn't his ideal death at all. If I teleport, it might sense the spatial fluctuations. No, it surely will. But Damien stopped hesitating. He spread his awareness as far as it could reach and teleported several hundred kilometers away. Through the sea's blackness, it was hard to see if the tree was following them. But Damien didn't worry. He was certain that it wouldn't. The unrestrained death tree was heavily territorial. Anyone or anything that entered its air pocket would become its slave or nutrients. However, in the current situation, the tree had to choose between two slaves and a whole buffet that it had set up beforehand. Damien and Zara were still weak. This was their luck. If someone in the higher ranges of 4th class was in the same situation, it was unknown how the tree would react. Standing far enough away to avoid the danger, Damien collected his breath. They'd only been in the Emperor Bone Sea for a few hours, yet they'd already run into such a scenario. It was terrifying to think about what was present further and deeper. Still, Damien and Zara both needed the contribution points this mission would give. At the very least, they needed 1,000 points, that translated to 10,000 kilometers of explored sea. Are you okay to continue? Damien asked Zara, but more than anything, he was asking himself. The 1,000 kilometer distance was enough to challenge someone around his level. By his estimate, at most they'd be able to travel 4,000 kilometers before being forced to stop and warp away. It wasn't just about the mission, though. Damien had a goal when he decided to come to the Emperor Bone Sea. I want to find civilization. He wanted to see how those who grew past the level of these savage beasts, those whose spiritual intelligence matched humans and other species, he wanted to know how these beings lived and interacted. I want to find the Emperor Beast. This goal was mainly for Zara. Emperor Bone Sea's environment was much better for her growth than his own. If there was a chance to rapidly improve her strength, he obviously wanted to find it. And finally, I want to know why this sea feels so hollow. He'd been feeling it since he first entered its waters. Despite its reputation and even the environment that he'd experienced so far, the Emperor Bone Sea felt empty. Something was missing, and he wanted to know what. It was a nagging feeling that he couldn't get rid of. Zara clearly saw these emotions flash through his eyes. She smiled and grabbed his hand. Let's go. With our combined power, there should be nothing that can stop us from fleeing. As long as you can activate warp, we will be safe, right? Damien looked over at her. Really, it wasn't just her appearance that changed. He didn't know when. But the little wolf he knew had grown into a woman who could even comfort him with her words. It saddened him a bit that he wasn't present to witness this development. Nevertheless, Zara's words managed to calm his heart a bit. As long as he could use warp, his eyes firmed. Without another word, he and Zara continued on, heading deeper and deeper into the Emperor Bone Sea. Roughly 5 minutes later, in the place they once stood, a group of 20 appeared, their bodies covered in a thick bloody aura. Even after witnessing that scene, the boy decided to continue. I at least have to praise his courage. A man spoke. Ha, that's not courage, it's idiocy. If he wasn't this insane, he never would have challenged the young master. Another responded, it's a shame that such a genius has to die early, but what can you do? He chose this fate for himself. The man nodded in agreement. You too, enough. We will wait a little longer before striking. The young master has declared that any treasures that man finds will belong to us as long as we kill him. The eyes of those present lit up. In truth, they'd been stalking Damien for a while and had already caught up to him when he escaped the unrestrained death tree. The only reason Damien still lived was because their leader stopped them. Now that they knew the reason for this, how could their eyes not light up? Their job was akin to stealing candy from a baby. The group moved with haste and stealth, soon leaving to follow Damien's footsteps. In their wake was a clear ocean. The previous chaos was gone, all the blood in the water was gone. Only the wilted husks of beasts that once lived remained, along with a single tree. A tree whose hard-earned sustenance had just been ruthlessly stolen. Chapter 655 Emperor Bone Sea 5. The blackness of the Emperor Bone Sea really did remind one of the vast starry sky. The seemingly obvious vast emptiness was actually filled to the brim with life, forming a macrocosm in and of itself. In the same vein, the deep sea seemed to mirror space itself as well. At this level, the obvious presence of water essentially vanished. The murky blackness and the surroundings instead beginning to feel like heavy space. Water and space as elements generally mirrored each other more than most people realized. The spatial layers ebbed and flowed like tides. The heaviness of space felt like one was trying to walk while submerged in water. Space created a container, and water would expand however necessary to fill that container. The way they complemented each other was noteworthy when one realized the distinct similarities between them. Damien and Zara had long since left their previous location not far from the 1,000-kilometer mark. Their bodies drifted through the sea, mapping it and scouring it for anything interesting. However, their journey was mostly uneventful. Despite being surrounded by the wonders of the deep sea, their mission came first. The two traveled with utmost stealth and avoided any stronger beasts even if they could defeat them. In the ocean, the smell of blood was a death alarm. The 2,000-kilometer mark saw a sharp increase in faunistic activity. Many more species were present at this distance and depth, making it evident that this was a more ideal living condition for most creatures. At the 2,000-kilometer mark, the water pressure was just enough to shatter the bones of any third class who dared to venture in, but even classless fishes and other aquatic beast species were able to survive it without a problem. It made Damien curious about their evolutionary path. On a whim, he rapidly moved and grabbed a nearby fish beast before disappearing from the world. His body entered the sanctuary with Zara for a brief instant before they continued their journey. Without hesitation, Damien began dissecting the beast. While he didn't have much disassembling knowledge, he was at least good enough with the sword to make precise cuts. Afterwards, he began to rapidly study the beast's physiological structure with the all-seeing eyes and his own comprehension. I see. That's interesting. They aren't withstanding the water pressure at all, rather, they're just offsetting it. The beast's internals weren't too different from what one would expect from an aquatic beast. It was the exterior that was special. The fish's scales were made of a strange reflective material. Through the all-seeing eyes, Damien saw through the scale structure perfectly. He watched as the scales cycled ambient mana in a specific pattern to create something akin to a magnetic field. This field displaces the water pressure around them, and through the connection between these scales, the offset pressure could even be used as an attack. Being struck by the weight of the sea itself was bound to hurt. Damien couldn't imagine what the strength of these beasts would be once they matured. Still, this is a species-specific evolution. It doesn't explain why every single beast in these waters has the same survival ability. Unless they all evolved differently to accomplish the same goal. It was an interesting theory to study. Different beasts developed differently based on their inherent traits. As they all took different routes to reach the same conclusion, studying them would help Damien supremely broaden his perspective and breadth of vision. After I finish the mission, I should return here to study more in depth. If I just leave a spatial marker, Damien and Zara exited the sanctuary just like that. The only reason they entered in the first place was so they could have a safe environment to drop their guards and wholly focus on examining the beast carcass. Now that they were done, it was time to continue with their task. Only, there was one thing they'd forgotten. The second they arrived back in the Emperor Bone Sea's depths, all eyes turned to them, the stench of blood. Despite there being no blood on their bodies, the two still carried a whiff of blood scent with them as they returned. Shit, Damien immediately realized they'd messed up. Just like those who came before them, their lack of experience in aquatic environments led to a small mistake with heavy consequences. Let's run! Damien exclaimed. Zara didn't even need to say a word of affirmation. She understood just as much as he did. The two turned and shot deeper into the Emperor Bone Sea without another thought. Behind them, a cacophony of sound resounded through the waves as various beasts caught scent of the blood on their bodies. Particularly enraged were the bullet fish that shared a species with the fish Damien had killed. A strange wail left their throats as they began to hightail towards Damien and Zara. Their bodies moved like rockets in the water, completely ignoring the water pressure's speed suppression and rapidly approaching the duo. They're too accustomed to this atmosphere. We can't outmaneuver them by just running. Damien realized. He looked at Zara and she nodded back. Their spiritual connection was continuing to grow stronger as their relationship solidified once more. Zara grabbed Damien's shoulder and immediately galvanized her mana. The two quickly sunk into the surrounding blackness. Their bodies becoming immaterial. This is insane. Damien marveled inwardly. Zara's shadow control was becoming more and more conceptual. As Damien allowed her full control over his body, he clearly felt separated from the real plane at a level similar to his dimensional cage. Only, while the dimensional cage focused on stability and functionality, Zara's shadow abilities were wholly focused on concealment. Naturally, this shadow space was much more convenient in this situation. The aquatic beast tide seemed to die down as soon as it started. With their bodies disappearing, the scent of blood disappeared as well. And while the weaker beasts who were ready to charge at even a hint of blood scent were too weak to sense Damien and Zara and thus gave up. The stronger beasts didn't put enough value in the two's existence to continue chasing them. At least, most of them didn't. A bellow caused the seas to quake. The sound waves from this bellow alone were enough to cause raging tsunamis on the surface. Ka. Ka-sha, scree, various panic noises rang out as every surrounding beast began to flee for their lives. Damien and Zara weren't stupid either. Whether it was the crowd's reaction or the terror of that bellow, both were heavy indications that they should flee instantly, and while that was exactly what they did, luck wasn't on their side. A massive body slithered up from the depths, two car-sized eyes staring directly at their position. The beast was reptilian, like a massive sea snake. Its body was around 10 kilometers long from head to tail, and its scales glistened with an aquamarine blue color. Its tongue snaked in and out of its mouth as if it was drooling. The two fin-like wings protruding from the middle of its long body flapped in place as it set its target. The beast bared its fangs and galvanized its aura, and then, it charged. Chapter 656 Emperor Bone Sea 6. Damien's eyes widened in shock when he saw the beast's visage. Unexpectedly, he actually knew this beast's identity. After all, he'd faced a variation of its species long ago when he first arrived in the cloud plane. It was none other than a sea dragon. However, compared to the one he saw before, this one was far more terrifying. While the first sea dragon had a degree of intelligence that allowed it to speak the universal language fluently, Damien didn't doubt that the survival instincts of a sea dragon that grew up in the Emperor Bone Sea far outstripped such measly intelligence. Block with everything you can. He shouted. A dimensional cage sprang up, isolating the duo from the world. The space-time river manifested with Damien's domain. putting the surrounding space under Damien's complete control. At the same time, Zara formed a massive wall of material shadows. A murky black color began to permeate the atmosphere. Zara's domain stacked on top of Damien's, and with their two domains and strongest defensive skills combined, they confronted the sea dragon. Boom! The sea dragon's massive body crashed into their barriers with the force of the entire ocean behind it. Even though these were the two strongest defenses, they couldn't last more than a second against the sea dragon's terrifying power. The barriers shattered one after another, and the explosive force that destroyed them rapidly traveled through the waters and arrived at Damien and Zara's position. However, the two didn't panic. They pushed their mana fiercely, using it to redirect the shockwave's force and shoot themselves far away from the sea dragon. Now, Damien commanded. Zara turned immaterial and sunk into Damien's shadow. The second she did so, he teleported hundreds of kilometers away, but the sea dragon couldn't be underestimated either. While Damien was forcefully transporting himself through space even while being heavily suppressed by the surrounding sea, the sea dragon was completely in its element. Blue mana converged from the sea as the sea dragon snaked through it. Actively aiding its movements, the sea dragon caught up to Damien rapidly. Its sheer speed allowed it to cross hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Its mouth opened wide when it saw Damien's body and snapped down with immense force. Damien's eyes hardened. Escaping the sea dragon couldn't be easy. Most likely, it was tracking him through his dragon aura. This was also the most likely reason for it to be hellbent on chasing him. When two dragon descendants met, there were only two paths for them to take: either they befriended each other or they devoured each other. The sea dragon had obviously chosen the latter. Damien's body twisted at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging the sea dragon's jaws. As he rapidly propelled himself backwards, his spatial mana raged, setting up a chain of dimensional cages between him and the sea dragon. He turned tail and ran soon after. His goal was to go as deep into the Emperor Bone Sea as possible. If there was one thing he learned from observing the Emperor Bone Sea's native species, it was that the sea itself was the greatest weapon. Almost every species he'd seen had biologically adapted to utilize the sea's natural environment to their own advantage, the sea dragon included. Its two fin-like wings flapped furiously. The sea around it raged into a terrifying whirlpool that attacked Damien's stacked dimensional cages and rapidly shattered them. The sea dragon didn't even wait for this task to complete before charging its next attack. It absolutely couldn't lose Damien. From Damien, it sensed a powerful dragon bloodline on par with its own. Because they were equal, neither could use dragon pressure to make the other submit. But if the sea dragon managed to kill Damien regardless, consuming his bloodline might be the key to its evolution. It wouldn't miss this opportunity. The sea dragon's jaw unhinged once more. A swirling vortex of blue mana formed in its mouth, creating a vacuum that sucked in the surrounding seawater. The water mixed into the mana and was compressed several times over. These terrifyingly powerful water bullets were then shot out with immense precision. Despite being hundreds of kilometers away already, Damien could clearly feel the scent of death approaching him. His body immediately turned ethereal, vanishing and reappearing randomly in the surrounding 100-kilometer range. At the same time, the water bullets reached Damien's general location and began exploding. Massive air pockets formed and imploded on themselves constantly, painting the Black Sea in white. Damien gritted his teeth and continued dodging. In this chase, the only advantage he had was teleportation. And he was no longer one to ignore his advantages. His teleportation became less random with time. At some point, he even began circling and taunting the sea dragon, enraging it into pursuing him with extreme speed and mania. Like this, the chase continued. Damien watched the environment around him shift countless times. When they started this cat-and-mouse game, they were only around 2,000 kilometers into the Emperor Bone Sea. Now, however, they'd already descended close to the 4,000 mark. The sea dragon never gave up on Damien. Using its insanity-inducing speed and control over the sea, it pressured him heavily with every move. Mirroring what it saw earlier, it began exerting control over the surroundings to a greater degree, forming the elementary form of what would one day become a domain. Damien shuddered when he saw this. If the sea dragon was allowed to form that domain, his spatial advantages would no longer exist. Thankfully, it was too slow in realizing this solution. At the 4,000-kilometer range, the sea dragon was no longer in its element. Its control abilities were weakened and the sea's suppression severely limited its speed to a point where even Damien could escape it. he let out a sigh of relief realizing that his guess had been validated. Previously, he'd chosen to descend deeper into the sea with this exact gamble in mind. He had a thought: with the sea dragon's power, why would it decide to stay so close to the Emperor Bone Sea's shore? After some thought, he guessed that the 2,000-kilometer range was the sea dragon's dominion, an environment that perfectly complemented its abilities. However, as they went deeper into the sea, the environment began to change. Not only was the sea dragon affected by the change in environment, but it was also being struck by another suppressive force. Damien could feel it too. His half-dragon side was shivering in fear of the strange aura that permeated the sea. The aura only got stronger as they went deeper. Luckily, Damien was born a human and his human side was dominant. This terrifying bestial aura wasn't able to affect him the same way it did aquatic beasts. Damien continued teleporting as he submerged himself in thought. Even if the sea dragon was slowly fading into the distance, he didn't want to die from carelessness. As he slowly passed the 5,000-kilometer mark, Damien let out another sigh. The sea itself truly was the best weapon. If he had to escape the sea dragon with his own power, it would have been a terrifying chase that cost him at least a few limbs, but with the sea inadvertently aiding him, he was able to get by after dodging the sea dragon's attacks and fleeing as fast as he could. Once again, the Emperor Bone Sea made him marvel, but now wasn't the time to do so. Zara soon exited Damien's shadow, and together, under the sea dragon's grudge-filled and unresigned glare, they began their exploration once more. Chapter 657 Ruin 1. The Emperor Bone Sea, more than anything else, taught Damien what it was like to be weak. The hours passed drearily, almost like no time was passing at all. If it wasn't for Damien and Zara's constant state of movement and vigilance, they truly wouldn't have understood how rapidly time was passing. After the 5,000-kilometer mark, as the duo descended deeper into the abyssal ocean, they came across self-sustaining ecosystems and magical sights they never would have expected in the ocean. At their current depth, an early fourth class without a powerful body would be crushed by the water pressure alone. In this environment, it was insane that so much life could persevere. Aquatic flora was the most common sight at this level. Trees like the unrestrained life tree were as common as grass. And smaller variant plants surrounded these trees, forming a symbiotic relationship in order to survive. After all, the seafloor was nowhere in sight. If Damien had to estimate, the seafloor was a place only demigods could survive in. Still, the variety of flora and fauna and the way they interacted made Damien thirst for more. At the same time, he found himself constantly fleeing from unknown threats, driven to locations he never would have expected to go. One of such places was the ruin he found himself standing in front of now. Surrounding his body were dozens of swirling vortexes. But rather than natural phenomena, these vortexes were actually the defense mechanisms of a certain species of plant. This plant, the whirlwind seaweed, didn't actually have much attack capability. Its physical body was also extremely weak, to the point where even a mortal could rip one apart like paper, and this fact didn't change regardless of how much strength they gained. It was an inherent trait of this plant species. To cope with their weakness, the species evolves and adapted to its environment. These vortexes were formed by the oscillation of these seaweeds as they interacted with the ocean's ambient mana. Through simple movement, they could conjure a defense mechanism that could terrify most beasts. Of course, their actual power was limited. At most, they could redirect attackers away from them and obscure their perception. Still, this much was enough to help them survive in the wild. What Damien saw now was a seemingly man-made ruin surrounded by this breed of seaweed. The vortexes completely hid the ruin itself from sight and perception, and if one fell into them, they'd inevitably be thrown far away from the ruin itself. As a sort of home defense mechanism, these seaweeds were perfect. The only reason Damien and Zara bypassed them was his spatial prowess. Who built this ruin? The knowledge to use whirlwind seaweed for both natural concealment and protection. This couldn't have been done by a human. Damien thought, land species, whether they were humans, demons, angels, or any of Grand Heaven's boundaries' other dominant species, were too uninformed about oceans to create such an ingenious mechanism, and because the current location was on Death Emperor Star, it was even more unlikely for this structure to be man-made. Damien and Zara floated closer to the ruins and began to investigate. The rocky exterior was thick and smooth, similar to obsidian. By Damien's estimate, the amount of pressure needed to create this kind of material could only be found on the seafloor. Strange. The seafloor is either a mystical undiscovered godland or an absolute death zone. It'd make more sense for this ruin to be located there, but why is it here? And why is it still in one piece? The ruin was like a small village. The fact that so many independent parts remained together and especially the whirlwind seaweed's presence suggested that the ruin was created at this sea level. But why would anyone use insane materials like this obsidian-like rock to build such a ruin? Damien couldn't understand it. Damien! Zara suddenly called out to him. Doesn't this pattern look familiar? Hearing the excitement in her voice, he hastened his pace to reach her. When he did, he found her standing in front of a circular mural shaped similarly to a bank vault door. This pattern. Isn't this? Damien's eyes widened when he saw it. He didn't even have to thoroughly investigate to understand where he'd seen it before. After all, this pattern had deeply carved itself into his subconscious. It was the same pattern he saw in both the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm and the Challenge Gate. Is this a Mystic Realm entrance? He exclaimed. Mystic Realm entrances could truly open anywhere, so his guess wasn't too extraordinary. Still, this ruin didn't seem like the entrance to some newly opened Mystic Realm. If it was, the ruin wouldn't have been able to conceal itself so easily. After all, even sea beasts would be attracted to the prospect of a mystic realm, especially those with intelligence. I have to investigate. Damien thought to himself. He had the itching feeling that he'd stumbled upon something grand. His hand reached out and touched the ancient engravings. With the amount of time that had passed, they'd been severely weathered down. Still, their base structure remained. Damien's hand traced the engraving as best it could. His eyes were closed as his entire mind focused on the pattern being etched into his brain. This pattern. No, this one. If you put these together then, as pieces of the pattern surfaced in his mind, Damien began piecing them together like a puzzle. Only, he wasn't following the pattern etched on the ruin. Instead, he repositioned the portions in his mind in a strange new pattern. He didn't even have a grasp on what he was doing, he was merely following his instincts. The mana was guiding him. At first, the pattern merely looked like a circular formation without any special additions. However, as its form became more complete, it turned into a complete mural. It was a depiction. Countless oceanic beasts littered the skies, ground, and everything in between. Their heads were bowed in reverence, and even the sun had been eclipsed for the same purpose. The bodies of all these beasts were angled towards a signal location. There, seated atop a throne on an altar at the bottom of the sea, was a man, a human man. Damien's mind shook. Due to the nature of the engraving, the man's features were extremely vague. The only reason Damien knew he was a human was due to the lack of defining traits from other races, i.e., an angel's wings. Nonetheless, as Damien looked at this human, he felt a pull from the very core of his being. He felt a connection to this mural that almost shared similarity with his connection to the void. What is this? Damien inwardly wondered as he tried to collect his thoughts. Slowly but surely, he injected mana into the wall. The old debris and flora growing on the door after ages of abandonment flaked away with his touch, and then, carefully maneuvering his mana, Damien began mirroring the mural in his mind on the ancient ruin. The pattern changed to his will as if it was meant to do so from the beginning. The same scene Damien had seen prior manifested on the wall for Zara to witness as well. That was the key. The swirling vortexes caused by the whirlwind seaweed were sucked into the door and fused, forming a vacuum that dragged Damien and Zara inside. Neither Damien nor Zara had the ability to resist the suction force. Yet, neither of them even thought to try in the first place, not only to escape the pursuers they were constantly forced to face, but also to discover the ancient secrets hidden within. The duo fearlessly allowed the vacuum to consume them. Chapter 658 Ruin 2. When their bodies rematerialized, they were still submerged in water. But unlike the abyssal void the Emperor Bone Sea's waters emulated, this water was crystal clear. It was light as a feather. If it wasn't for the refracted sun rays shining around them, illuminating the water's movements, they wouldn't have even noticed its presence. Amazing! Zara muttered in astonishment. Damien's expression, on the other hand, was strange. Isn't this a massive fishbowl? He thought to himself. With the all-seeing eyes fully activated, Damien could see the flow of mana around him. He could vaguely make out the presence of a nigh-invisible dome that expanded far past his perception, covering the entire area they were now in. Let's go see if we can find anything interesting. Even if this place isn't a mystic realm, it's at least an ancient ruin. There's bound to be some goods hidden somewhere. Damien said after glancing around for a few more moments. Okay. We can split up and search as far as we can. Our spiritual link is enough to contact each other within a few thousand kilometers. So it should be enough to signal if we find anything. Zara agreed. That's true, but you can never be too careful. Take a transmission slip with you as well. I got these from that old man Tianyang. They're top-notch items with a demigod's guarantee, so they should work better if we stray too far apart. Zara took the transmission slip Damien handed her and nodded. The two soon separated, heading in different directions to investigate. Unfortunately for them, their current environment was much grander than they originally expected. Hours passed to the point where the sun rays lighting the water disappeared, leaving it submerged in blackness. This blackness, however, was decorated with majesty. With the sunlight's disappearance, many creatures began to emerge from their hiding spots. Fluorescent-colored fish floated through the water, and algae and plant life of the same color painted the ground. This grand display of color was truly magical, but in this environment, it was the most common of sights. Unfortunately, despite being newcomers, Damien and Zara weren't able to enjoy these wonders. Their entire day of searching left them without any results. This place can't be empty. For there to be such a mechanism guarding it, it has to be special somehow. Damien's brows furrowed as he tried to figure out the problem. These fishes didn't come out at all when the sun was up. Does it harm them in some way? Zara suddenly asked. I'm an idiot, Damien said immediately after. She exclaimed in confusion. Nothing, he shook his head. You're a genius, though, I don't know if you realize it. While Zara smiled happily at the compliment, Damien truly smacked himself inwardly. Right, the sea life in this environment didn't respond well to sunlight, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so desolate when they first arrived. He finally took the time to appreciate the wonders around him, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. Perhaps stop the nighttime was the key he was looking for. Zara, let's go investigate again. He suddenly said. Will anything be different this time? She asked. I don't know, but I have a hunch. Let's just try it out. Either way, we don't really have the option to leave, Damien explained his reasoning to Zara, causing her eyes to light up in agreement. She'd been the one who originally put forth the theory, though unknowingly. Only, she'd already stopped thinking about the search by this point, so the solution didn't cross her mind. The two split up once more and began searching. Completely unlike their first attempt, they found results almost immediately, traces of civilization. Damien muttered under his breath as he used all-seeing eyes to thoroughly investigate the environment. Within the ground below, Damien could see clear traces of intelligent life. It seems Zara is finding traces too, but nothing significant. If I keep following this trail, though, using the traces as a compass, Damien began traversing the strange realm at immense speeds. His body passed through the blackness like a rocket, and within a few hours, he found himself gazing into the distance at something that looked like a pack of fireflies. After close inspection, he realized that they weren't fireflies at all. Instead, they were lanterns. His body turned into a blur, rushing towards those lanterns. As he drew closer, the image of a small village became clear to his eyes. The architecture mainly used clay as its base. The structures themselves weren't too complicated, but their dome-like shape stood out from the common architectural styles that Damien became used to seeing. The village was, as implied by the lanterns, inhabited. Damien watched a few hundred people go about their days. These people had pale blue skin with colored splotches covering their bodies. They had fanned ears and scales running up their forearms and necks. Not to mention, the gills, it's them. Damien exclaimed inwardly. The civilization he'd been searching for in the Emperor Bone Sea. He finally found his first trace of it in this strange realm. He wasn't subtle in his approach at all. By the time he arrived, a group of strong guards was already awaiting him with their weapons drawn. Unfortunately for them, their definition of strong wasn't the same as Damien's. I don't want to fight you guys. Here, watch this. Damien's hand shot up into the sky. Spatial and void mana combined as one, creating a terrifying black hole emitting an aura that far surpassed what these guards were capable of. They looked at Damien and back at the vortex, but didn't move. They steeled their wills and prepared to fight. As long as their sacrifices gave others time to escape, their deaths would be worth it. Halt. Do not fight him. An aged voice stopped them from attacking. An old man wearing nothing but a lower body covering and a pair of ornate bone earrings appeared behind the men and looked at Damien. A human? I haven't seen a human in several millennia. Boy, what is your purpose here? Damien sheepishly scratched his head. To be honest, I have no clue. My companion and I were randomly transported to this realm after being sucked into a vortex, and now I've finally explored enough to find your village and your companion? The old man asked. She's on the other side of the realm, probably around 20,000 kilometers away. We split up to cover more ground, you see. She must have found the Oga village. If it's the Ogastot, never mind. Boy, come in. Let's talk for a bit. Damien nodded suspiciously and followed the elder. While he was wary, he wasn't afraid. By his estimation, the old man's strength should be similar to his own. Damien and the elder entered a nearby dome hut and sat across from each other with a small sand table between them. A young woman brought them tea to drink as they spoke, and while their conversation would surely be interesting, Zara's experience was far more hectic than either of them could have ever imagined. She stood in the midst of the Oga clan, massive explosions going off all around her. This clan seemed to be at war. Chapter 659 Prominence 1. After separating from Damien, Zara's experience was similar to his own. After wandering for a few hours, she found her way to a small village of a few hundred people. Curiously, these people were friendly from the start. They didn't discriminate against her based on her unknown identity and made her feel at home. For around an hour, Zara stayed in this clan and met with its people, coming to learn its name, the Oga clan. The Oga village wasn't a very powerful force at all. Most of their denizens were children or elderly, their able men and women barely being enough to keep them living well. The clan had such a peaceful atmosphere that it made Zara doubt whether or not this realm was truly connected to the Emperor Bone Sea. From her experience, everything in the Emperor Bone Sea was blood-crazed and deathly. Seeing those same peace-loving denizens turn into blood-crazed maniacs in a split second was truly jarring. The Tefet clan attacked. These were the words of a guard that spurred everyone into motion. Within minutes, the entire village was destroyed in a bout of explosions. Ha! A young Oga warrior shouted madly as he dug his fingers into an enemy's neck and ripped out his throat. As they fought, the Oga clan only used their fists to counteract even the sharpest weapons of the Tefet. The Tefet, on the other hand, were more refined. They used swift and piercing movements with their weapons, dancing through the water like glorious snakes. Wherever their swords struck, they would draw blood. What should I do in this situation? Zara wondered. Combat experience, she had plenty of. But when it came to experience in society, Zara was still somewhat clueless. When it came time for a conflict like this one, she would usually defer to Damien for a decision. Unfortunately, he wasn't here at the moment. The transmission token. She realized. She pulled out a small thumb-sized slip from her spatial ring, but before injecting her mana into it, she hesitated. Her automatic response was to rely on Damien. She didn't realize how deep her dependence was rooted. Because they'd been apart for so long, Zara was sure she'd changed into a person who could stand next to him rather than beside him, but she couldn't help but want to follow in his shadow when they were together. I need to change. Her goal was simple. It was the goal of a little girl who didn't want to part from her idol and role model, a goal that she retained even after growing into a woman. If she couldn't even make her own decisions, was she worthy of that goal? Zara immediately put the transmission token away and merged into the shadows, expanding her presence to cover the ongoing battle. Oga and Tefet, she muttered. The battle was relatively even. The Oga clan's ruthlessness allowed them to cope with the Tefet clan's ingenuity and armaments, but this strategy also resulted in faster deaths and injuries. While the Oga clan certainly had a chance to win, it would be a hollow victory. They helped me, so I should help them. Right? Zara thought. If she was going to take her first steps toward changing, she couldn't opt for neutrality. Thus, her simple reasoning ended up being the best one. In a conflict where both clans seemed to desire each other's extinction, she chose to help the side she had connections with. Besides, neither side was out of her capacity. Their greatest forces were around her same level, but her combat strength far surpassed a mere early 4th class. Her body rematerialized and turned into a hazy blur as she shot through the battlefield with insane speed. Once she arrived high above it, she raised her hand into the sky and galvanized her mana. Glacial spare, her mana boomed through the surroundings, immediately affecting the water. Within a few sparks of time, the water began to crystallize. It had to be remembered, Zara's affinities weren't limited to shadow laws. Long ago, she even prioritized her ice affinity over her shadows. Now that she'd reached 4th class, her shadow laws, the innate ability of her mysterious race, became her main focus, but that didn't mean she neglected ice laws. In the Emperor Bone Sea, the strange death energy polluting the waters made it impossible for her ice to coagulate and spread, and the presence of terrifying beasts made it difficult to use such flashy skills without drawing attention. But in this hidden realm, with Zara as its highest point, a dome of ice formed around the battlefield, trapping everyone within. In the next instant, Zara's eyes turned a striking blue color as she fiercely exerted control over the elements. Chronolock, even time froze. The remaining water within the glacial sphere chilled to a maddening level and halted all movement. Whether it was the Oga or the Tefet, they were all affected. Unlike the Tefet, however, the Oga didn't experience the terrors of this biting cold. Shadow rose, bloom, thorns of materialized shadows burst forth from the ground and stabbed through the arms and legs of the frozen Tefet clan members. A striking black rose bloomed in the middle of their formation, and the thorns retracted into its body, carrying their targets with them. Seal. With one final word, Zara forced the rose to close its petals, sealing her enemies within. For now, she didn't want to kill them. Through Tanglingzi and Damien's constant warnings, she'd learned the importance of information. Her body descended to the ground, the glacial sphere receding. She glanced at the Oga clan members who were watching her in awe, and immediately, they separated, leaving only a single old woman in Zara's line of sight. You must be an outsider, aren't you? The old woman said. Regardless of where you come from, you are the savior of our village today. Please allow me to thank you over a cup of tea. Zara's brows furrowed, but in the end, she nodded. After following the old woman into a hut she constructed in the ruins of the destroyed village, she sat down and asked her most pressing question. Why did they attack you? The old woman sighed. As I thought, you've come here unknowing of the terrifying situation. Child, instead of learning more, it would be best for you to leave. We are but a small village connected to the main Oga clan. The scale of this conflict isn't something a growing child like you should get involved in. It pains me to see promising youths die young. Zara shook her head in denial. Even then, you still have to tell me what's happening. If you don't, I'll release your enemies again. I have no reason to help you if you don't give me one. The old lady stared into Zara's eyes as if trying to read her soul. Her bright golden eyes were firm and laced with defiance. It was clear that she had no interest in running away. The old woman sighed as she spoke. Hadat fine. In the end, a true genius path cannot be hindered by anyone. This conflict's nature is simple. Currently, our beautiful realm of Aquazil is engulfed in chaos. For this, there is only a single reason: the Prominence War. Chapter 660 Prominence. 2. The Prominence War. Damien and the elders sat at a table together and conversed. Damien's status as an outsider was revealed instantly, so there was no need to put up a false front. Their conversation started from matters of the outside world, the Nox invasion, the different sectors and races of Grand Heaven's boundary, the dimensional leaderboard, etc., to matters of Aquazil with time. Now that they'd laid their cards on the table and built a modicum of trust, they finally arrived at the main topic. Yes, Aquazil has another name, the Sea God's Realm. The Prominence War is a war for sovereignty that takes place every 100,000 years. It is a fierce struggle between our 5 clans of Aquazil, the Sea God's descendants. The old man explained. That part is easy to understand. My question is, why, though? Wars for sovereignty aren't special. So what's the reason it only occurs every 100,000 years? Damien questioned. You're an observant one, I see. I don't mind telling you. After all, even if you know, nothing will change. The Prominence War only takes place every 100,000 years because that is the standard set by the Sea God. As for the reason for this standard to even exist, the reward for the final winner of the war is not merely sovereignty over Aquazil. Rather, it is sovereignty over the Emperor Bone Sea as a whole. Damien's eyes widened in shock. He slammed the table with surprise as he exclaimed, What? Is it even possible to have sovereignty over the Emperor Bone Sea? Of course, the old man replied with a smile. The entire Emperor Bone Sea is a treasure refined by the Sea God using his life's achievements and knowledge. Gaining sovereignty over it with individual strength is naturally nigh impossible, but if the Sea God grants the position, it will be universally accepted within the Emperor Bone Sea without question. Then that's impossible. The old man cut him off. Only the 5 clans, the Tefet clan, the Oga clan, the Hubo clan, the Verxus clan, and our Ruvia clan can lay claim to the throne. Our clans are descended from the sea god and his 5 wives respectively. Only by possessing the bloodline of one of these clans does one have the right to the throne in the Prominence War. Though, this doesn't mean you can't participate. It merely means that the rewards you gain will remain material. You'd essentially be playing the role of a mercenary for whichever clan decides to hire you. Damien sighed in astonishment as the old man finished speaking. Just what kind of person is the sea god? Is he still alive? The old man sighed as well, however, his sigh was far more downtrodden. The CGOD is dead. We do not know how or even where he died, but the Prominence War's existence is proof of his death. The legends tell many tales of the sea god. He was a man who reached the peak of death and water laws, even touching upon the law of creation. His wives were all mythical god beasts. None even close to ordinary. The legends are too numerous to recount at the moment, but I'm sure you understand just what kind of character the sea god was. Damien nodded strongly. He still remembered the system's message during his very first class change. The foundational laws of the universe were separated into layers: the 5 elements, life and death, space and time, creation and destruction, and perhaps something above even them. For the sea god to touch upon a law that symbolized the peak of the universe with its very existence was enough to show just what level of strength and influence he'd reached, not to mention, if the Emperor Bonesea was truly a treasure refined by him. He was clearly above the level of the grand heaven's boundary. Perhaps Damien was underestimating demigods, but he didn't believe a demigod could create something as intricate as the Emperor Bonesea. The Emperor Bonesea held in birth life. It was a self-contained macrocosm. It was just a single step below the ability to create one's own world, an ability that reached the realm of godhood. The Prominence War created by such an individual. Can't be simple, Damien muttered. The old man chuckled. Simple? Ha, not in the slightest. The condition to win the Prominence War is the complete extermination of the other 4 clans. Can that be called simple in any way, HM? There should only be a few hundred of you in each clan. No? It shouldn't be that hard. Damien asked curiously. The old man shook his head. You're wrong. We are merely an outer branch of the Ruvia clan. Our 5 clans contain millions of descendants each. If not for our bloodline bond, it would have been better to term us as empires, but I could have sworn I saw the barriers of this realm already. There's no way you can fit so many people here and conceal them so well. If they existed in the vicinity, I would have found them. Ah, you mean that barrier? That is but one of many. These barriers serve to separate various battlefields to lessen the chaos. We can battle without harming Aquazil's ecosystem through this method. Even if we are at war. None of us desire the destruction of Aquazil. Damien nodded once more. Most of his questions had been answered by now. I get the gist of the situation, but there's still one thing I don't understand. Why would the sea god want to exterminate his own lineage? Why is he asking his descendants to commit genocide against each other? And if this genocide took place during the past Prominence Wars as well, how are your 5 clans still existing? The old man smiled and nodded. I was waiting for you to ask. Our clans, when compared to the influences of the outside world, have a much stranger composition. Even after total extermination, our clans can repopulate. In truth, every beast in the Emperor Bonesea has a trace of the sea god's bloodline. When a beast reaches a certain level of bloodline maturity, they are transported to Aquazil and granted intelligence, becoming a part of their parent clan. When a total extinction of 4 clans occurs in the Prominence War, the winning clan is given time to grow and fortify the foundation of their influence before the other 4 clans are slowly reformed. When 100,000 years pass, the 5 clans will be at their peaks once more and the Prominence War will begin again. The old man's face fell. In the last war, our Ruvia clan was also eliminated. I've only seen scenes of that war through bloodline memories, but it was truly harrowing. It is not something I wish to see happen in my lifetime. That's understandable. Damien agreed. But by your reasoning, the clan who won the previous war should be considerably stronger than the other 4. Which clan was it? The old man looked out the hut's window, seemingly wishing for his gaze to pierce reality and show him what he wanted to see. The victors of the previous Prominence War. Were none other than the Tefid clan. Chapter 661 Prominence 3. Sun rays shot through Aquazil's crystal clear water as daybreak arrived upon it. The various settlements that had appeared during the nighttime vanished along with its entrance, hidden in the depths of the sand below, far separated from the outside world. Damien stood alone and gazed at this empty Aquazil. The wonder and youthful exuberance he showed the Ruvia clan elder were already gone from his visage. This mystic realm is interesting. He commented internally, the prominence war that the old elder boasted so heavily about. Clearly he was only open because he was sure Damien couldn't make any waves in this massive conflict. However, to Damien, the information he received was crucial. The way the prominence war and Aquazil as a whole were structured, with Damien's knowledge that Aquazil was indeed a mystic realm, held a completely different meaning. The prominence war is this mystic realm's task. It must have been something else when it first appeared in the world, but that sea god character managed to manipulate it and place it under his control, changing its structure to his liking. There was no reason to give the sea god clan sovereignty over the Emperor Bone Sea. While these clans were blinded by tradition and the prospect of absolute control, they didn't realize just how limited their control was. As long as they remained in Aquazil, the Emperor Bone Sea could only serve as a factory to produce more clan members for them. Their actual authority remained limited to Aquazil itself. The only way to utilize the full extent of this authority is to leave Aquazil, but they don't have the ability to do so. Even when they enter this realm, they do so unwillingly, forcefully transported here. Yet, they don't realize this due to their idolization of the sea god and the fact that his machinations are the root of their intelligence. In reality, the entire conflict is pointless. The prominence war was designed in a way where outsiders gain the most. Damien's blood began to boil with excitement. Only people with sea god bloodline qualified to bear the Emperor Bone Sea's crown? Laughable. For Damien, this obstacle was practically non-existent. Tepid clan, right? I wonder how they taste. A devious plan began cooking in his head. At first, Damien's only goal was exploration and satisfying his curiosity. He could only spend a maximum of 3 months in the Emperor Bone Sea before he needed to return to Hidden Death Valley for closed training and preparation for the yearly assessment, but with such a delectable cake placed right in front of his face, how could he stop himself from taking a bite? The prominence war. Isn't this a buffet for Damien? Zara thought to herself after hearing the old Oga woman's explanation. Damien's devour ability could easily grant him the qualifications to participate in the war. And if he decided to claim the Emperor Bone Sea for himself, could anyone truly stop him? Ah, it's a mystic realm. I get it now. She exclaimed out loud, though there was nobody nearby to hear her. Zara's brain worked at maximum capacity, and after a strenuous amount of thinking, she came to a similar, albeit less detailed, conclusion to Damien. Then, we need to participate, right? She asked herself. Without much thought, she pulled out her transmission token and poured mana into it. Zara? What's up? Damien's voice came from the other side. I just found some great information. It's about the prominence war. Oh? Okay then, let's hear it. Zara gave a brief rundown of what the old woman told her. While it was almost the same speech Damien received, it didn't have the same level of detail. Just like her previous inference, it was Zara's first time prying for information, after all. There were a few questions she could have asked that she missed due to inexperience, but for her first time, she truly did a spectacular job. Damien couldn't help but be impressed at her growth rate. What do you think we should do? He asked, curious about her response. Zara took a moment to think before answering. We should participate, and why is that, Because we can get stronger that way? These Sea God clan members smell tasty. I think they can aid my evolution. And also, don't tell me you aren't interested in controlling the Emperor Bone Sea? Ha ha ha. Damien laughed wildly. You're right. There's no way I'd let such an opportunity go. In fact, I already have a plan in mind. By the way, how are things going over at the Oga clan? The Oga clan village was destroyed in a battle with the Tepid clan. But don't worry. I helped them defeat the enemies and even kept them alive for questioning. How is it? Didn't I do good? I can't say you didn't. You've actually created a perfect opportunity for me. Damien's voice faded. While Zara questioned what he was doing, she noticed an aura approaching from the horizon. Damien's figure materialized in a bout of warped space, not far away from her location. This should be around the right place? He muttered to himself. As he looked around, he spotted Zara and smiled. Yo. A little wolf told me that you prepared a gift for me? He teased, I'm not little. Zara harumphed, if you want your gift, say I'm not little. Damien scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, you win. You're a big girl now and I'm an old man who has eyes but can't see. Are you happy now? Very. Zara said with a beaming smile. She waved her hand, allowing the shadow rose to rise from the ground and open up. The squirming bodies of the Tepid clan members were revealed to the world. Damien smiled wolfishly as he saw them. Could he ask for a more perfect situation? Well then, I'll thank you for this meal. He said. Void mana materialized at his fingertips and shot out as a group of hundreds of strings, each attaching to a Tepid clan member. Their bodies slowly faded into essence as Damien devoured them. Since they were already on the verge of death, the process didn't take long at all. Damien took a deep breath as he felt the changes in his body. Along with an evolution of his physique that allowed him to breathe underwater, a fourth bloodline had been added to his system, forming a link with the other three in their perpetual cycle. This is the sea god's bloodline? Honestly, I'm a little disappointed with the way the elder praised the sea god. Damien at least expected the man's bloodline to be magical or domineering. Instead, it was quite ordinary. He didn't gain any traits or strength from it at all. Even the experience he should have gotten from those kills was swallowed by his void mana for its own improvement, but devouring the Tepid clan members wasn't without reward. While he might not have gained anything material, he never desired material rewards in the first place. Now, he was a bona fide Tepid clan member himself. Because of Zara's help, he had easily gained the qualifications to take control of the sea god's legacy. All that was left now was to stir the pot a little. Chapter 662 Prominence. 4. Night fell in Aquazil once more, leading to the rise of civilization from the depths. The sea god clan's aversion to sunlight was strange to say the least, as it didn't seem to stem from a physical condition at all. Their actions were completely random from an outsider's perspective. Damien and Zara returned to the Ruvia and Oga clan branches respectively when they came out from their burrows. During the brief moment of respite they gained during the daytime, they had come up with a vague course of action to follow. The plan was simple. I want to speak to your clan head. I have a proposal that he surely wouldn't want to miss out on. Damien said with confidence. The clan head? Even if you wish to meet him, it will be difficult. The clan head rarely exits seclusion, and when he does, it is only for the most important events concerning the clan as a whole. The elder replied with furrowed brows. He didn't doubt Damien's qualifications to meet a figure with the clan head's status at all. After all, Damien's strength wasn't too different from his own. Damien nodded. He'd already expected this. Still, the village elder wasn't some small character, considering his strength. It was likely that the clan had positioned a large portion of its elders in these small battlefields to ensure that their subdivisions could survive. If Damien took this into consideration, he could be somewhat assured that the village elder had the means to contact the clan head as he wished. And if there was a point of contact, nothing more needed to be said. I can swear on my mana that you won't regret helping me this time. If my proposal succeeds, the Ruvia clan will benefit more than you could ever imagine. It might even be possible for the clan to usurp the throne. The village elder's eyes narrowed. Can you stand by what you just said? I'm aware that you haven't known about the Prominence War for long, so I can excuse your mistake this once. Do not play games with me. Damien shook his head in rebuttal. I'm not playing games. I truly have a plan. The village elder glanced into Damien's eyes. Strangely, he couldn't take Damien's words as mere nonsense. He hadn't known Damien for long. Nor did he have any reason to trust him. Still, he had the itching feeling that Damien's words contained some truth. He furrowed his brows in thought. He wasn't lying when he said contacting the clan head would be difficult. If he had something of note to tell the clan head, he might be able to rouse the latter's interest, but Damien was seemingly intent on keeping his proposal hidden. At the very least, hook me. If you can convince me to help you, then I can convince the clan head. The elder said firmly. Damien raised his brow. The elder's words sounded like a guarantee, and powerhouses didn't make guarantees easily. If the elder was truly so connected to the clan head, very well. For this plan, the end goal is the total annihilation of the Tepid clan. Damien and the Ruvia elder's conversation was mirrored by Zara and the Oga elder. The two worked in tandem, securing meetings with the central figures of these two great clans for only a single purpose, the downfall of the Tefid clan. Now that Damien had the qualifications to compete for sovereignty, he wasn't going to waste it. But at the same time, he couldn't stay in Aquazil until the Prominence War reached its finale. The Prominence War between the 5 clans was on the level of planetary warfare. To kill millions down to the roots would take time, especially when the enemy was of equal strength as the attacker. The Prominence War would at least take 5 years to a decade to reach completion. In this time, Damien would be long gone. He might even reach demigod status in 5 years, considering his past and current trajectory. He couldn't allow the war to prolong, especially since the Emperor Bone Sea would become a pivotal weapon in the war against the Nox if he could obtain it. The best way to use the 3 months he had was to get rid of the greatest competition. The Tefid clan who won the previous Prominence War was far larger and more powerful than the other 4 clans. Any single clan wouldn't be able to defeat them alone in a head-on battle, even if the clans worked together. Reaching the Tefid clan's peak experts was a challenge in itself. The number of 4th classes they'd raised over the years was immense. Damien and Zara's help could change a great deal of things. For one, they both had specialized spatial skills that could be used for concealment and transport. If one wanted to launch a heaven-shaking ambush, their combination was the greatest tool. The 2 of them were also experts in their own right. Their combined combat power surpassed a large majority of the elders of any clan. Plus, Damien's mana was nearly inexhaustible. Against a large number of enemies, he was a war machine. To eliminate the Tefid clan, they didn't need to cut the weeds and stomp the roots. This job could be left for the other 4 clans after they left Aquazil. As long as they could eliminate the Tefid clan's experts, their victory would be confirmed. What you're saying is true, but can you match your claims? It seems as if you consider yourself a force that can match an entire clan. The Ruvia elder questioned doubtfully. He knew Damien was strong, but to suggest turning the tides against the Tefid clan was insane. Maybe not by myself, Damien openly admitted. He wasn't stupidly arrogant enough to put himself on such a pedestal, but what if I can bring my own force to match? And what if the Oga clan also agrees to cooperate with us? The village elder's eyebrows jumped as he fell into thought. He ignored Damien's claims about his own force since he didn't believe a young child like him could accomplish so much at his age. But if the Oga clan and Ruvia clan cooperated with a spatial expert aiding them in bypassing barriers, it might be possible. It was a wild thought to have. In normal circumstances, the 2 clans together still couldn't compete with the Tefid clan. In the 100,000 years after the previous Prominence War, the Tefid clan's society had taken major leaps. Their techniques and technologies were far too advanced for the other clans to understand. This meant that their defenses were nigh unbreakable, but Damien's spatial ability erased this obstacle entirely. If they could ignore the Tefid clan's technology and only had to focus on battling their experts, their chances of success were greatly heightened. I can't completely trust this plan, nor do I have the appropriate knowledge to judge its success. I guess I should congratulate you for hooking me thoroughly. To discuss further, the clan head's presence is necessary. The village elder was cynical about their chances, but he wasn't an idiot. The plan Damien suggested was full of holes due to his lack of knowledge, but the overall structure was indeed viable. A transmission talisman lit up in the elder's hand. On the other side, Chapter 663 Prominence 5, geographically speaking, the structure of the Ruvia clan was extremely loose. The clan was divided into countless subdivisions and their forces were spread thin. Only within a single section of Aquazil could the Ruvia clan be considered truly strong. This was the same location where the village elder's message was directed. Within a relatively large city containing many thousands of Ruvia clan members, there was one building that stood out more than the rest. Nothing about this building gave away its uniqueness. Whether it was the architectural design or materials, they weren't much different from any of the surrounding buildings. However, whenever a Ruvia clan member passed in front of this building, they'd take a moment to bow in reverence. This was the home of their clan head. He was a stoic man and often his gait would terrify people even if that wasn't his intent, but in his heart, he was a man who put his clan above all else. The clan head was benevolent. His existence was what allowed the Ruvia clan to flourish to its current apparent prosperity. Even when it came to matters of succession, he promoted democracy. He didn't want to see the Ruvia clan fall into a pit of internal conflict. The clan head was a large man, standing around 7 feet tall. He had short, spiky black hair and an angular face, the deep scar running from his forehead to his collarbone being his most eye-catching feature. At the moment, he held a transmission talisman in his hand, his brows creased in thought. Elderable? What could this be about? He wondered, the second he injected his mana into the talisman and heard the message's contents. However, the sternness of his face became increasingly firm. This could work. He didn't waste his time doubting the fractured plan. With the framework he'd been provided and his own tactical knowledge, he was able to piece together the makings of a truly viable plan. That spatial expert will become the key to this plan's success or failure. Before I make any decisions, I must first test his worth. Just like that, Damien's entry into the Ruvia clan's main headquarters was secured. As long as he could properly display his prowess to the clan head, his journey would be infinitely smooth. However, the same couldn't be said for Zara. Compared to Damien, she received entry into the Oga clan's headquarters much faster. But the atmosphere was much different. Unlike the benevolence and tactical prowess of the Ruvia clan, the Oga clan specialized in brutality. As Zara had witnessed for herself, the Oga clan was a realm of berserkers where results would be obtained by any means possible. For the sake of destroying the Tefid clan, their disposition was actually welcomed. Their recklessness would greatly aid the allied force in pressing forward, but to convince them to even take part in said plan was a hurdle of immense proportions. Zara stood in a large palace facing a woman sitting on a throne of bones. Her eyes were cold and ruthless, her body prone in preparation for any danger, still not willing to submit? Presumptuous! The woman roared. 5 men and women appeared from the shadows and launched themselves at Zara. Their eyes dyed red with bloodlust. Before they could even reach her, they were frozen into blocks of ice and skewered by shadows. Your people are not strong enough to force me. Give up before I decide to get serious. Zara stated. The woman in front of her wasn't even the Oga clan head. She was merely a great elder. While her status was also high, she didn't have any authority to move the entire clan. Only, when Zara first entered the clan, the great elder took a liking to her. Wanting her as both a beast companion and a sex slave, the great elder began to pressure Zara through strength and numbers. Unfortunately, she overestimated herself. Now that they'd reached this point, a few tens of her subordinates had been mercilessly slaughtered and Zara looked just as pristine as she did when she first entered. Her claims about the great elder being too weak to force her were extremely true. I haven't attacked you because I have business with your clan head. Aside from that, any extra strength will be welcome in the future. Before I'm forced to strike a blow against the Oga clan, stop your nonsense. Zara spoke coldly and calmly as if she was unbothered, but she was boiling with fury on the inside. She wanted to rip this woman to shreds. She wanted to show the great elder the true meaning of brutality. The brutality of the first dungeon. Her bestial instincts and bloodline were screaming at her to raise hell, but she suppressed these instincts to the best of her ability. She wouldn't allow her bloodline to control her into making more mistakes. She would tame it and force it to submit. The great elder could only count herself lucky for Zara's consideration. She, unfortunately, didn't seem to realize the great grace she'd been bestowed. You lowly mutt. A great being like me has declared you worthy of being my slave, yet you reject? Then die. The great elder outstretched her arm, causing her bone throne to rattle. The countless humanoid bones raised into the air and sharpened into blades. Moving thereafter to fill Zara with holes. However, what the hell do you think you're doing? A chilly atmosphere filled the throne room. The bone weapons, mid-flight, were halted in their tracks. Another woman walked through the entrance. The sight of her instantly caused the great elder to cower. See clan head, she whispered respectfully, bowing her head. Clan head? You have the audacity to call me that? You took my guest and tried to turn her into a slave. Is that the behavior a great elder should show? But the great elder protested. The clan head had never objected to her behavior before. Many so-called guests had become dogs for the great elder to abuse as she pleased. But Zara was different. The weight Zara held surpassed the great elder by leagues. Should her claims be true, the great elder immediately felt a grand surah envelop her. Her bone throne shattered into countless fragments that pierced into her skin, and the aura suppression's weight forced her to her knees, her head planted on the floor. You must be Zara. The Oga clan head said, ignoring the groveling great elder. My name is Rhea, and I am the one you came here to meet. Zara nodded noncommittally. Well met. I guess your attitude is reasonable considering how you've been treated until now. But don't you think you're looking down on me too much? The clan head said, No. You're the one looking down on me. Don't try to be subtle with your bullshit and tell me outright. You want to fight? No, Zara bared her fangs. Ever since entering the Oga clan, her battle lust had been at an all-time high. Something about the primal atmosphere made her want to rip everyone who even slightly disrespected her to shreds, and it wasn't like she was the only one feeling this way. The clan head, ever since hearing about Zara's proposal, had been itching for a fight. A girl weaker than she was actually dared to dream so big? She dared to think up a plan that even she, the Oga clan head, wasn't able to realize. Audacious, before anything else, she wanted to put Zara in her place. Because a dog that didn't follow orders wasn't a dog she needed. Chapter 664 Prominence 6. Rhea, the Oga clan head, and Zara switched locations, arriving in an empty field where they could fight to their heart's content. Rather than saying they held animosity towards each other, it was better to say that they were just looking for excuses to fight. Rhea was the head of a berserker clan, so her bloodlust could be easily explained. Zara's situation, however, was far more complicated. Whether it was her nature as a beast, her mysterious bloodline, or even her inherent disposition, none had ever been peace-loving. Zara and Damien grew up together in the first dungeon and were equally influenced by its environment. But while Damien slowly learned to control himself and somewhat adapt to society, Zara wasn't the same. Unlike him, she had no reason to do so. She was a beast. Unless she went to the beast domain, she would never be treated the same as other existences. The humanoid races of the universe considered both beasts and plants as below them, but unlike plants who were left alone, beasts were often enslaved and controlled as mounts or companions. Zara despised this idea. As she became more comfortable with her identity, as she understood what it meant to live as an individual, she became unable to accept this reality. The only exception was Damien. Because while she did indeed view him as a sort of master, he never treated her as such. In fact, he was the main driving force behind her quest for independence and her ability to realize problems on her own. In the current situation, Zara's behavior could be considered venting. Along with this, she was well aware that with the Oga clan's nature, this duel was clearly a test of her worth. If she couldn't prove herself, she'd be demeaned and rejected. If she could, she'd thoroughly force the Oga clan to submit to her. You're quite brave following me out here, Rhea said mockingly, pulling Zara out of her clouded mental state. Looking at Rhea, Zara didn't feel any fear. Instead, she felt an excitement she'd been missing for a very long time. Don't talk with words. Use your fists instead. Without entertaining pointless sophistry, Zara turned into an array of shadows that split and snaked through the ground at different trajectories. They instantly surrounded Rhea before reforming into a physical body as Zara shot her fist out at lightning speed. Rhea scoffed and moved her body slightly, allowing the fist to pass by. Her arm shot out to grab Zara's throat right after. Ha! This is all you had? And you think you're worthy of my help? Pathetic, Tui. Zara's split landed square in Rhea's eye. Shut up, bitch. We haven't even started yet. Thanks to the swearing habit she picked up from Damien, she was able to easily enrage Rhea, whose ego had become bloated due to her position. Just as Rhea tried to ruthlessly crush Zara's throat, her body turned immaterial, dispersing into the air. Engulf. Zara's voice rang out from her original position. Her body remained there as if she never moved. Her shadow expanded from beneath her feet, following her words and engulfing the entire area. Die. The pseudo-domain she created pressed down on Rhea, limiting her speed. Zara's body shifted the second it happened, arriving next to her and striking with precision. Bang! Her claws collided with Rhea's outstretched arm, letting out a dull thump. Instead of drawing back, Zara pushed on with her attack. Bang! 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 Her claws slashed like drifting shadows, elusive and ethereal, but every single swipe of her arm contained the power to tear a normal early fourth class to shreds. In comparison, Rhea's movements were crude. She used the most basic blocking patterns imaginable, but the raw power of her defense was enough to contend against Zara's technique. Not bad. I thought this would be boring, but you might actually give me a good fight. Rhea exclaimed, It's my turn now. In that moment, her arm became a flash of light. Before Zara even realized it, a fist was mere millimeters away from her face. Chronolock. She rapidly utilized her ice laws to freeze time, but Rhea's capabilities far exceeded her imagination. The fist, though somewhat slowed, was still too fast for her to react in time. bang, Zara took a punch to the face and was sent flying backwards. Stabilizing herself in the air, she wiped the blood from her nose and sneered, weak. Without an ounce of hesitation, she dove back in. Now partially transformed into her beast form, Zara continued her melee with Rhea. Her brutality slowly began to match her opponent's. The two danced around each other in a battle of blood, dyeing the ground red in their own. Whether it was Rhea or Zara, neither was unscathed as they clashed hundreds of times every instant. Zara was skilled in mid-range combat more than anything else. While she did have a strong body as a beast, it had to be remembered that the Sea God clans were God-beast descendants. On top of that, the Oga clan specifically was specialized in physical combat. Challenging Rhea in this way was completely impractical, but Zara didn't care about practicality. She didn't even care about winning as fast as possible. She wanted to destroy Rhea in her area of expertise. Only in this way would the Oga clan bow down to her. Now, Zara's eyes hardened. Her claw slashed out, laced with a grayish mana that had never seen the light of day before. Deconstruction, lightspeed, show. Her body moved too fast for sound to keep up with her. Her claw turned into a blur of light, and as if it teleported, completely changed trajectories in an instant. Zara retreated immediately. As she did, a fountain of blood sprayed out from Rhea's chest. The gash Zara created only stopped expanding when it reached her neck. She's strong, Zara realized. Her slash had surpassed the speed she could move without the help of her self-created skill. She used light laws themselves to aid her speed, yet Rhea still managed to narrowly dodge her throat being gouged out. Cook. Rhea coughed. A trail of blood leaked from her lips. Not BADAT this level, maybe it really will be possible to carry out your plan. Fine. I've decided. The Oga clan will earnestly hear your proposal and make the decision that benefits us most without an ounce of bias. While I can't say for certain, we will most likely participate in your insanity. Her gaze locked on Zara, a light of madness coloring her eyes. But we aren't done with just this much, right? A red aura covered her body. A thick smell of blood permeated the air as her bloodlust spread. From now on, she was clearly going to take this fight seriously, and Zara wasn't one to deny such an entertaining battle. Her body shifted. Her beautiful form expanded into that of a terrifying winged black wolf. Her shadow turned murky, almost mirroring the appearance of muddy water. Within that shadow, a pair of golden eyes shone ruthlessly. Zara's maw widened into a harrowing grin. Her wings flapped a single time in a motion that could only be called graceful. But the aftermath was anything but. The surrounding few thousand kilometers were enveloped in a terrifying explosion, signifying the beginning of the battle's second round. Chapter 665 First Act 1. Now that she'd reached 4th class, the sheer size of Zara's beast form had reached untold proportions. If she truly expanded to her greatest size, she would become a being that stood a few hundred kilometers in height. For a large-scale brawl, this form would allow her to net a greater amount of damage for the same amount of effort. Since she was only fighting a single opponent, though, Zara made sure to limit her size to the appropriate level. She wasn't much bigger than Rhea when they clashed. Her terrifying paws were coated in a deep blackness that seemed to suck one's soul. Her gaping maw was lined with razor-sharp teeth sharper than any chaos-ranked artifact. With this body made for killing, she became a completely different monster. The way she used her laws also morphed, becoming more bestial and instinctual. Concepts like techniques were simply thrown to the wind. Boom! Rhea's body slammed into Zara's side heavily, the dark red aura around her expanding into a material construct and exponentially heightening her striking power. Cook! Zara coughed out a mouthful of blood, but didn't budge from her spot. Shadows shot up from the ground and mounted her to her position. At the same time, a massive shard of ice jutted out from the area Rhea impacted, heading straight for her forehead. Ha! Rhea shouted enthusiastically. She ducked her body under the ice shard and punched upward, shattering it with a single fist. Her leg kicked up at Zara's underbelly in hopes of finding a weak spot. Bang! Zara bowled in pain. In the first place, Rhea was stronger than her purely based on levels. Zara's advantages came in the form of elemental affinities and human techniques, both of which she learned to use in the outside world. Rhea's striking range was limited to where her body could reach. But for Zara, the underbelly that Rhea tried to attack was coated in a thick layer of ice. Even the shadows projected by her body onto the ground responded to her calls, forming an airtight defense for her most obvious weak spot. Rhea's kick made impact, and the shockwave caused Zara immense pain, but she didn't get off scot-free either. She found a murky black layer of frost covering her leg, slowing her movement by a small amount, only, this small amount would become far greater if she allowed Zara to continue. Rhea narrowed her eyes. She wasn't used to fighting against somebody who could counter her so well. In Aquazil, there were no clans who held either shadow or ice affinities, both of which being exclusive to creatures of the surface or of environments that matched their affinities. Despite Aquazil's denizens living their lives nocturnally, they were never truly connected to the darkened. Instead, their sea god bloodline forced them to maintain a connection with the sea alone. The two clashed for what seemed like the 1000th time. Regardless of how much blood they lost or how brutal their fight became, neither seemed to have any intention of stopping. Off to the side, high-ranking members of the Ogre clan watched in awe. There were never enough opponents. Whenever enemies came, the elders were usually enough to slaughter them. In reality, they'd rarely ever seen their clan head fight to her full capabilities. At the same time, nobody dared to fight her and find out her limits. They were well aware based on her aura alone how much stronger she was than them, but seeing this current battle, they realized they'd vastly underestimated their clan head. The mere shockwaves from the ongoing clash continuously forced their bodies back, and that was after they'd been dispersed by the seawater. Among this group, the Great Elder was especially shaken. Zara could fight head-to-head with the clan head. What right did she have to act the way she did? Her body shivered in terror. If Zara didn't hold back during their previous interaction, it's not too late. It's not too late, she chanted religiously in her head. As long as she could keep her life, she didn't mind becoming Zara's dog. She wasn't someone with a strong mentality, anyway. She was the type to vent her inferiority complex on those under her. Nevertheless, the Great Elder received several pitying glances from the surrounding elders while they observed the battle. At this time, Zara and Rhea stood 10 meters apart. Zara's fur was matted in blood, deep holes puncturing into her body. Rather than external injuries, the internal injuries she racked up were far more terrifying. As for Rhea, she was also covered in blood from head to toe. Harrowing gashes ruined her toned visage, making her seem like a mutated science experiment rather than a sentient being. Blood dripped down her face and splashed into her eyes and mouth. She licked her lips and savored its taste. It's been so long since I could fight like this. Quahahaha. She roared. She'd truly gone mad from battle lust. Zara watched her indifferently, but internally, she was suppressing the same madness that Rhea was letting loose. This battle won't end for a very long time. We are evenly matched in physical defense, and while her physical attack is better than mine, my elemental attacks can match her. If this goes on, enough. She spoke out loud, attracting Rhea's attention. Enough? You think this is enough? It won't be enough until one of us is dead. Rhea shouted in protest. Zara shook her head. Get it together. We aren't here to fight each other, but to talk about cooperating. Continuing further isn't good for us. No matter how much she wanted to continue fighting, she knew her priorities. It wasn't just Damien who wished to finish their part in this war quickly and return to Hidden Death Valley. Zara also had this desire. She wanted to compete with peak geniuses who were similar in age to her. Aside from that, she wanted to see the ongoing war. The Nox played a large role in her origins. She could grow by consuming their power, as she'd learned through the Death Seed. Rather than waste time in a fight where she would gain nothing, she chose progress. The Zara of the past would have never made this decision. Nor would she have even realized the decision's existence in the first place. I refuse to end this fight without declaring a winner, Rhea said. After listening to Zara, she did manage to regain a semblance of sanity. She understood clearly how important Zara's proposal would be to the Ogre clan's survival, but still, she couldn't run from her nature. It was in her blood to fight until the brutal end. Zara sighed. She figured it would be this way. Then, there was no other choice. The solution is simple. Instead of physical combat, let's compete in status. Status? Rhea asked, tilting her head curiously. Zara nodded in affirmation. Right. You're a god beast descendant, aren't you? Let's compete in bloodlines. The first to fall to the other's suppression loses. Rhea raised her brow in surprise and said, HM? You want to compete with me in bloodlines? Ha, you're quite the confident one. Her aura flared in excitement. If it's bloodlines, I will never lose. Come. Show me what gives you the confidence to contend with the sea god. Chapter 666 First Act, 2, Come. Show me what gives you the confidence to contend with the sea god. With a heroic shout, Rhea galvanized her aura. The slumbering sea god bloodline in her body began to boil, coming to the forefront. In that instant, her appearance went through a massive shift. Aquamarine reptilian scales covered her body, her eyes turned into hollow sockets filled with blue flames, her hair lengthened and seemed to gain sentience, and finally, her mouth turned into a maw of jagged teeth. The god-beast ancestor of the Oga clan was of a species called Charybdis. The original Charybdis was a gargantuan creature even more terrifying than the fifth primal sovereign, and after her bloodline merged with the sea gods to create the Oga clan. The bloodline's monstrosity only grew. Unfortunately, the sea god bloodline that the current sea god clans carried was heavily diluted. The sea god and his wives were existences from millions of years ago, after all. Therefore, unfortunately, Rhea's bloodline wasn't anywhere near the original Charybdis in power. It was the same reason she didn't have a beast form of her own, at best having a partial transformation similar to Damien's. Still, this didn't mean her bloodline wasn't powerful. The second its immense aura blanketed the surroundings, the Oga clan elders watching the battle were forced to their knees in submission. Zara felt the bloodline's coercive force wrap around her body, arrogantly trying to force her to do the same, but instead of gritting her teeth and enduring, she scoffed. It wasn't intentional at all, but rather an instinctual reaction. She didn't even control it, nor did she have to rouse her bloodline to counter. The mystery of Zara's bloodline began at birth. In truth, she never had something like a parent. There were other wolves Zara grew up with before being chased by the first dungeon's 40th floor boss wyvern, but none of these were her kin. They merely included her due to their shared species. Zara, however, never felt a connection to these wolves. She knew from the start just how different she was. After all, her intelligence started developing far earlier than most beasts. In essence, Zara always felt a sense of loneliness deep within her. The source of this loneliness was none other than her bloodline, the unique part of her being that separated her from all others. The only one she'd ever felt a true bloodline connection with was Aaliyah. Through her years of traveling with Damien, she'd been to multiple worlds, multiple realms, fantastical environments with new species she'd never seen before, but never once did these provide any clues about her bloodline. Aaliyah was the first hint, and the second was the death seed. Through these, she could only confirm that she had some sort of connection with the Nox, but did that really explain her bloodline in any way? As said bloodline voluntarily boiled inside her body, she found herself wondering again, just what was she? The stronger she got, the closer she got to the answer. For now, though, Zara's mysterious bloodline flared in response to Rhea's challenge, as if insulted by the fact that a mere diluted sea god bloodline dared even think to compete. Her beast form became more pronounced, not only growing to its full size of several hundred kilometers, but also becoming more powerful with each passing second. Woong. Woong. Woong, a strange sound followed the waves of power fluctuation leaking from her body. Her bloodline aura spread and engulfed Rhea's, dyeing the world black. This blackness didn't cease. It expanded to cover thousands of kilometers both in distance and height. And as it did, the aura it gave off caused several manifested phenomena: death, destruction, blood, violence, brutality. These concepts were only some encapsulated by her aura. Scenes of brutal slaughter, of universal destruction, of unthinkable torture, spread and infected the minds of those trapped in the blackness, submerging them in an inescapable illusion. KHH. Rhea let out a strained breath and bit her tongue until it bled, doing her best to keep consciousness. Her body shivered in fear. Her sea god bloodline desperately tried to retreat into her body to escape Zara's bloodline aura. What is this? She panicked inwardly. Never in her life did she expect to encounter a bloodline more powerful than hers, let alone one that trumped her to this extent. A piercing shriek came from far away. The great elder, among the crowd of Oga clan elders, fell to her knees clutching her head. Stop. Stop. Make it stop. Her soul-rending cries cut through the blackness, inadvertently helping the others regain some sanity. Unfortunately, reality was even more terrifying than those illusions. The smell of death lingered around them. It felt like perverted hands were crawling up their bodies, grabbing them by the throats and ordering them to submit. The elders shook, unable to bear the disgusting feeling. The great elder was even worse. She was foaming from the mouth, blood leaking from her every orifice. Only Rhea could withstand the bloodline's pressure, albeit barely. Her knees were bent as if begging her to let them touch the ground. Still, she refused to submit. She glared up into Zara's massive eyes with an unyielding gaze. Even as her bloodline abandoned her, she accepted it. She couldn't beat Zara. Even if she used her bloodline earlier, if Zara just used her own, she'd have lost in an instant. But just because she couldn't win didn't mean she would lose. At the very least, she'd resist until the bitter end. Zara herself didn't notice the commotion she caused at all. In her mind, a fierce battle was taking place. She fought against a shadowy being without form, a manifestation of her bloodline. She fought so she could control her body. There was a reason Zara didn't touch her bloodline often. Whenever it came into effect, she maintained the risk of losing her ego to it, becoming an insatiable slaughter machine. If Zara lost this fight, there was no hope left for her. Nonetheless, this fight was one she'd fought endlessly during her time with Tanglingzi. Controlling her bloodline was half the training she did, and by far the most grueling. Not yet. I won't fall to you, she roared in defiance. Her eyes shone with brilliant golden light, creating a thick mental barrier around her body. Jejejage. Child, why fight? Become one with me, and you will obtain the power to rule the world. Tell me, didn't you want to stand by that little boyfriend of yours? Zara gritted her teeth in anger. You deceptive bitch. What's the point in having power if I have to give up my soul in exchange? I want to stand by Damien as myself, not the lunatic you turned me into. Her mental barrier strengthened to its maximum. The golden light around her spread through the surroundings, cleansing the bloodline's darkness. Jejejage, then it is not time yet. Do not worry, child, for we shall become one in time. When that moment arrives, we will see whether or not you still reject us. The being's voice faded. The shadows in Zara's spiritual world faded. Now alone, she took many deep breaths to readjust her mental state. She didn't like the way that being spoke. Even ignoring the strangeness of the fact that it could speak at all, its tone seemed to suggest that Zara would eventually submit to it regardless of the circumstances. As her consciousness returned to the material world, she made a silent vow to herself, a vow she'd made dozens of times in the past. The day my bloodline succeeds in enveloping me. Will be the day I die. Chapter 667 First Act 3. As soon as Zara regained control over her body, her bloodline suppression vanished as if it never existed. Her body shrank and morphed back into her human form. Wrapped in a beautiful black dress, Rhea undid her transformation as well, sighing in relief. Despite her ferocity in the moment, she didn't actually want to die. It was relieving that the whole ordeal was done with. Her rationality had long since been returned to her. The unquenchable bloodlust she'd been emitting was gone entirely. Her body flashed over to the elders to check on their conditions. Other than some light trauma from the prior illusions, they were completely intact. The great elder, on the other hand, her mind nearly shattered. It was unknown whether Zara did it consciously or subconsciously, but her aura had specifically targeted the great elder among the crowd. Bringing her an utterly mind-breaking experience. She would never be the same again, and even if her mind was healed, her combat prowess would take a steep dive. Rhea sighed. Such was the consequence of offending someone who shouldn't be offended. The great elder's antics, though silently allowed by her, were bound to bring her downfall sooner or later. It was just a shame that Rhea didn't have the ability to save her when that time came. Nevertheless, she didn't hold any grudges against Zara. In fact, her opinion was the exact opposite: a domineering and mysterious bloodline, strength that far surpassed her level, strong law comprehension, and endless talent, facing someone who had all of these factors combined. How could she not be in awe? It didn't take long for her to make a decision. Her knees bent, hitting the ground with a dull thump. With her head lowered in Zara's direction, she spoke. We, the Oga clan, have never submitted to anyone regardless of strength. We are prideful beings who dare to contend with any and everything. However, you have completely suppressed us. Even if our entire clan decided to battle you, your bloodline alone would be enough to defeat us. Thus, I have made my decision. Her eyes raised, meeting Zara's. Within was a light of admiration that wasn't present before. The Oga clan will submit to you as our new leader. Former clan head Rhea greets the clan head. The elders' eyes widened in shock at this declaration, but without fail, they all mirrored Rhea's posture. The Oga clan greets the clan head. Zara's eyes widened in just as much shock as theirs. Clan head? Since when did she ask for such a position? Inwardly panicking, she hurriedly waved her arms in denial. What are you talking about? I don't have the experience or leadership ability to lead a clan. If you follow me, it'll only hurt you in the long run. Rhea immediately refuted her, saying, "You're wrong. Someone who can make the bold decision to fight the entire Tefid clan, regardless of the means you use, is worthy of leading us." Please accept this position. Zara continued to hesitate even after hearing Rhea's impassioned speech. Really, she wasn't even the one who came up with that plan. The basis of their trust was a scam, but before she could deny again, a voice in the distance stopped her. "Oh ho? Something interesting is happening here. I see." 2 men appeared on the horizon, one old and one young. Naturally, they were Damien and the Ruvia clan head, Damien. Zara yelped upon seeing him. She didn't expect him to come perfectly when she was in such an embarrassing situation. "What? Why are you embarrassed? If they want to take you as their leader, accept them. Even if you can only act as a spiritual pillar for now, it doesn't mean you'll never grow into your role. Just follow your heart without worrying about the consequences. After all, aren't I here to clean up after you if you make a mess?" Damien smiled warmly as he watched Zara's bewildered reaction. He'd been forced to realize it over and over again, but it never seemed to fully set in. That little wolf from back then, the one who was too shy and insecure to leave his shadow, had grown into a fine woman. Every time she took another step forward, it filled him with immense joy. He didn't know what it was like to have siblings, but seeing Zara grow up made him understand what the closeness of family was truly like. Even if he had to eat a loss, if it meant Zara's happiness, he wouldn't mind doing so. I'll need to have a long talk with Tanglingzi when I get back. If she doesn't let me see what Zara went through after separating from me." Damien shook off the thought. He didn't even know when the Grand Assembly would take place, so there was no point thinking about his people in the human domain. Doing so would only depress and distract him. Just as Damien was warmed by Zara's growth, Zara felt bliss from Damien's encouragement. If there was one thing she desired above all else, it was praise from the person she idolized. He would always be there to support her. Just this fact alone gave her immeasurable confidence. "Fine. I will accept the position of clan head. But I will not stay here forever. When I leave, I will delegate my authority to Rhea until my return. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, clan head." The Oga clan elders and Rhea shouted in unison. "Good then," Zara said smilingly. Now, onto the important matter. Her gaze traveled back to Damien and the Ruvia clan head. Finally freed from their kneeling position, the Oga clan members finally looked over at the two as well. "You, Maximus?" Rhea shouted in astonishment. Damien was the only one who talked previously, so she didn't even notice his presence. Now that she had, she felt a deep sense of shame bubbling up inside her. Rhea, have you been well? It's been a very long time since I've seen you in such a position." The Ruvia clan head, Maximus, responded jovially. Rhea's face immediately went red. "What are you saying in front of everybody?" Alright, I'm sorry, okay? While I do want to take some time to catch up with you, we have important business to discuss first. My little friend Damien here came to me with an interesting proposal, you see. I trust little Zara had done the same with you, Rhea responded. We, the Oga clan, have already decided to follow clan head Zara to death. And you, of course, my Ruvia clan will also be joining. With what the Tefid clan has done to our people, how could I reject? Besides, this boy seems to know much more than I expected. With the help of these two, our chances of success are surprisingly high. Damien smiled off to the side as he listened to them converse. Ignoring the deep relationship that Maximus and Rhea seemingly shared, Maximus' last sentence was the main source of his smile. Damien had almost forgotten after all this time, but Devour experienced a tremendous evolution during his baptism, namely, it allowed him to consume memories. After devouring those Tefid clan members that Zara caught, he actually acquired a substantial amount of information on the clan subdivisions and structure. After all, one of those who Zara caught was a Tefid clan elder. Unfortunately, he didn't have information on the Tefid clan's main headquarters, but with Damien's new ability, it was only a matter of time. To Maximus, who was unaware of this fact, they only had a high chance of defeating the Tefid clan, but to Damien, this future was all but assured. The three parties who would be participating in the raid were finally gathered, their cooperation secured. If Damien added his own forces on top of that, the Tefid clan's total annihilation was just around the corner. Chapter 668 First Act 4. the overall structure of the plan was simple. Between the three forces, there were several 100,000 able-bodied soldiers who could be dispatched. These soldiers would be used to attack the Tethid clan subdivisions, most of which Damien knew the structure of and location of, when the Tethid clan's attention was divided trying to support these subdivisions. They would launch a fierce attack on the main headquarters, killing the Tethid clan head and his strongest subordinates. Each secondary team was led by 3 fourth-class beings, one from each of the involved forces, in case of emergency. Lucius, White Dragon King, Elvera, and the 2 Phoenix matriarchs were placed in these secondary teams. In fact, even Feng Qinger and Lunaria Snow exited the sanctuary for the first time to participate, following their mothers. Since Damien and Zara independently briefed Maximus and Rhea about the outline of the plan, the actual strategy meeting didn't take long. Maximus and Rhea provided their own input based on their knowledge and fleshed out the plan. After revising the improved version for an entire night, there was no need to say more. The plan was set in motion. The secondary teams shot into the horizon, spreading thin as they chased down their targets. Now, Damien and the rest only had to wait for results. Feng Qinger looked around as she flew through the crystal-clear waters of Aquazil. She'd never imagined the possibility of such an environment existing. The 3,000 Beast Mountain range was entirely landlocked, and while it did have its fair share of rivers and lakes, the volume of water in the entirety of the mountain range couldn't even match a portion of Aquazil if she'd remained trapped in her own bubble for the rest of her life. It was unknown if she would have ever truly grown into a powerhouse. A sigh leaked from her mouth. That Damien she got to know in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range seemed so distant now. In a few short years, he'd promoted to the same level of strength as her mother. Meanwhile, she stagnated, unable to cross the final barrier and receive her baptism. How do you do it? She wondered. She knew he was a freak from the beginning, but she was still astonished to see his progress, and at the same time, she mourned a bit thinking about what he had to go through to reach that point. She was able to leisurely train in the comfort of the sanctuary, slowly accumulating her comprehension and raising her level to grow. While this environment was wondrous, Damien clearly didn't have any semblance of this peace in his own life, despite being the sanctuary's creator. In fact, he rarely ever visited the sanctuary at all. He treated it like an independent world that he was visiting rather than his own domain. Nevertheless, Feng Qinger didn't remain thinking about Damien for long. Her anticipation was killing her. There were plenty of conflicts in the sanctuary, but because everyone was on the same side, there were never any life or death battles. The Storm Heavens realm that was recently added to the sanctuary was a breath of fresh air, allowing her to once again experience growth through struggle. But even then, the Storm Heavens realm didn't align with her affinities, so at most, it could only train her physical body. Now that she was outside, and partaking in a war no less, she was guaranteed the experience she so desired. How could she not be excited? Feng Qinger's gaze refocused on the horizon. Their force had already been traveling for a few days. They'd traveled through multiple barriers that separated different battlefields and were now finally arriving at their destination, and they were just in time for nightfall. Roughly 3 hours of flying later, the sun faded behind the horizon. The Fire Phoenix matriarch, Feng Yuxiang, took a spatial ring off of her finger and poured mana into it. What exited wasn't items, but rather people. Since they traveled during the daytime to increase their speed and distance covered, Damien designed some pocket dimensions to hold the Sea God clan members who were traveling with them. This convenience was the only reason they reached their destination in a matter of days rather than weeks. Feng Yuxiang spoke. We are only a few hundred kilometers away from our destination. This Tethid camp is the most peripheral camp in the western region of Aquazil. We will start from here and make our way inward until we meet the main force at the Tethid clan's headquarters. The Sea God clan members rapidly regained their wits upon hearing her words and nodded. This plan cannot fail. If it does, our entire alliance faces the threat of total annihilation. Everyone. Lady Feng's orders are absolute, as declared by the clan head. Disobedience means death. A man shouted to his fellow clan members. He was the Ruvia clan 4th class assigned to Feng Yuxiang's group, named Leon. Next to him stood a muscled woman with tan skin from the Oga clan. Tara, the Tethid's rule is over. Let's let them experience the taste of defeat. She roared. Vuvu. The Oga clan members let out a fierce battle cry that shook the waters. Smiling at their actions, Feng Yuxiang gave the order, charge. Hundreds of kilometers were covered in a matter of minutes. And the Tethid clan peripheral subdivision was destroyed only a few minutes later. They didn't stand a chance. Feng Yuxiang didn't even have to act. When they first arrived, Terra ripped out the throat of the overseeing elder, killing him instantly and causing the remaining Tephet forces' morale to steeply drop. It was a slaughter after that. With Feng Qinger at the head, the Ruvia, Oga, and Sanctuary forces acted without mercy. When the battle was over, nobody thought to rest. Their time was extremely precious at the moment, and as rapidly as they could, they had to destroy as many Tephet subdivisions as possible. Feng Qinger grinned to herself. In this aquatic environment, she wasn't just severely limited. She was essentially crippled. The strength of her fire element without the backing of laws was decreased to a negligible level, forcing her to use both technique and creativity to make up the difference. In such conditions, the fighting capability she could show dropped to match her level, but this only excited her more. The challenge she had been seeking, this was it. A place where she was pathetically weak and a place where she could become abnormally strong. Her gaze drifted to the horizon. With this environment, I should be able to at least touch the precipice of 4th class by the time our raid is over. To have fun, with a smile on her face as she followed the rest of the troops to the next Tephet subdivision. She suddenly had a thought, Luna.is probably thriving in this environment. I almost feel bad for the people who have to fight her. Lunaria and the Ice Phoenix matriarch were a terrifying combo even on land, but in this environment where they held a complete environmental advantage, they truly did show the Tephet clan the meaning of fear. Chapter 669 First Act 5. Even compared to the haste Feng Yuxiang's team made when destroying the peripheral camp, the Ice Phoenix matriarch, Bianca Snow's team was even faster. The other didn't even have to act. With a few taps of her finger, she turned the entirety of the eastern peripheral camp into a block of ice, freezing even the 4th class overseeing elder at a molecular level. When she shattered this ice and let it return to the rest of the seawater, there wasn't a single trace of the camp left. This is good, she commented as the others watched her in awe. Even Wilhelm and Tanya, the other two 4th classes on her team, were astonished by her rapidity. I won't continue doing this every time, Bianca stated. I, along with Wilhelm and Tanya, will conserve as much strength as possible while moving forward. We must be prepared to support the main force at any time. Yes, ma'am. A collective affirmation rang out. The respect in their hearts for Bianca reached an all-time high. The group moved through the night, destroying every Tephet subdivision they came across. Just as she said, Bianca didn't move unless it was absolutely necessary, though it never was. As she watched the destruction continue, she fell into thought. That boy she didn't place much stake in had really become a character. Judging by their behavior, the other Sanctuary and clan leaders had completely settled into their subordinate roles, not questioning Damien's authority in the slightest. She couldn't blame them. After seeing his prowess and extreme growth rate, it was natural to feel submissive. He was someone who would become a demigod one day, and he was someone who'd established his own world when he was still a 3rd-class being. It was insane to put him in the same category as anyone else. Bianca sighed. Her personality didn't let her submit easily. Even more than the outspoken Feng Yuxiang, the defiance in her heart was prominent. Still, she could feel it. She was starting to submit to Damien as well. It was quite funny to think about it. The last 2 times he summoned the Sanctuary's forces were both during wars of massive scale. While the last one was easier since it was a head-to-head melee where strategy was necessary, this time was different. There was a concrete plan in place. And rather than being enveloped in war, Damien was starting one himself. He was becoming more domineering by the day. He was throwing away his doubts and his struggles, trying to appear more human. Truly embracing himself for what he was. This internal change that was slowly taking place was reflected in the eyes of others, especially those like Bianca who'd seen him before it started. That brat is truly incorrigible. I hope my Luna doesn't end up like Qinger. Poor lass, that playboy who flirted with everyone but couldn't follow through and take responsibility. She really ought to smack him across the head a few times for beguiling her little niece. And from what Feng Qinger had said, he even managed to seduce a girl who entered the primordial undying realm as a Nox spy. Unimaginable. While she couldn't help but praise his charisma, it also made her wary. She could joke about his seducing women whenever she wanted. But if that charisma continued to grow, just how much of the universe would he end up conquering? What am I thinking? Bianca wondered as she shook off her thoughts. Universal sovereignty wasn't something so simple that a young genius like Damien could achieve it. Universal sovereignty was competed for on a racial level. Let alone a single human, even a demigod-level influence didn't have a shot at conquering the entire universe. Besides, after the Nox arrived, the concept of universal sovereignty became obsolete. Instead, ensuring its survival was the main point on everyone's minds. Still, the sanctuary seemed to grow infinitely. As one of its residents, Bianca truly couldn't get rid of that slight feeling within her soul. The feeling that the boy she served would accomplish something unimaginable. The multitude of secondary teams continued moving without fail. The sanctuary's forces were much stronger than the regular fourth classes of Aquazil, so naturally they moved faster. Still, the other secondary teams couldn't be underestimated. With their synergy and familiarity with the environment, their speeds weren't much slower than the sanctuary teams. Like this, the Tefid clan's forces were rapidly being destroyed. With so many elders dying in succession, it would be stranger if the main clan didn't hear word of the happenings. The Tefid clan's headquarters were far more advanced than the other clans. Not only because of their 100,000 years of development, but also because the god beast they were descended from was far more intelligent than those of the other clans. Within a skyscraper-like building was a planetarium-esque room that projected scenes mirroring the black depths of the Emperor Bone Sea. The fluctuating waves made ripples in the darkness, shining pale light on the face of the man who sat in the room's central position. He was Tefit, the Tefit clan's leader. Every clan had a different method of choosing its ruler. The Tefit clan's was particularly special. It seemed like a random child would be crowned the Holy Son whenever the old leader was nearing death. His name would be changed to Tefit. The name every leader took for themselves. This child would stay with the old leader during his waning years and learn from him, eventually succeeding his seat when the time came. Only, each clan head possessed an uncanny resemblance to the last. It was almost like the Tefit clan was blessed with the fortune of a great clan head every time they made the change. Tefit was a man with broad shoulders and dark skin. His gray eyes were like swirling storm clouds, turbulent and unfocused. His gaze remained on the projected Emperor Bone Sea around him. Why just why won't you submit? His eyes turned red with fury. It had been nearly 100,000 years. Why wasn't the Emperor Bone Sea willing to submit to the Tefit clan's rule? As the Prominence Wars rule stated, the Tefit clan did indeed become the sovereign of the Emperor Bone Sea, but if they were trapped in Aquazil for life, what was the use of this authority? Calm down, it won't be long before my sovereignty is complete. It'll only take a few million more deaths. His face twisted into a perverse smile. There wasn't a single being in Aquazil with the power to stop him. He couldn't let his insanity take control and destroy his years of painstaking effort, but it's been too quiet recently. Is something the matter? He took out a transmission talisman and injected mana into it. At that exact moment, clan head, you called just in time. Please send reinforcements to all of our subdivisions. Someone has been fiercely attacking and destroying them. Hundreds of elders have died already. What? He exclaimed. Explain the situation immediately. If you miss even a single detail, why yes, clan head. The voice on the other side replied, panicking. Tefit soon received a not-so-brief overview of the situation. He learned about the fact that in every possible direction, the subdivisions in various battlefields were being destroyed. It was at a rate where hundreds of elders and an untold number of weaker clan members had already died, and it had only been a single week. If this continued, a vein bulged from Tefit's forehead. Just as he thought things were going smoothly, a group of vermin decided to interfere. His plans were at a critical juncture. He couldn't allow those who disobeyed him to run free. To cut the weeds and stomp the roots, pass down my order. Send as many elders as needed to support the subdivisions that are still standing. Slaughter these rebels down to the last before they even see a glimpse of the main clan. Chapter 671st Act 6. The night passed in daytime blanketed Aquazil. All Sea God clan members, regardless of whether enemy or ally, retreated to the safety of darkness during this time. Unfortunately, neither Damien and Zara nor the sanctuary forces were able to get a straight answer about why they did this. Instead, they were now left alone on the surface. In this time of respite, Damien and Zara met up with the sanctuarians. In the middle of Aquazil's desolate peace, they had a proper conversation for the first time since Damien summoned them. The group sat in a relatively large house they built with their affinities. Aside from Damien, Zara, and Damien's main sanctuary forces like Feng Yuxiang and Feng Qinger, the others present were elite forces that had been trained in the sanctuary during his absence. Truly, the growth his subordinates had undergone astonished him. Damien smiled warmly as he conversed with them. He reminisced on the primordial undying realm with Feng Qinger and Lunaria, introduced Zara to the crowd she'd never met before, and even brought Shuer and Elytra out to play with the rest. the overall atmosphere was jovial, but when Damien saw it, he knew there was something missing. "Hey, come with me for a second." His sound transmission entered the White Dragon King's ears, causing his brow to raise in curiosity. After following Damien to a secluded spot, the two began to converse. "Why did you call me over?" the White Dragon King asked. Damien sighed. "It's just that I wanted to talk to you about the promise we made long ago." The White Dragon King's heart shook. How could he not remember the promise? It was a promise to find his son on the Cloud Plain. It was the most important task that had been bogging him down ever since he got stuck in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. He couldn't force out any words. He never forgot the promise they made. He just refused to bring it up because he was well aware of how much Damien had been going through. Ever since he left the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, he never had a single break. Even when he took breaks, they never lasted more than a day. Even those days were spent training. With this kind of schedule, and with the weight of universal war on his shoulders, Damien couldn't be blamed even if he completely forgot the promise. Yet, Damien never forgot. In fact, one of the first things I did when I bound the Cloud Plane was use my connection with it to search for anyone sharing your bloodline. However, Damien didn't have to finish his sentence. It was obvious that if Damien had truly found the White Dragon King's son, said son would be standing with them now. Is he? No. Damien cut him off before he could finish. Yun is a sentient record of all things that have ever happened on the Cloud Plane. Even if your son died, he would have known. The complete lack of presence means, nevertheless, Yun would have known of your son's presence if he was ever on the Cloud Plane. I can't be certain of what happened to him, nor can I assure you he's alive. But I swear on my name and mana that I will find him. Damien grabbed the White Dragon King's shoulder and sighed. I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. The White Dragon King shook his head in rebuttal. No, the fact that you're persistently attempting to find him is enough for me. By our heavenly oath, it was completely possible for you to drop the search after not finding traces of him on the Cloud Plane by simply assuming he was dead. I hate my own weakness. Damien nodded his head. He understood this feeling too well. The reason he always acted preemptively, the reason he never let himself get into situations he couldn't handle, was because of how vividly he remembered the feeling of powerlessness. It wasn't something he ever wanted to feel again. We, as singular existences in this universe, will always be minute in the grand scheme of things. It is our eternal goal to grow until we have the power to rid ourselves of that minuteness. By Yuxuan. Follow me to the peak. Do not let your inner struggle cloud your mind. Damien said earnestly. By Yuxuan, the White Dragon King, smiled wryly. Even if you say that, it isn't easy to follow those words. The struggles of the mind are the most difficult to overcome, and even after overcoming them, other mental problems arise to replace them. It is a never-ending battle that I can't seem to win. Damien felt sympathy towards the White Dragon King's plight. The battles of the mind. These were what kept him company on his journey to the top. He almost started cherishing his trauma, because he didn't know what type of person he'd be without it. He didn't want to know that person. It was only through countless brutal experiences, endlessly being forced to face his trauma, that Damien grew to his current level. But just as Bai Yuxuan stated, when the old problems were solved, new ones rose to take their place. The two stood in silence, unmoving. Their gazes looked off into the horizon. In a universe where killing meant strength, where war was opportunity, where selfishness was the only way to grow rapidly, it was hard to maintain relationships. Love, whether familial or romantic, became an afterthought. Those loved ones became a safe haven. Just as Bai Yuxuan dearly missed his son, Damien dearly missed his wives. Seeing the relationships between people as he traveled the divine realm and even the human domain prior, he felt both lucky to have his wives and guilty for his treatment of them. Ironically, there had never been jealousy problems in his harem. The reason for this was simple. Damien's wives spent far more time with each other than they did with him. They developed an unbreakable bond through countless adventures and experiences that couldn't be broken by something as insignificant as jealousy. In the same vein, their love for Damien and vice versa would never break. Damien was aware of this fact. And perhaps, he'd subconsciously used this fact as an excuse to spend less time with them as he focused on his responsibilities. It wasn't entirely his fault. He was constantly dragged around by various events, forced into situations where death was all but guaranteed. He trusted his wives and their strengths, but that didn't mean he would willingly put them in those situations if he could help it. Then again, maybe I'm just being hypocritical. the more time he spent away from them, the more he realized how little time they'd actually spent together. He wanted to return to them and spend years bonding with and loving them until they were satisfied, but he knew it wasn't possible. But that isn't an excuse to continue my behavior. When we meet again, I swear I won't disappoint you. His eyes reflected the refracted light rays shining through the waters. Perhaps being in Aquazil for so long made him accustomed to viewing day as night and vice versa. Because he felt like he was staring into a beautiful moon, before he knew it, he was already approaching 30. The passing of time was light and airy like a spring breeze, almost unnoticeable if one didn't consciously pay attention to it. His journey, from the moment he fell into the first dungeon, would reach an entire decade in length by the time the Hidden Death Valley progress assessment ended. He thought back to those simple days on Earth. He thought back to the various people he'd met, Jean Horton, Ethan and William from Apiron, Long Chen and the Shui siblings on the Cloud Plane. Aquazil's peace made him fall into a reminiscent mood, and he warmly smiled as he did so. There were many tribulations. Too many to count. He'd been crippled and nearly killed an equally countless number of times, but he didn't regret it at all, because if he didn't go through those experiences, he never would have grown. If he didn't experience failure, he never would have understood what it meant to succeed. He stood up from his spot and held a hand out to help Bai Yuxuan do the same. A war was on the horizon, and not a small one. He had a feeling that the final confrontation with the Tefid clan would take place within the month, far earlier than he expected, but he welcomed this haste. The Prominence War was more than just a mystic realm that would give Damien a pivotal weapon, it was training. Training for the true war he'd have to face once he left. Chapter 671 Second Act 1, 20 Shadows populated a discreet corner of the Emperor Bone Sea, nearly unmoving for over a week. This was the amount of time Damien and Zara had been in Aquazil, and unfortunately for their pursuers, entering the ancient realm was easier said than done. It's impossible for them to just disappear. Don't tell me some random kid was able to sense us and escape? One of the men said, no, that's impossible. The leader responded. Not to mention the power difference, I've heard that Brad is especially arrogant. Even if he did sense us, he wouldn't run. The leader responded with squinted eyes, because Damien was a known special expert, they'd been trailing at a large distance. But this ended up working against them. In the midst of this strange whirlpool formation they surrounded, he'd disappeared. The problem was that there was nothing within the formation. Even after destroying the whirlwind seaweed, they only found empty sea. Damien and Zara had truly disappeared into thin air. One of the assassins harumphed. How long do we have to wait? The young master doesn't need to care so much about some insignificant kid, right? We wait as long as necessary. The leader said, leaving no room for questions. It is not our place to question the young master. Leader, we don't have to stay in this area and wait like turtles, though, right? I heard this Emperor Bone Sea is filled to the brim with treasure. Why don't we go explore a little? Multiple sounds of agreement rang out, but even this suggestion was rejected by the leader. By his order, they were to wait without entertaining their greed in the slightest. While he didn't say it out loud, the leader did have some hope. He figured that the special circumstances surrounding Damien's disappearance might mean he stumbled upon some type of treasure, and if they were able to kill him when he reappeared, the leader smiled to himself. What one didn't know couldn't hurt them, right? When the time came, whatever treasures that boy possessed would all be his. Aquazil was in an uproar, the moment the sun vanished over the horizon. The Tefid clan moved with precision. Hundreds and thousands of elders were dispatched to the various peripheral branches and subdivisions, arriving to secure them before any sort of attack could take place. Naturally, each and every one of the elders was a fourth-class being. Still, the plan for the operation didn't change. In fact, it only became more secure. While the secondary teams were mainly used as a diversion before, that wasn't their only purpose. In truth, a majority of the dirty work was being done by them. To collapse the Tefid clan took more than just killing its patriarch. Every elder, every fourth-class figure had to be cut down first, leaving the rest defenseless in front of the other four clans. The main perpetrators of their slaughter would be the secondary teams. Currently, while the secondary teams continued to move and destroy Tefid clan bases, Damien arrived at one of such bases himself. It was a large town of a couple thousand inhabitants. Their average level didn't seem to exceed 150, and their strength was even weaker due to lack of practice. Among these regular folk, however, was a group of 3 men sitting at a bar. If one looked at them, they wouldn't find anything to note. They were completely average in every way, but to Damien, they stood out like sore thumbs. Just the 3 of you? I'm a little disappointed, I won't lie. His body flashed into the bar, his foot crushing the three men's table as he did so. Spatial mana wrapped around the group and separated them into another dimension. The space-time river blanketed the separated space, forcing the three men under Damien's control. Time was the essence of change. With Damien having dominion over its flow, the three men lost control over their faculties. Space was the essence of stability. With it constricting them from every angle, the men couldn't even begin to consider escape. Three elders, you might not know me, but I know you. You see, I have a need for your memories, if you don't mind me taking them. The three elders had only recently been dispatched from the main clan by the clan head's most recent order. While their strengths weren't high, their information was crucial. The three were only around level 230, still in the early stages of 4th class. Against Damien's power, it was impossible for them to resist. Their bodies soon turned into essence for his growth, their memories entering his mind. This is what I wanted. Even if it's not much, I can see the Tefet clan's main headquarters. Aside from that, the distribution of elders was done in batches, so the three Damien had devoured didn't know about each and every other elder in the field. However, there was a simple fix to this problem. Damien just needed to devour more. He took out a transmission talisman and contacted Feng Yuxiang. Directing her team towards the batch he'd just discovered, while they were being destroyed, Damien went to find a camp unrelated to the one he just found, on the hunt for more elders to devour. In his wake was a ruined city. The previous atmosphere had been shattered by a rain of hellfire that brought its annihilation. As the rules of the Prominence War stated, for Sea God clans must be entirely extinct for the last to be declared the winner. In Damien's case, all 5 Sea God clans needed to meet this end. Zara won't be happy if I kill her subordinates. I guess the sanctuary will welcome another set of residents soon. By Damien's estimation, the restriction forcing the Sea God clan members to remain in Aquazil only applied to natural exits. If Damien used the sanctuary to save them, not only would they be shielded by the void, but they'd also be able to leave freely as long as they remained in the sanctuary eternally, or, at least until Damien claimed control over the Emperor Bone Sea. Nonetheless, Damien chose the Tefet bloodline to inherit for a reason. It wasn't just because the Tefet clan was most similar to humanity. With the grudge the other 4 clans had against the Tefet, they wouldn't question working together to destroy them, and if the Tefet clan was destroyed, as long as Damien remained alive, he would have sole control over the rewards for winning the Prominence War, in this time, while his forces were working to bring about the Tefet clan's downfall. His main job was to obtain information. By devouring elders until there were no elders left to devour, he would understand the Tefet clan down to its root. He projected that it'd take a week at most to rouse the Tefet clan head's fury to the point of no return. When that time finally came, he would already know the Tefet clan from the inside out. There would be no fact hidden from his eyes. In war against an enemy with a nigh-omniscient level of information, was victory even possible? Chapter 672 Second Act 2. The week passed rapidly and was, for the most part, uneventful. The current battle wasn't like any others Damien had participated in. Rather than actually fighting to the death, more time was spent on information gathering and scouting. If it wasn't for the threat of total warfare on the horizon, it truly would have been a bland week. Damien spent this time devouring without limit. Void mana strengthened itself through the devoured essence and produced Damien a slight bit of void comprehension when it did, while Damien took those elders' memories and put all the valuable information down in one place. Within the jade slip he populated with information, there wasn't just a relatively detailed map of the Tefet clan's headquarters, there was also a rough overview of their forces, their positions, and their overall strength level. Even with all this knowledge, there was a need to plan for the unexpected. As Damien's devoured memories became deeper and deeper, he began connecting a few points that weren't as obvious in individual parts. One elder might have seen a single strange event, but when 3 elders saw similar events that somehow carried a cohesive flow to them, was it still coincidence? What is he planning? From what Damien could gather, Tefet was an extremely secluded man. He rarely left his training room, spending his time immersed in the Emperor Bone Sea for unknown reasons, yet, to Damien, these reasons were especially clear. He'd recognized the Prominence War's flawed reasoning instantly upon hearing its structure. If a being who held its power for countless years couldn't do the same, was he even worthy of inheriting the throne? Mysterious disappearances polluted Aquazil in recent times, but because of the Prominence War, most people just assumed these disappearances as deaths. After all, destruction was everywhere. It wasn't strange for an entire city to vanish off the face of the realm without warning. Don't tell me this is another sacrificial ritual. Seriously, what's with people and their obsession with sacrificing others for? Right, Damien had seen too many sacrificial rituals in his time. He wanted to question the reasoning these people shared, but he realized he couldn't. Sacrificing people for power was the basis of the universe's growth system. Even his own devour functioned on the same basis. The difference was between practitioners and innocents, but even then, the title of innocent was used liberally. In Aquazil, everyone was a practitioner. There wasn't such thing as an innocent present. Personal grudges and selfish power struggles drove Aquazil's society. Nevertheless, none of this really mattered. As Damien became more and more well-traveled and discovered the different cultures of the world, he realized that everyone was essentially the same. What are you trying to tell me? He asked no one in particular. The mana in the atmosphere remained just as still as it was before. His body flashed away, regardless of the questions in his heart. He had a job to do, and he would make sure not to disappoint. This, amazing. Ha, I knew it was the right decision to join you. Maximus and Rhea stood with Damien's information jade slip in hand. After reading through it, their shock was more than just immense. They'd spent countless years attempting to breach the Tefet clan's security, but were always unsuccessful. The clan members would kill themselves through unknown methods before they could be questioned, and the fortress-like defense of the headquarters itself made it nigh impossible to breach. Yet, Damien was able to make such a comprehensive report in less than a week. Unbelievable. The raids on Tefet periphery branches and subdivisions are going as planned. But the Tefet clan head isn't moving as expected. In fact, he's just sitting back and allowing us to kill his people. Isn't it strange? Maximus said. That guy is arrogant to the core. He views his clan as a tool to achieve his goals. Why would he care about their safety? Rhea questioned. She didn't understand why this point was relevant. Damien shook his head in rebuttal. Even if his personality is like that, it's different this time. Tefet isn't just allowing us to continue killing his troops, he's almost feeding them to us. The number of elders exiting the Tefet headquarters to fortify the subdivisions hadn't decreased after repeated failures. Stronger forces were dispatched so rarely that they didn't even make a difference in the bigger picture. The only thing this led to was continuous slaughter of Tefet forces. What if that's what he wants? Zara suggested. All eyes turned to her for explanation. Zara felt her breath catch in her throat. She didn't want to be involved in such an important discussion with her lack of ability and eloquence, but she ended up blurting her thoughts out anyway. Now that she was given center stage, she couldn't help but fumble. Damien grabbed hold of her hand, reassuringly squeezing it and bringing Zara back to reality. She took a few deep breaths, stabilizing herself and building up courage before saying, I've been watching the Tefet clan's movements from the beginning, and they've always been strange. Why fuel rebellion instead of crushing it? Why send weaker forces even after understanding our power level? Why drag out this war instead of ending it before the two uninvolved clans decide to join? As I ask myself, I realize that maybe Tefet wants the chaos to reach its peak. There are more than just a few methods to use chaos and bloodshed to one's own benefit. And if Tefet is the type of person Rhea makes him out to be, wouldn't sacrificing his clan for personal gain perfectly embody his character? Rhea's eyes widened. You don't mean, what other gain could he be wishing for aside from freedom? Maximus said coldly. The eyes of the two clan heads were terrifyingly chilled. With Zara's line of reasoning helping them see clearer, they couldn't deny this truth. The clan heads of the 5 sea god clans. They'd always known about the shackles of their existence. They were chained to this world and chained to the prominence war, unable to escape the consistent cycle of death it wrought. Since they had to suffer, they did their best to ease the burden on the clan members below them. This was the same for every clan head that came before them. The separated battlefields, the loose structure of the clans, these were all for that exact motive. If Tefet was trying to escape by himself, he was essentially betraying the other clan heads and betraying Aquazil. They couldn't accept it. Previously, Maximus and Rhea only decided to enter this war and destroy the Tefet clan for personal gain. Tefet was suppressing them too much, leading their clans into decline. They wanted the power they'd receive from killing him. However, the situation was different now. If Tefet wanted to escape Aquazil alone, it wasn't about power or selfishness anymore. They couldn't allow that to happen. Throw away any thought of further preparation. We, the Ruvia clan, will attack the Tefet tomorrow. Maximus fiercely declared. We, the Obe clan, will join you with honor. Rhea declared as well. The two looked at Damien and Zara, waiting for their responses. Damien smiled. Well, the matters of Aquazil should be left to the people of Aquazil. He didn't need to worry about the Tefet clan schemes, all that mattered to him was attack tomorrow? That's great. I was getting tired of waiting. Chapter 673 Second Act 3. The murky black Emperor Bonesea reflected in the Tefet clan head's personal training room was dyed red with the color of blood. Almost just a bit more and I can finally leave this place. I can finally become a god. A light of madness painted his eyes. This escape plan had been brewing for more than just the clan head's lifespan. Every clan head before him aided in the completion of a plan that was just now coming into fruition. The reason was simple. To use blood sacrifice to tear open a hole in Aquazil was easier said than done. Aquazil was created by the sea god, an unmatchable existence. Naturally, it took a great deal of time to properly accumulate the necessary sacrifices. Now, millions of years later, their hard work was finally paying off. With just a few thousand more sacrifices, the crack would be opened wide, allowing Tefet to not only escape Aquazil, but also to truly control the Emperor Bonesea. Your refusal will not faze me. You will become mine. The Tefet clan head excitedly licked his lips. The scene on the projected walls around him changed, reflecting the inside of Aquazil, despite the low level of authority he truly held. He could at least spy on the happenings in Aquazil. Ah, you finally decided to come. I've been waiting for so long. Tefet excitedly grabbed a transmission talisman and sent a message, ordering all forces to return to the main headquarters and prepare for war. At the same time, he pushed open the training room doors and appeared in Aquazil for the first time in many years. His re-entrance clearly signified the importance of this moment for him. A few children thought themselves powerful and decided to wage war against him. In normal times, he naturally would have been extremely irritated by their behavior. But in his current circumstance, war was just another opportunity. The main attack force consisted of Damien and Zara, Maximus and Rhea, the Sanctuary's fourth-class beings, and the most powerful fourth-class beings from the Ruvia and Oga clans. This force didn't have more than 20 people, but it was a team of elites. Those weaker than them would trace their steps and attack the lower-level Tefet clan members while they pushed forward. They stood in the middle of a flat plain. The Tefet clan's main headquarters was surrounded by a large concealment array, making it completely invisible to the outside world, but to Damien, it almost felt like home. There is a 3-layer defense system behind the concealment array that tries to beguile and kill anyone who enters. The first layer is an intricate beguiling formation that uses Aquazil itself as a foundation. If you aren't careful, your mind will be broken by it. The second layer is more material. Tefet clan guards armed with powerful technology will be waiting there. If your mind becomes too immersed in the formation, they'll move and kill you before you can even react. As for the final layer, just leave that one to me. Damien said with a grin. Everyone is aware of the plan, right? Humph, it can hardly be called a plan. Your only intention is to kill until there is nothing left to kill. Bianca scoffed. Damien scratched his head sheepishly. I mean, is there any better way to do things? At this point, our options are pretty limited. Bianca shrugged and didn't say anything. Of course, there were plenty of other ways to go about this plan. The problem was that every other method would take strenuous amounts of time they didn't have. This full frontal assault would indeed be the most efficient route to take in their current circumstance, especially due to how knowledgeable Damien had suddenly become about the Tefet clan. The main attack force had already discussed this plan countless times in the past day. Now that they were at the enemy base, nervousness and anticipation hit them in waves, but before they could submerge themselves too deeply in forethought, "Let's go!" Damien yelled enthusiastically. His body flashed forward, his fist flying through the air. Bang! Cracks spread through the air as the sky itself seemed to shatter. An extremely well-hidden concealment array cracked and fell apart, giving way to the Tefet clan scenery. With Damien's knowledge of the clan, finding the array's weak point wasn't difficult at all. He didn't stop after breaking the array. His body flashed through the beguiling formation. His powerful mental strength protected his mind with everything it had, but even then he could feel himself veering off course. Ha! With a spirited shout, Damien spread spatial mana around him in a thin web. His awareness infused into this web as he moved, allowing him to better sense the surrounding space. Ting! A sudden reaction came from the web's periphery. There, a Tefet guard was slowly making his way towards Damien. armed head to toe with luxurious armor. Damien grinned. If you come to me, that makes things so much easier. Material shift. Damien's recent breakthroughs in dimensional magic allowed him a supreme ability to manipulate position. Dimensional shift was this concept used on the grandest scale, shifting the position of the dimension itself. However, there were smaller and more precise applications of this ability that Damien could use. Material shift was likely the most practical of them, indiscreet spatial mana wrapped around the unaware guard. In the next instant, he found himself directly within the beguiling formation. Damien's body took the guard's original position. Using the boost he'd received from this move, Damien shot forward and increased his momentum. Material shift allowed him to toy with the position of material objects, whether they were living or non-living. If he wanted to, Damien could use this skill to easily transport his every team member past the beguiling formation, but this wasn't his job. Damien's target was the clan head himself, but before that, he had to take care of something else. He zoomed past the secondary defensive layer of armored guards and arrived at the third layer. Unexpectedly, this layer was actually a large wall of murky black water. This water was from the Emperor Bone Sea. Not only would the water itself harm intruders through poison and other nefarious methods, the beasts and plants residing within were terrifying in their own right. Damien had personally experienced their ferocity, so he knew not to downplay this defensive layer. However, in the end, this was merely a spark of the Emperor Bone Sea, not even enough to be quantified as a fraction. If he showed fear in front of this tiny piece, how could he confidently claim the entire sea in the future? His hand reached out and brushed against the seawall's surface. Pitch black mana exited his fingertips. Snaking along the wall, devour it all. And don't worry about portion sizes. There'll be plenty more to eat after this. Void mana jumped and danced in jubilation upon hearing his words. In its excitement, its foggy form became more material, resembling the gaping maw of a terrifying and unknown creature. In the next second, the maw emitted a soul-snatching suction force, forcibly devouring the Emperor Bone Sea wall whole. Chapter 674 Second Act 4. While Damien made a beeline for Tefet, the rest of the main attack force split off into their own roles as well. The Tefet clan kept a loose structure like the other four clans on the surface, but their actual internal structure was extremely hierarchical. Anyone who fell out of this line would be executed without mercy. The Tefet clan had two great elders at the late middle stages of 4th class, roughly around level 330, tens of high elders at around level 300, and countless normal elders who were between levels 200 and 300 in strength. The only law comprehension their bloodline allowed them was the same law comprehension that the other four clans used, just utilized with different methods. Knowing these two facts made facing them far easier. Firstly, Maximus and Rhea would fight against the Great Elders. They were both incredibly strong and held extreme familiarity with the strange laws of Aquazil. They would take care of the two Great Elders faster than anyone else. The Sanctuarians were in charge of the High Elders. Their strength lay mainly in the uniqueness of their laws, giving them an advantage during first contact. In a race against time like the current raid, they needed to capitalize on this advantage as much as possible. The rest of the regular elders of the two clans would fight against the regular elders of the Tefet clan. With these bases covered, there wasn't much left to do besides carry out the plan to perfection. Of course, there was one more job. Zara moved silently through the battlefield. Her beast form stood at its smallest height, no different in size than a wolf cub. As she ran, her shadow split from her body and materialized into a copy of her. The two versions of Zara moved in opposite directions, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. Their job was completely unrelated to everyone else's. In fact, it was something only known to her and Damien, but in the end, her role in this raid was likely even more important than Damien's. Despite the fact that he was facing the Tefet clan head himself, Maximus and Rhea made it through the beguiling formation not long after Zara. Their steps were light and rapid, their location already set. Boom! Bang! A jet of mana and a fist shot out, pulverizing the two Tefet guards who tried to stop them. Passing the secondary defensive line, they prepped themselves for the most terrifying third. But when they arrived, they only found empty space. That terrifying black wall is. Rhea muttered, it's gone. Maximus said, equally shocked. They thought they'd grown accustomed to Damien's ferocity, but they were sorely mistaken. The terrifying black wall that used to reside in this space was a harrowing defensive measure and the main reason none of the other clans had been able to invade the Tefet. That black wall contained a deathly energy that invaded one's body and corroded them from the inside out. This energy was so subtle that it was impossible to notice until the final stages of decay when one's body ceased functioning, not to mention, there were countless other dangers lurking within the water wall. The clans of Aquazil viewed this wall not as the Tefet clan's property, but as the mark of the sovereign, but now, in front of their eyes, that mark of sovereignty had vanished. They didn't know how Damien did it, but it was clearly his doing. TCH, it's not a good feeling being surpassed so much by a child, Rhea mumbled in complaint. Maximus smiled lightly and patted her on the head. Well, there isn't much we can do about that. Shouldn't we just be content that the younger generation is surpassing the old? Rhea pushed his hand away with a blush, replying, don't think I can't see through you. You're just acting nice because you know he can't compete for sovereignty. I can't argue with that, Maximus shrugged, but it's true that I respect him. If this raid ends in success, he didn't finish his words. Instead of posing hypotheticals, he'd much rather move into action. The duo pressed their feet against the ground and pushed off, flying through the water with precision and speed that land dwellers could never replicate. Before even Damien reached the clan head, they were already at the great elder's abodes. Raka, Tilly's, come out and fight me. Maximus yelled, so it has finally begun. Our time out has also come, an aged voice rang out from within, time by. It has truly been so long. A second voice joined it, the residence's door opened slowly, revealing the figures of two old men. They were both unremarkable in appearance, but both Maximus and Rhea's eyes hardened when they saw them. Stop working with Tefet. Join us and get away from his schemes. Only then can you live. Teacher. Rhea yelled, Raka and Tilly's, two old men who had lived for untold millennia. They were not only elders of the Tefet clan, but also the adored teachers of almost every clan head alive today. One day a few hundred years ago, they broke their neutrality and joined the Tefet clan. Nobody was able to find out why, nor did the two leave any hints. In the end, the two didn't even help the Tefet clan in any way. Their actions were incomprehensible. But still, the two old men didn't budge on the decisions they made. Others didn't need to understand their reasoning. Tilly smiled warmly as he looked at the two clan heads. He remembered when they were still children who didn't even know how to use mana. Seeing how you two have grown, I'm truly overjoyed by your progress. And it seems you found solace in each other. With the way you used to fight, who would have ever guessed? Your vision is too narrow. I predicted their matrimony long ago, you just never listened to me, elders. Rhea shouted in embarrassment. She glanced over at Maximus, only to see the dumb smile that had lit up his face. What? The two of you obviously want each other. Why are you hesitating so much? Tilly said slyly, the blush on Rhea's face reddened. The two of them weren't even married yet. It was true they'd had more than just a little fun, and it was true that they cared for each other abnormally, but the prominence war in their responsibilities didn't allow them to calmly accept marriage. Nevertheless, there wasn't time for idle conversation at the moment. As much as she wanted to speak to her former teachers, Rhea understood her priorities. The Tefet clan needed to be exterminated. Until that happened, they needed to delay the two elders. They already knew that defeating them was impossible. Maximus was the same. Marriage might not have been possible at the moment. He would have all the time in the world to consider it in the future. For now, the two flared their auras and readied themselves to fight against the beings who raised them and taught them to fight in the first place. Whether emotionally or technically, this fight would be extremely difficult for them. Chapter 675, Second Act, 5. Maximus acted first. Despite the positive feelings he held for his old teachers, his clan came before anything else. He wouldn't hesitate even if it was his own mother in front of him. His fist shot out, projecting a jet of mana that blasted towards the two elders. Boom! Aquazil's waters imploded wherever the beam went. The residence the two elders stayed in was destroyed just like that. But the individuals themselves weren't harmed at all. Aquazil's mysterious laws encompassed many different concepts, but the main ones were the five that the sea god clans embodied. The Oga clan embodied brutality, the mentality of the sea that allowed its ecosystem to thrive. The Tefet clan embodied intelligence, the ultimate goal of all sea life. Intelligence didn't come easy to them, but when it did, they became unimaginable monsters. The Hubo clan embodied fortitude, the reality of the sea. Without fortitude, even a mindless beast would be driven insane. In the depths of the sea where even light couldn't exist, fortitude in both mind and body was incredibly important. The Verxus clan embodied darkness. Yet another reality of the sea, and finally, the Ruvia clan. Embodied the flow of mana itself. The concepts embodied by the five clans influenced their mana and caused its form to change drastically. At its core, each and every one of them was using a variation of water laws. For the Oga clan, their mana influenced their blood more than anything else. Whether it be the terrifying bloodlust they could emit or the red aura they used to enhance their bodies, all of their abilities stemmed from blood. As for the Ruvia clan, because their concept was far more esoteric, the breadth of their creativity was naturally greater. However, a commonality among them was their skill in ranged attack methods. Maximus himself didn't use any flashy techniques or special skills to reach his position. Rather, it was his extreme control over mana that allowed him to do so. Oh, the dispersed mana from his attack gathered again just as the elders began speaking once more. A secondary explosion went off, encapsulating them within Rhea. We can't hold back. We have to go all out from the beginning. Maximus stated solemnly. His body began to change, morphing into a more bestial form. Unlike what one would expect from Maximus considering his stature and personality, the form he morphed into was incredibly lithe, almost feminine in its charm. The Ruvia clan was descended from sirens. It was rare for sirens to reach the god-beast level since their bloodlines weren't that powerful. But the same wasn't the case for the Ruvia ancestor. Her bloodline was incredibly potent, and while she was a siren, her evolution into a god-beast was close to a complete species transformation. When Maximus changed his form to embody her strengths, the amplification of his mana heightened considerably. Not only that, but he also gained a myriad of new abilities he couldn't use in his base form. Without waiting for the explosion to die down, Maximus charged into the fray and locked onto Tilly's. His aquamarine eyes shone with a light of power as he ferociously tore his claw through space. Three massive gashes formed and took material form, aiming directly for Tilly's. The waters parted, slashed apart by the claw. The atmosphere threatened to collapse under its terrifying power. Just as Maximus told Rhea, he didn't plan to hold back at all. Even if it meant wasting mana, he would defeat his former teacher, not only for the sake of the plan, but also for personal validation. If he could defeat Tilly's, it meant he'd truly grown as a practitioner and as a person. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Raka and Tilly's were some of his ultimate goals. The elder smiled when he saw the attack. Your skills have improved. Still, this level isn't enough to injure me. Tilly's waved his arm, causing the water around him to solidify. The frightening mana claw was dispersed into nothing as it impacted the horribly solid water wall. You are just as amazing as before. Maximus complimented. There was a reason Tilly's and Raka were teachers to every clan head that existed during their lifetimes. In truth, nobody knew which sea god bloodline the two originated from. This was because the abilities they used didn't align with any of the 5 existing clans. Instead of using their bloodline traits to influence the water and attack, they directly used their mana to connect to and control the water. This was unheard of. It was like they were surrounded by a constant domain that solidified their area of influence. Nevertheless, their strangeness made it possible for the 5 clans to trust them. Their existence wouldn't cause harm to the power balance between them. A power balance that had been firmly established over the course of many hundreds of thousands of years. In this case, rather than bringing the 2 elders down, wouldn't it be better to borrow their expertise to train the young into capable leaders? That was exactly what the 5 clans did. Maximus, as the Ruvia clan's clan head, was well aware of this fact. Whether it be power or charisma, he couldn't beat them in either. Maximus gritted his teeth. He knew it wouldn't be easy from the start, but even though it was a probing attack, the ease at which Tilly's dispersed his mana didn't make him happy at all. It's not that I'm amazing, it's just that you haven't grown into your strength quite yet. Come, show me how you've improved since I saw you last. I hope this isn't the extent of your capabilities. Tilly's responded casually. Ha! Maximus let out a fierce battle cry and began attacking again. His lithe form gracefully danced through the water. His movements created a strange sound that resonated with the surrounding water and amplified, ringing continuously through the area. Siren song. The shrill dinging sound became more and more pronounced. The water began to vibrate in accordance with the frequency, becoming a minefield for anyone who stepped in it, and though he didn't move, Tilly's was included in this area of effect. Ding! A sudden shockwave spread, centered on Maximus' body. The ripple spread through the water and caused it to break apart as if it was solid. Tilly's pushed his arm forward and erected a mana barrier, blocking a majority of the impact just as easily as he had prior, but unlike Maximus' previous attacks, he was prepared this time. When Tilly's barrier lowered, the vibration suddenly increased exponentially, surrounding him with a bombardment of sound attacks. Ha ha ha. Good, looks like you've learned to properly utilize your bloodline. Tilly's commented with joy. However, you're still too green to catch up with your teacher. Tilly's waved his hand once more. The waters stilled instantly. That alone was enough to offset Maximus' attack. After all, sound needed a medium to travel. If that medium was frozen, it'd be frozen as well. The reason Tilly's and Raka took the teacher role amongst Aquazil's denizens wasn't just because of their strange prowess and origins, rather, it was also the fact that no matter how one tried to attack, it was nearly impossible to hit someone who could control the attack's medium. Within Aquazil, Raka and Tilly's were nigh invincible. Chapter 676 Second Act 6. While Maximus did his best to match up to Tilly's, Rhea was having the same problem against Raka. Her body was covered in bright red aura, her fists flashing in a flurry of destruction. Boom. 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 The water around her exploded with the pressure of her punches, littering the surroundings with imploding air bubbles. She threw hundreds of punches with every spark of time, her scaled fists enough to shatter the bones of any early fourth class that was struck by them. To Raka, however, these punches were still child's play. His body moved without wasting the slightest bit of energy. Every minute change in his position led Rhea's fists to miss by a large margin. Leaving her body riddled with openings, Raka didn't attack even though he bought himself plenty of opportunities. Rather than acting like an enemy on the battlefield, his demeanor was just that of Rhea's former teacher. Your punches carry good weight, but you are still attacking the present. Haven't I already told you? You must battle the future instead. Rhea's eyes hardened. Just as he said, she always had a problem with foresight. Her battle instinct allowed her to fight with precision and never worry about energy usage and efficiency, but her tendency to get too absorbed in combat usually ended with her losing track of the fight. She attacked not while predicting her opponent's moves, but instead while attempting to force them into stillness. This strategy worked on those she could overpower, but failed miserably against those at her same level or higher. In fact, the reason she couldn't soundly defeat Zara before their bloodlines were revealed was partially due to this weakness. Nonetheless, Rhea continued attacking. She acted like she paid no attention to Raka's words, but the way her eyes darted around unlike before clearly countered her facade. She was trying. She wasn't able to control herself perfectly, but she at least found herself on the right track. Raka's movements didn't change, but Rhea's fists got closer and closer to hitting him. At some point, the rapid exchange of punching and dodging transformed into one of punching and blocking. Rhea's fists were met by Raka's open palms. Each punch's energy was dispersed into the ground or redirected back into Rhea's fists. Bang! Rhea felt her bones rattle as her own force was multiplied and sent back into her body. Gritting her teeth, she sent out another punch. Raka blocked it as always, but in that instant, he found a foot directly in front of his chest. Rhea's body had spun without him noticing, her leg snapping like a whip as its power concentrated and shot towards Raka. Boom! Raka's body was pushed back. Two thick lines were dug in the sand below as he slid. When he finally halted his momentum, he patted his body clean and smiled. Good, it looks like you still know how to improve. Now come at me again. Let's fix those bad habits of yours one by one. With Rhea and Maximus occupying the two great elders, the remaining forces of the Tethid clan actually weren't that much of a problem. Once the sanctuary group made their way out of the defensive formations, they directly confronted the tens of high elders populating the Tethid clan. They were already gathered, after all. The 5 sanctuary leaders and 5 helpers from the Ruvia and Oga clans faced the group of 30 or so high elders without fear. In fact, the second they arrived in front of the group, Elvira snatched a bead from her pocket and threw it into the air. A wave of spatial mana spread through the area. Within seconds, space was sealed off by a dimensional cage, trapping the entire group inside. This bead was made by Damien, carrying the same concept as the pocket dimension he created to transport the Sea God clan troops during the day. It was an extremely intuitive item that could greatly benefit its user if utilized properly. After all, Damien didn't use much of his own comprehension to fuel the bead. Instead, he set down the groundwork that allowed the dimensional cage to form, leaving the rest of the process for the user themselves. the more powerful the user, the sturdier the dimensional cage, with Elvira being the most powerful of the Sanctuarians. Her usage of the bead ensured that their range of combat wouldn't spread to an unmanageable degree. Attack! She roared. Unlike Maximus and Rhea, this group had no reason to converse with the enemy. Elvira charged without waiting for the rest to follow. The seafloor burst open as terrifyingly thick vines of seaweed and other aquatic plants manifested and tore towards the High Elders. Boom! The vines slammed into the ground, creating massive shockwaves that pushed the Elders away from each other. At the same time, these vines divided the battlefield in a way most beneficial to the attacking force. After her work was done, she shifted her trajectory and shot towards the Elders with the strongest mana signatures. Her hands balled into fists, and covered in light green mana, they hurtled forward at frightening speeds. Even water didn't seem to inhibit Elvira's movements. Catastrophic explosions rang out every time her attacks made impact. Elvira's destructive power was terrifying, especially considering her racial qualities as an elf. Aside from that, the new terrain she was experiencing allowed her to not only utilize many different plant species she'd never seen before, but also to heighten her comprehension through this same method. The current Elvira was nothing like the small elf queen who resided in the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, HAA. A spirited shout left her mouth. She jumped in the air, raising her leg above her head and slicing it down with precision. Bang! An elder's arms were shattered instantly as he attempted to block. His body shot backwards from the momentum, but before he could fly too far, a vine burst forth from the ground and caught him. The life essence remaining in the body was slowly being squeezed out, used as fuel to strengthen the surrounding plant life. But could the elder allow this? Even without his arms, his legs were still just fine. A mana-infused kick tore through the vine, holding him captive. The elder panted for breath, his face pale. Despite his escaping so early, the vine still managed to suck a good portion of his life essence away. He was no longer fit for combat. Luckily for him, Elvira was occupied by another two elders before she could chase after him. As she forgot his existence, the elder backed away slowly, attempting to flee from the battlefield. Until, bang, his body was squashed into paste by the White Dragon King's petrifying fist. Rather than a direct attack, this elder was killed as collateral. Bai Yuxuan charged light mana into his body and accelerated to untold speeds. The white draconic scales covering his body forcefully raised his bodily strength to another level, turning his fists into weapons of mass destruction. Bai Yuxuan didn't even attack the now dead elder. Merely, the residual force from his fist was something the already crippled elder no longer had the power to resist. Feng Yuxiang and Bianca worked together in a flurry of fire and ice, rapidly heating and cooling the surrounding water to create pressurized explosions that filled the air and blocked off any escape route for the besieged elders. Lucius and his maid dashed around the battlefield like flickering shadows, rapidly decapitating any elder hanging on the verge of death. The combination of the sanctuary's 6 fourth-class beings was ferocious to the maximum, leaving little to no room for the sea god. Clan members to act. This fight was supposed to be long and grueling. It was supposed to be a fierce struggle of life and death that was barely winnable even with their extreme power levels. Yet, how come these outsiders made it look so easy? Chapter 677 Finale 1. The Tefid clan's main headquarters was in shambles, in a mere half an hour, the defenses had already been more than just breached. Following the elite team's entrance, a drove of weaker practitioners entered the fray, taking to the stage and slaughtering any Tefid clan member they saw. At the forefront of this charge were characters like Feng Qinger, Lunaria Snow, and Elytra. This trio of women especially stood out amongst the crowd, showcasing their beauty and prowess with grandeur as they bulldozed through the Tefid clan. Lunaria's ice was extremely harrowing to these residents of the sea. Compared to those in the Emperor Bone Sea, Aquazil's denizens were incredibly sensitive to mana, even more so mana they'd never encountered before. Ice laws were a variation of water laws, and in a sense were weaker. Because ice only accounted for a single state of water, it naturally didn't have the flexibility of pure water laws. However, water laws didn't have much attack power. The Tefid clan was particularly weak to this power. The Tefid clan's mana moved similarly to the residents of the unnamed world under Nibelheim. Their mana didn't translate well externally, forcing them to use ingenuity to counter this weakness. They relied on technology more than any other clan, and in most cases, this fact gave them a massive advantage in strength and tactics. Against ice laws, however, they didn't have much of a counter. Ice was perfect for corroding the internals of a machine. Even more so if that machine was surrounded with water, as was the case for any instrument in Aquazil. third-class soldiers felt like flies in front of Lunaria. It got to the point where even those at the peak of that level were unable to touch her. At that time, a sudden change took place. The ice phoenix runes that surrounded Lunaria's body shifted and morphed into a cocoon that swallowed her whole. A flurry of world energy rushed in from all sides, trapping her inside an impenetrable barrier. Lunaria had been fighting without pause for over a week now. In this climate where her ice element thrived, she found her comprehension increasing at a rapid pace. Her bloodline purity was already more than enough. She didn't have a need to evolve further. Now that her comprehension had caught up to her bloodline and bodily strength, her baptism was finally underway. Feng Qinger's eyes widened when she noticed this. Everyone, protect Luna and make sure nothing can bother her. When she finishes her baptism, we have one more fourth class to lead us to victory. Her words were received with a loud hurrah. The Allied forces' morale was heightened greatly. After all, who wouldn't be excited to watch a baptism? Not to mention, the person being baptized was an ally. To say Feng Qinger wasn't jealous of Lunaria's advancement would be a lie. As someone who was desperately waiting for her own opportunity to advance, she would of course feel negatively seeing others reach that benchmark before her. But this was Luna, this was her best friend. Lunaria and she had been together since they were young. Never once did they separate. Even when they quarreled, they never let a disagreement stand between them. This case was the same. Luna may have achieved her baptism before me, but I'll make sure to reach divinity before she can. This was Feng Qinger's predominant thought. Rather than letting jealousy cloud her mind, she used Lunaria's achievement as fuel for her growth, determination to compete even harder. She hadn't received her baptism yet. This much was true. But it was also true that the amount of fire elemental energy in the surroundings was nil. Even if she was already qualified to receive a baptism, it would be impossible for her to actually undergo it until she returned to either the sanctuary or the outside world. Feng Qinger's mana flared. Her bloodline burned fiercely as she let out flames of reincarnation that even burned through the mana-filled water around her. She'd been focusing on training by allowing her flames to be suppressed by the atmosphere until now. But with Lunaria taking a major step ahead of her, she could no longer hold back. Reincarnation flame, the flame of samsara, it wasn't something a mere Aquazil could suppress. Only if the sea god himself arrived to stop her would this happen. Burning fire phoenix runes manifested one after another, painting the sky in a terrifying red light. The water burned, turning into flame. If I can't ascend to the heavens right now, then I'll spend my time sending the rest of you to hell. Just be happy it isn't me being baptized right now. The surrounding Tefid clan members looked at her in shock. Be happy? With the way she was slaughtering them, how could they ever even consider it? And based on her words, was the woman undergoing baptism even more terrifying than even her? Destroy the world energy barrier. Someone shouted. The Tefid forces moved with haste to accomplish that exact purpose. But their charge only made Feng Qinger's smile widen. I was getting worried since we weren't given dimensional beads to use, but this is great. Luna.is the perfect bait to lure these suckers into my trap. Feng Qinger's finger itched. To pull the trigger. She would wait until all available parties were gathered first. The main building at the very center of the Tefid clan's main headquarters was shaped like a modern skyscraper. Stained glass windows lined its surface, rising up into the sky and painting the word below in a mural of various colors. This building was usually heavily populated not only with elders, but also common workers who took care of the clan's security in the clan head's stead. But today, only two were present. They sat at the peak of the skyscraper overlooking the Tefid clan. Across the table from one another, they calmly sipped tea and watched the ongoing chaos. This is interesting, the larger man said. His eyes panned away from the destruction as if it meant nothing to him. I knew this day was coming, but I never expected to proceed with such an amusing turn of events. His eyes landed on the man across from him. That man was indifferent, sipping tea, savoring its taste as if nothing in the world could harm him. You actually dared to show up. Aren't you afraid I'll slaughter you where you stand? Tefid pressed on. Do you think you have the ability? The man questioned back casually. Tefid's eyes widened. His mouth widened into a grin as he struggled to suppress his laughter. You're quite the amusing one, though I already said it once. Nevertheless, you must have your reasons for visiting me so cordially. Isn't that right, Mr. Damien Void? Damien's indifferent eyes glanced over to the clan head. Fine, if you want to skip the small talk, I'm extremely happy to do so. I've come here with a single proposal for you. Your fate resides on your answer. How fun, Tefet responded with a smile. Tell me, then. What is your question? Damien nodded. With utmost seriousness painting his face, he spoke, How do you feel about coming to work under me? Chapter 678 Finale, 2. How do you feel about coming to work under me? Damien's shocking words were only heard by the two of them. Unbeknownst to the others, Damien's plan was never to kill Tefet. In the many days he spent devouring Tefet clan elders, he was able to piece together a story that none other than him could see, the story of the Tefet clan head that would never be revealed to the masses. Comprehending this story allowed him a different perspective on the happenings of Aquazil, and at the same time, made him consider changing his approach. Even the meeting between the two had been set up many nights prior. Damien used a special contact signal known to the Tefet clan's elders to do so. Work under you? That's quite a comical thing to hear from a junior, don't you think? Tefet teased with a smile. He didn't seem to take Damien's words to heart. You know as much as I do that I'm not joking around. Look below, do you think your plans will succeed even with the current scene? Tefet glanced at the ongoing violence and shook his head. How could you comprehend my plans? Even this much is within my expectations. I never said your expectations didn't account for this circumstance. Rather, I'm saying your expectations have been wrong from the start. Tefet's eyes hardened, but before he could speak, Damien continued his previous thought. I don't know how long you've lived and planned this route. But your sacrificial ritual won't open the gate you wish it to. Even if you make your way out of Aquazil, you will not be able to control the Emperor Bone Sea, the sea god's descendants. This is what you lot like to call yourselves. But someone like you who has lived countless lives as your soul transfers from one body to another should understand just as well as I do that this legend is false. You're saying the sea god doesn't exist? Tefet questioned. No. The sea god definitely existed, and so did the 5 god beasts your clans descended from. However, the two had no relations with each other. While you are indeed god beast descendants, you are not sea god descendants. If you were, the current problem you face wouldn't exist, and that problem is, naturally, it's your inability to control the Emperor Bone Sea. The two became quiet. Tefet thought over Damien's words with utmost seriousness. Despite how much he wanted to throw this youth's ideas away as nonsense, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, everything Damien said was right. The Tefet that existed now was the same Tefet who led the clan hundreds of thousands of years ago. Every time his lifespan neared its end, he would bring a child with great talent under his wing and steal his body, continuing his life past its natural limits, with the breadth of experience he gained through all the time he spent alive. He'd also come to certain conclusions. These conclusions were the reason why he chose to sacrifice everyone and escape in the first place. The sea god clans were fakes. Their pride in their bloodlines was based on a foundation of lies. In reality, the sea god clans were tools used by the sea god to maintain Aquazil until its natural successor arrived. Tefet was unresigned to this outcome. He refused to be cannon fodder for someone else's growth. He wanted to escape and use his authority to rule the Emperor Bone Sea, breaking the vicious cycle he'd experienced so many times. But now he was hearing that his efforts were all in vain. I know how you're probably feeling right now. But you can't let your doubt and unwillingness control you. Listen to my proposal properly and make a decision. If you still wish to continue forward after that conversation ends, we will fight to the death. Damien spoke with certainty. He had a certain grasp on Tefet's character. While he was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals, he wasn't an inherently bad person. He was just someone forced to the extreme by his horrible circumstances. Damien wanted Tefet under him. He wanted to create a civilization in the sanctuary seas, a civilization that would grow and flourish into a grand army that could help him in times of need. It was true that the sanctuary was a separate realm compared to the real plane. Residing within was just as entrapping as living in Aquazil. But in the sanctuary, the decision to leave always existed. This was the key point Damien wanted to use to convince Tefet. Tefet was a man who yearned for freedom. To use freedom to tempt him into moving according to Damien's wishes was his main goal and plan in coming to the Tefet clan. It feels like this is a moment where I should let pride cloud my vision so I can fight you, but for some reason, I can't convince myself to do so, Tefet said with a wry smile. I'm old now. Did you know? When a soul goes through the strain of possessing a new body, it takes more than just a little damage. Possession is something that can only be done once unless you wish to lose a part of yourself. I, however, have undergone possession 5 times already. My emotions have been numbed, even the determination I started with had been diluted to a primal instinct. I try my best to cover my weaknesses and emote to my best capabilities, but this only serves as a reminder of how grand my ambitions used to be. Nowadays, I only move with a faint sliver of hope that I will accomplish something in this life. Tefet gazed up at Aquazil's sky. How can I verify that what you say is true? He asked Damien. Damien shrugged. You can't. I have absolute confidence in my assumptions, and judging from your reactions, you've made the same guesses in the past. Just because you suppressed those thoughts in fear of their truth doesn't make them invalid. Tefet nodded. Everything Damien presumed had once been presumed by him. Still, it was difficult for him to make a decision. After all, it's already too late. The sacrifices needed to complete the ritual will be completely filled once the Tefet clan meets its destruction. At this point, is it even worth turning away? Damien smiled. This was exactly the final nail he needed to strike into the coffin. That's fine then, let's do it that way. I'll accompany you to the end, and when you see your plan's failure with your own eyes, I'll take you in. How does that sound? It sounds awfully manipulative, Tefet replied with a smile. Is it manipulative if I tell you my goal from the start? Damien asked with the same smile. Fair enough, Tefet sighed in exasperation. He was truly too old to keep carrying the facade of a young and crazily ambitious leader. He'd been doing so for such a long time. He found it refreshing to speak to someone who understood his identity. Looking at Damien, he was forced to sigh in wonder. Just the fact that the latter sat here, not only in front of him but also in Aquazil in general, showed the degree of talent he held. He was someone who'd ascend to the peak one day. Maybe, I'll be able to see something spectacular before I die if I follow him, the wild thought came to Tefet's mind. He was well aware that his current life was his last. If he transferred his soul even one more time, his ego would be lost in the process. Come, then. Let's see how true your words are. Tefet resolved himself to a decision. He and Damien sat in silence thereafter, drinking their tea and watching the ongoing events take place. The Tefet clan's role was almost over, and while the ending of the war Damien started was a bit lackluster due to Tefet's attitude, he didn't mind this at all. After all, the lackluster nature of this conclusion only meant that his planning was without flaw. When events flowed properly, nothing like the fifth primal sovereign's surprise explosive death would occur, and if Damien was able to truly plan things to such precision, it only meant that his ability to properly use his intelligence was rising. Nevertheless, besides a little pride, Damien didn't feel much. His celebration could wait until Tefet stood under his rule. Chapter 679. Do not unlock. Pretend this chap doesn't exist. The contents are just old chaps again. It's pointless to waste money on it. The murky black Emperor Bone Sea reflected in the Tefet clan head's personal training room was dyed red with the color of blood. Almost. Just a bit more and I can finally leave this place. I can finally. Become a god. A light of madness painted his eyes. This escape plan had been brewing for more than just the clan head's lifespan. Every clan head before him aided in the completion of a plan that was just now coming into fruition. The reason was simple: to use blood sacrifice to tear open a hole in Aquazil was easier said than done. Aquazil was created by the sea god, an unmatchable existence. Naturally, it took a great deal of time to properly accumulate the necessary sacrifices. Now, millions of years later, their hard work was finally paying off. With just a few thousand more sacrifices, the crack would be opened wide, allowing Tefet to not only escape Aquazil, but also to truly control the Emperor Bone Sea. Your refusal will not faze me. You will become mine. The Tefet clan head excitedly licked his lips. The scene on the projected walls around him changed, reflecting the inside of Aquazil, despite the low level of authority he truly held. He could at least spy on the happenings in Aquazil. Ah, you finally decided to come. I've been waiting for so long. Tefet excitedly grabbed a transmission talisman and sent a message, ordering all forces to return to the main headquarters and prepare for war. At the same time, he pushed open the training room doors and appeared in Aquazil for the first time in many years. His re-entrance clearly signified the importance of this moment for him. A few children thought themselves powerful and decided to wage war against him. In normal times, he naturally would have been extremely irritated by their behavior. But in his current circumstance, war was just another opportunity. The main attack force consisted of Damien and Zara, Maximus and Rhea, the Sanctuary's fourth-class beings, and the most powerful fourth-class beings from the Ruvia and Oga clans. This force didn't have more than 20 people, but it was a team of elites. Those weaker than them would trace their steps and attack the lower-level Tefit clan members while they pushed forward. They stood in the middle of a flat plain. The Tefit clan's main headquarters was surrounded by a large concealment array, making it completely invisible to the outside world, but to Damien, it almost felt like home. There is a 3-layer defense system behind the concealment array that tries to beguile and kill anyone who enters. The first layer is an intricate beguiling formation that uses Aquazil itself as a foundation. If you aren't careful, your mind will be broken by it. The second layer is more material. Tefit clan guards armed with powerful technology will be waiting there. If your mind becomes too immersed in the formation, they'll move and kill you before you can even react. As for the final layer, just leave that one to me. Damien said with a grin. Everyone is aware of the plan, right? Humph, it can hardly be called a plan. Your only intention is to kill until there is nothing left to kill. Bianca scoffed. Damien scratched his head sheepishly. I mean, is there any better way to do things? At this point, our options are pretty limited. Bianca shrugged and didn't say anything. Of course, there were plenty of other ways to go about this plan. The problem was that every other method would take strenuous amounts of time they didn't have. This full frontal assault would indeed be the most efficient route to take in their current circumstance, especially due to how knowledgeable Damien had suddenly become about the Tefit clan. The main attack force had already discussed this plan countless times in the past day. Now that they were at the enemy base, nervousness and anticipation hit them in waves, but before they could submerge themselves too deeply in forethought, "Let's go!" Damien yelled enthusiastically. His body flashed forward, his fist flying through the air. Bang! Cracks spread through the air as the sky itself seemed to shatter. An extremely well-hidden concealment array cracked and fell apart, giving way to the Tefit clan scenery. With Damien's knowledge of the clan, finding the array's weak point wasn't difficult at all. He didn't stop after breaking the array. His body flashed through the beguiling formation. His powerful mental strength protected his mind with everything it had, but even then he could feel himself veering off course. Ha! With a spirited shout, Damien spread spatial mana around him in a thin web. His awareness infused into this web as he moved, allowing him to better sense the surrounding space. Ting! A sudden reaction came from the web's periphery. There, a Tefit guard was slowly making his way towards Damien, armed head to toe with luxurious armor. Damien grinned. If you come to me, that makes things so much easier. Material shift. Damien's recent breakthroughs in dimensional magic allowed him a supreme ability to manipulate position. Dimensional shift was this concept used on the grandest scale, shifting the position of the dimension itself. However, there were smaller and more precise applications of this ability that Damien could use. Material shift was likely the most practical of them, indiscreet spatial mana wrapped around the unaware guard. In the next instant, he found himself directly within the beguiling formation. Damien's body took the guard's original position. Using the boost he'd received from this move, Damien shot forward and increased his momentum. Material shift allowed him to toy with the position of material objects, whether they were living or non-living. If he wanted to, Damien could use this skill to easily transport his every team member past the beguiling formation, but this wasn't his job. Damien's target was the clan head himself, but before that, he had to take care of something else. He zoomed past the secondary defensive layer of armored guards and arrived at the third layer. Unexpectedly, this layer was actually a large wall of murky black water. This water was from the Emperor Bone Sea. Not only would the water itself harm intruders through poison and other nefarious methods, the beasts and plants residing within were terrifying in their own right. Damien had personally experienced their ferocity, so he knew not to downplay this defensive layer. However, in the end, this was merely a spark of the Emperor Bone Sea, not even enough to be quantified as a fraction. If he showed fear in front of this tiny piece, how could he confidently claim the entire sea in the future? His hand reached out and brushed against the seawall's surface. Pitch black mana exited his fingertips, snaking along the wall. Devour it all. And don't worry about portion sizes. There'll be plenty more to eat after this. Void mana jumped and danced in jubilation upon hearing his words. In its excitement, its foggy form became more material, resembling the gaping maw of a terrifying and unknown creature. In the next second, the maw emitted a soul-snatching suction force, forcibly devouring the Emperor Bone Sea wall whole. While Damien made a beeline for Tefit, the rest of the main attack force split off into their own roles as well. The Tefit clan kept a loose structure like the other four clans on the surface, But their actual internal structure was extremely hierarchical. Anyone who fell out of this line would be executed without mercy. The Tefid clan had two great elders at the late middle stages of 4th class, roughly around level 330, tens of high elders at around level 300, and countless normal elders who were between levels 200 and 300 in strength. The only law comprehension their bloodline allowed them was the same law comprehension that the other 4 clans used, just utilized with different methods. Knowing these two facts made facing them far easier. Firstly, Maximus and Rhea would fight against the great elders. They were both incredibly strong and held extreme familiarity with the strange laws of Aquazil. They would take care of the two great elders faster than anyone else. The Sanctuarians were in charge of the high elders. Their strength lay mainly in the uniqueness of their laws, giving them an advantage during first contact. In a race against time like the current raid, they needed to capitalize on this advantage as much as possible. The rest of the regular elders of the two clans would fight against the regular elders of the Tefid clan. With these bases covered, there wasn't much left to do besides carry out the plan to perfection. Of course, there was one more job. Zara moved silently through the battlefield. Her beast form stood at its smallest height, no different in size than a wolf cub. As she ran, her shadow split from her body and materialized into a copy of her. The two versions of Zara moved in opposite directions. Avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible, their job was completely unrelated to everyone else's. In fact, it was something only known to her and Damien, but in the end, her role in this raid was likely even more important than Damien's. Despite the fact that he was facing the Tefid clan head himself, Maximus and Rhea made it through the beguiling formation not long after Zara. Their steps were light and rapid, their location already set. Boom! Bang! A jet of mana and a fist shot out, pulverizing the two Tefid guards who tried to stop them. Passing the secondary defensive line, they prepped themselves for the most terrifying third, but when they arrived, they only found empty space. That terrifying black wall is. Rhea muttered, it's gone. Maximus said, equally shocked. They thought they'd grown accustomed to Damien's ferocity, but they were sorely mistaken. The terrifying black wall that used to reside in this space was a harrowing defensive measure and the main reason none of the other clans had been able to invade the Tefid. That black wall contained a deathly energy that invaded one's body and corroded them from the inside out. This energy was so subtle that it was impossible to notice until the final stages of decay when one's body ceased functioning. Not to mention, there were countless other dangers lurking within the water wall. The clans of Aquazil viewed this wall not as the Tefid clan's property, but as the mark of the sovereign. But now, in front of their eyes, that mark of sovereignty had vanished. They didn't know how Damien did it, but it was clearly his doing. It's not a good feeling being surpassed so much by a child, Rhea mumbled in complaint. Maximus smiled lightly and patted her on the head. Well, there isn't much we can do about that. Shouldn't we just be content that the younger generation is surpassing the old? Rhea pushed his hand away with a blush, replying, don't think I can't see through you. You're just acting nice because you know he can't compete for sovereignty. I can't argue with that, Maximus shrugged, but it's true that I respect him. If this raid ends in success, he didn't finish his words. Instead of posing hypotheticals, he'd much rather move into action. The duo pressed their feet against the ground and pushed off, flying through the water with precision and speed that land dwellers could never replicate. Before even Damien reached the clan head, they were already at the great elders' abodes. Raka, Tilly's, come out and fight me. Maximus yelled, so it has finally begun. Our time out has also come, an aged voice rang out from within, time by. It has truly been so long. A second voice joined it. The residence's door opened slowly, revealing the figures of two old men. They were both unremarkable in appearance. But both Maximus and Rhea's eyes hardened when they saw them. Stop working with Tefid. Join us and get away from his schemes. Only then can you live. Teacher. Rhea yelled. Raka and Tilly's, two old men who had lived for untold millennia. They were not only elders of the Tefid clan, but also the adored teachers of almost every clan head alive today. One day a few hundred years ago, they broke their neutrality and joined the Tefid clan. Nobody was able to find out why, nor did the two leave any hints. In the end, the two didn't even help the Tefid clan in any way. Their actions were incomprehensible, but still, the two old men didn't budge on the decisions they made. Others didn't need to understand their reasoning. Tilly smiled warmly as he looked at the two clan heads. He remembered when they were still children who didn't even know how to use mana. Seeing how you two have grown, I'm truly overjoyed by your progress. And it seems you found solace in each other. With the way you used to fight, who would have ever guessed? Your vision is too narrow. I predicted their matrimony long ago, you just never listened to me, elders. Rhea shouted in embarrassment. She glanced over at Maximus, only to see the dumb smile that had lit up his face. What? The two of you obviously want each other. Why are you hesitating so much? Tilly said slyly, the blush on Rhea's face reddened. The two of them weren't even married yet. It was true they'd had more than just a little fun. And it was true that they cared for each other abnormally, but the prominence war and their responsibilities didn't allow them to calmly accept marriage. Nevertheless, there wasn't time for idle conversation at the moment. As much as she wanted to speak to her former teachers, Rhea understood her priorities. The Tefet clan needed to be exterminated. Until that happened, they needed to delay the two elders. They already knew that defeating them was impossible. Maximus was the same. Marriage might not have been possible at the moment, he would have all the time in the world to consider it in the future. For now, the two flared their auras and readied themselves to fight against the beings who raised them and taught them to fight in the first place. Whether emotionally or technically, this fight would be extremely difficult for them. Chapter 680 Finale 3. While Damien and Tefet were having a relatively relaxed time at the top of the Tefet clan's main building, the battlefield only continued to grow more violent. Elvira and the Sanctuarian stood against what remained of the Tefet clan's high elders, a group of only 10. The other 20 were already one with the ground. The inside of the dimensional cage was still. The Tefet elders no longer had the courage to attack after seeing their comrades get cut down like vegetables. Their hesitation wasn't strange at all. As for the attacking force, they didn't move either. While it would be simple to kill off these last few elders, the group decided to instead take time and recuperate any lost mana or injuries they'd acquired during the battle. They didn't know what risks they would have to face after leaving the dimensional cage's protection, so it was best to be safe. Still, the outcome of their fight was all but decided. With no chance at resistance, the remaining high elders would die the second the attacking force decided to strike. This overwhelming scene translated to all parts of the battlefield. The regular elders of the two clans struggled against the Tefet elders alone, but with their advantage in numbers, overpowering the enemy became light work. Even the third-class beings were slaughtering their way through the Tefet clan. Under Damien's forces' leadership, the losses were kept to an absolute minimum. Compared to the Tefet clan's losses, they were entirely negligible. The most eye-catching scene, however, was naturally Lunaria's baptism. The swirling world energy barrier drew the attention of countless elites who flocked over to witness it, but these people were all struck down by Feng Qinger and her followers. None were able to get near Lunaria's baptism site. And even if they did, it was unknown whether they could survive the biting cold that was slowly permeating the area. Within the world energy barrier, Lunaria was facing the baptism of a phoenix, a trial known as rebirth. Unlike humans who changed classes every time they ranked up, beasts would experience bloodline evolution. This method of strengthening would put them on the path to becoming god beasts. Whether they followed the path of their ancestors or forged their own, just like Feng Qinger experienced rebirth to unlock her reincarnation flames, Lunaria had to do the same to unlock her latent bloodline abilities. In particular, the Ice Phoenix clan's life flames. Lunaria already had access to a preliminary version of this flame. Her natural ice flames already carried a hint of life energy, which was also what allowed her to utilize Ice Phoenix runes to her convenience. However, this was, at the end of the day, still just a preliminary version. The rebirth of an Ice Phoenix was a multiple-stage process where ice laws and life laws would engrave themselves into a young phoenix's psyche and body, empowering them and providing them the comprehension they needed to continue forward. But naturally, they needed to prove themselves before they could access any of these boons. Lunaria was in the process of undergoing extreme torture by ice laws. Her body was ripped to shreds, and her mind was corrupted to the extreme, yet, regardless of what was thrown at her, she remained stoic. This was a natural trial she'd been prepared to overcome for many years now. With it now dawning upon her, the only thing for her to do was complete it as she planned many times in the past, and she would do so in just a single hour. The only person missing from the ongoing chaos was Zara. Unlike the rest, the task she'd been assigned wasn't related to the Tefet clan at all. Rather, it was to ruin the plans of a single person. Zara's main body and shadow clone set off in different directions, melding into the surroundings and sinking into the ground. She arrived in an underground area that not many had access to. Here, the culmination of Tefet's life's work was present. A large tube holding an unknown greenish liquid sat in the center of the room. Multiple mana-powered consoles surrounded it from every direction, each having a different purpose. Underneath the tube was the outline of a portal. This was where every bit of power Tefet claimed from blood sacrifice was stored. Zara had found this place relatively easily. Sure, but that was only due to Damien's strict guidance. He wasn't just aware of the internal layout, but also the weak points in every security measure in place to guard this area. If she had even a little bit less information, she would have died trying to infiltrate this forbidden area. Looking at the portal outline, Zara was reminded of Damien's words, "I want to recruit Tefet into the sanctuary." That old geezer's knowledge and breadth of vision surpass even the oldest of the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range's refugees. If he becomes a part of our force, the level of equipment and technology we possess will increase to a completely different level. Tefet is too smart. Even if his original plan fails, he'll surely have multiple countermeasures in place to ensure an overall success. If there is even an ounce of success in his schemes, he won't be willing to submit. Despite his nihilistic viewpoint, he's quite the stubborn old man. I don't plan on lying to him. It's true that no matter what he does, the Emperor Bone Sea won't submit to him. But Tefet's main wish is freedom, not control. Even if controlling the Emperor Bone Sea is impossible, the power he's collected until now is enough to open a portal to the outside world. This much is already enough to make recruiting him impossible. Zara, I will go speak to him personally and try to recruit him, but while I do so, I need you to do an even more important job. Destroy any chance of his plan's success. Make it impossible for him to reject our proposal. It may be cruel, but it is simply the way of the world. Just like he is willing to use any means possible, I am the same. Damien didn't try to justify his actions to her. He'd grown past that point long ago. Everything he did was for the sake of his and his family's future. There wasn't a single minute that went by without him thinking of how to destroy the Nox so they could live peacefully. Unfortunately, his personal power wasn't enough to change the tides of war, nor did he have the time to grow to a level where it was. His best bet was to create a terrifying force that could demolish the Nox, crushing their race into extinction. If he ever met a person he felt worthy of this force, he would recruit them. That was the end of the story. Tefet fell into this category as well. Not only because of his technical ingenuity, but also because of his possession ability. To Tefet, possessing another body was a death wish, but to Damien, as long as he could increase, heal, prowess until it could heal even souls, what else did he have to fear? Chapter 681 Finale 4. Zara walked through the mysterious underground space alone. The only other people who could access this area were either currently conversing with Damien or being held back by other forces. Her goal was clear. She couldn't destroy the machines around her, as that would alert Tefet of her presence and ruin her entire plan. Instead, she had to precisely manipulate their systems to force them to malfunction. Naturally, Zara wasn't anything like a technological expert. She didn't have the necessary knowledge to collapse such an intricate system with her mana, but what she did have was guidance from someone who did. Even Damien was a plebeian when it came to machines, but the memories he devoured gave him an extreme understanding of how these specific machines functioned. As for where he got the memories from, in truth, it was a strange bit of coincidence. None of the elders he devoured had the authority to enter this space. Other than Tefet and the two great elders, nobody else had this authority. The one who provided him with this information was none other than Tilly's. 2 days prior to the start of the war, while the Allied force was in the midst of finalizing their attack plans, a sudden sound transmission entered Damien's head. It was a request for a meeting. Naturally, Damien found this strange. Not just the sound transmission itself, but also the fact that nobody could sense the transmission's existence except him. Sound transmissions, at the end of the day, were applications of projected mana. As long as one was much stronger than the person sending the sound transmission, they'd be able to sense its existence. Though intercepting it was a different story. The fact that nobody among the multiple high-level fourth-class beings in their group could sense this mana only meant that the person sending the transmission was far above their level. Out of sheer curiosity, Damien answered the call. He didn't stop to think about the risk. When he arrived at the meeting location, he found himself face to face with an unassuming old man. "Are you the one who called me?" he asked curiously. "Is there anyone else around but me?" The old man replied casually. "Fair enough," Damien said. Well then, you said you had important information to give me, no? Let's get to it then. The old man smiled slightly as he spoke. Child, you're a bit too enthusiastic, aren't you? Since I called you here, I will naturally give you the information you seek. But before that, the old man's arm waved through the water, causing the surrounding water to flurry into a massive vortex that entrapped Damien. Show me your skill. Can you prove that you are worthy of my help? Damien's eyes hardened. Though the surrounding vortex wasn't too terribly difficult for him to break, he didn't like the feeling of being tested. At the same time, the old man gave him a strange vibe that he couldn't quite pinpoint. His eyes darted around the vortex, then back to the old man. I see, so it's you. He muttered. He'd heard from Maximus and Rhea the identities of the Tethid clan's great elders. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while now as well. What a strange coincidence. Damien commented. Void mana materialized at his fingertips, snaking off in different directions and sealing off the surrounding space. Phase shift. If material shift was meant for physical constructs and dimension shift was meant for the fabric of reality itself, phase shift was more meant to influence the state of a target than anything else. Living beings could be regressed or progressed in age, and the state of an object could be equally shifted. In the case of water, this shift took place in its phase of matter. The terrifying vortex that entrapped Damien was forced into phase shift's range. As Damien's mana continued to spread, the vortex shifted into a layer of steam that clouded up the atmosphere. When Damien's display of power ended, the waters of Aquazil smashed against each other as they attempted to fill the gap he created. Through the resulting explosion, Tilly's smile was especially clear. So he wasn't wrong. Someone bearing that has finally come. Tilly's waved his hand and calmed the water. Looking at Damien, a light of admiration colored his eyes. For you to reach this level despite your age and background, you must have trained extremely hard. He must be proud. Tilly said. What are you talking about? Damien asked. Tilly's words made no sense to him at all. Ha! Tilly's chuckled at Damien's confusion. Worry not. When the time comes, I'm sure you'll understand everything that fogs your mind. TCH, never mind that, Tilly said. Haven't you come here to receive information? Now that I've confirmed your identity, giving you information is a given. Tilly's and Damien's conversation began there. It wasn't just Aquazil or the Nox they spoke about. Their conversation mostly revolved around many broader topics that made Damien endlessly interested in what the man had to say, but of course, it began with the information Damien sought. I see, so it's something like that. I figured it'd be along those lines, but nope. That boss of yours is extremely bad at his job. He is the reason the Tethid clan has been able to thrive for many hundreds of thousands of years. Is he truly inadequate in your eyes? Damien grinned at the question. Not at all. In fact, that's a very rare talent he has. Most people would go insane after the first or second possession. His power can't be underestimated. His genius mind is still growing. His talent is through the roof. Anyone who doesn't have the idea to recruit him is incompetent. Oh? You have bold dreams. It's no wonder the universe loves you. Tilly's led Damien on a walk through the barrenness of Aquazil's daytime scenery. At that time, Damien suddenly noticed something. You are not one of them, HM? What do you mean by that? Tilly's questioned back. The residents of Aquazil avoid the sunlight like a plague. Even if they're threatened with death, they won't step into its vicinity. How is it that you're still fine? Damien asked suspiciously. Tilly's grinned. Good question. But if you want to know why they do such a thing, do me a single favor. If you can complete it with precision, I will tell you everything you could possibly want to know about Aquazil and the Emperor Bone Sea. Damien furrowed his brows in thought. A favor from an expert could never be simple. Owing someone like Tilly's a favor would usually only end in downfall. After all, at their level of strength, favors weren't something that could be denied. Especially when one achieved divinity. The weight of their words began to directly impact their power, making it dangerous to act as brazenly as one did in their youth. But instead of following the most natural scenario, Tilly's used his favor for a single matter. Back in the present, Zara worked to fulfill this wish. Her shadows blanketed the whole underground space, and in the next instant, she began to work on sabotaging everything as she was ordered. Chapter 682 Finale 5. Suspense was thrown out the window thereafter. the sanctuary forces slaughtered the remaining High Elders easily and exited the dimensional cage, joining the others in destroying the rest of the Tethid clan. Lunaria was soon to finish her baptism, which would add another wave of power to the already overpowering allied force, and the number of Tethid soldiers dwindled until even calling them a resistance was no longer possible. The only people remaining on the Tethid clan side who could change the results of this war were Tethid himself and the two great elders. However, neither side seemed to have any intention of aiding the falling clan. Raka and Tilly stood with Rhea and Maximus, taking a break from their fight. While the two elders stood unscathed, both Maximus and Rhea were covered in bruises and scratches from the previous altercation. The only reason their injuries were so light was because Raka and Tilly's never fought with the intent to kill. Instead, they refined the two clan heads' fighting styles until they were able to stand on their own even against the two elders themselves. "Why did you join the Tethid clan?" Rhea asked during this moment of respite. The question had bothered her for an incredibly long time, but she had resigned herself to never knowing the answer back then. Now, however, she wanted to know more than ever. Raka and Tilly's clearly weren't in the Tethid clan to aid them or use them for protection. The former was disproven by their current attitude, and the latter. Neither of the two great elders needed anyone's protection. Just based on the previous fight alone, these two were the strongest beings in Aquazil. Then, for what reason did they have to pick an affiliation? Raka smiled lightly. "Why, you say? The flow of fate led us this far. The purpose of our existence has always been unknown, but perhaps we've found some clues recently." He gave Tilly's a knowing look as he spoke. Though he hadn't been there himself, he trusted Tilly's absolutely when the latter claimed he found traces of that thing in Aquazil. Tilly shook his head wryly. "Children, we are not so grand as you believe us to be. In the end, we are mere tools set to carry out the machinations of fate. If fate wishes for our deaths, that will be the day we die. For you to understand our reasoning, you must at least become stronger than anyone else in Aquazil." Maximus' eyes narrowed. "You. The two of you aren't mortals, are you, mortals? Everyone is mortal. Even the strongest being can die if he meets someone better than him." Raka replied. Maximus shook his head in rebuttal. "You understand what I mean. Teachers. Are you both divinities?" Tilly smiled curiously. "Oh ho? And what makes you think that? You're so strong." Rhea immediately blurted out. "Even if we're much weaker than you, if you were fourth-class beings, we'd at least be able to injure you. But even after taking a full-powered attack from me, you took no damage." Rhea felt stupid when she said it out loud. Until Maximus voiced his thoughts, she didn't even consider the possibility of her two mentors being divinities. But, thinking about it now, wouldn't everything make sense if they were? The question remained, though, for what reason were these two incredibly powerful beings trapping themselves in Aquazil? And what could possibly justify their actions? Well, I think the answer to that is pretty simple. A new voice appeared behind them. This was naturally Damien, who had come down from the peak of the Tethid skyscraper with Tethid. Now that the ongoing events were reaching a close, their first stop was the Great Elders. This fight was the only one that hadn't been completed yet. After all, looking at Raka and Tilly's, some of the final dots in his mind began to connect. When he met Tilly's previously, he didn't have any surety about the latter's identity. Now, however, especially with the conclusions made by Maximus and Rhea, his assumptions became more complete. "I didn't think there would be something like this, but I guess it makes sense. I don't think anyone has enough trust in autonomous systems to just leave them operating such a massive project without supervisors." Damien said. "Isn't that right, subordinates of the sea god?" It was a wild conjecture. It was a question that acted on the assumption that the two great elders had been alive for countless millions of years, existing from when the sea god's reign was still true, but to Damien, it only made sense. The lifespan of a demigod was extremely long. But it didn't cross the threshold of 1,000,000 years. To live for such an extensive period of time, the two great elders must have connected their very souls to Aquazil's foundation, only, that would mean they became a part of Aquazil. Leaving its premises became an impossibility for them. What other individual would be willing to go so far besides the sea god's own subordinates? While Damien's guess was made after a good amount of analysis, Raka and Tilly's were still shocked at how close he was to the truth. The sea god's subordinates. This title didn't fit them too perfectly. But their connection with the man who earned that grand godly title wasn't a small one. And they did indeed know him during his lifetime. They weren't like the rest who only learned of his existence through legends. They had existed in Aquazil for so many years that it was surprising nobody else noticed. However, it made sense when they considered how secluded they lived their lives before the previous Prominence War. Nevertheless, the fact that an outsider was able to piece together so many facts after staying in Aquazil for a little less than a month was extremely surprising, almost to the point of rendering them speechless. "You are quite the interesting fellow," Raka said with a sigh of astonishment. "Indeed, to think you would guess it so easily. It feels like keeping up the facade was just a joke." Tilly's continued in the same tone. They had a mission to complete in Aquazil, and they'd stayed for so long to complete that mission. Although they weren't stupidly secretive about their identities, they never made it obvious who they were. The facade they had kept for so many years was peeled away just like that, no less by a boy not older than 30. It felt strange knowing that the final objective of their mission was possibly arriving in front of them. "It's quite funny. We were given a list of conditions one needed to fulfill to perfectly pass the trial set in this realm, but you've completed almost all those conditions before even becoming aware of the trial. Tell me, boy, would you like to hear the truth of this world?" Tilly's asked solemnly. But rather than the answer he expected, Damien gave a stern refusal. "That conversation can wait. The main event is almost over." You see, as he spoke, a fountain of blood shot into the air many tens of kilometers away. Lunaria had completed her baptism, and upon her entrance, the requirements for Tefet's sacrificial ritual were all met. Chapter 683 Wrap-up. 1. All things returned to silence. Despite the heat of the ongoing warfare, no sound was transmitted through Aquazil's waters. The sudden change reflected greatly on those present, forcing all combat to a halt. "This is the moment of truth," Tefet murmured to nobody in particular. Despite his personal confidence, Damien's words had truly shaken him. His anticipation for this moment was more than just great. Aquazil rumbled from its foundation as a frightening fluctuation of power spread from below the Tefet clan's main headquarters. Rumble, cracks spread through the sky. A reddish-brown color painted the realm as a large formation circle slowly formed in the air. This formation was called the Blood Sacrament God Array. It didn't have a set purpose, but rather was an all-encompassing formation whose use would change based on its growth and the method by which it was used. In this case, Tefet merged the Blood Sacrament God Array with the technological portal outline and other machines below the Tefet clan to break a hole in the realm. Aquazil's foundation shook for this very reason. The massive amount of energy Tefet had gathered for the past hundreds of thousands of years was dispersing into the atmosphere in accordance with the formation, latching into Aquazil's foundational laws and forcing them apart. This process would take at least a day to finish, but whether fortunately or unfortunately, it wouldn't be allowed to get that far. For 5 hours, the formation worked as planned. Cracks spread through the air and ground. The atmosphere seemed to be on the brink of apocalypse. It was a precursor, a peek into what would have happened if Tefet's plans succeeded, but Damien wasn't just guessing when he confronted the clan head. His words were based on fact, assurance that he couldn't share without revealing Devour's true power. After the 5th hour passed, the violence came to an abrupt halt. The cracks that tried to spread and thicken slowed their growth until they barely moved, and then the destruction reversed. There was an inherent difference between the mana of a lower existence and the mana of a divinity. The process of gaining strength was relatively streamlined, especially with the existence of the system, but beneath the universe's natural devouring and evolution method of growth, there was another system as well. This was the system of laws that people followed after achieving 4th class. But in reality, the growth towards entering this system began far earlier than that. Classless beings were aware of their affinities but unable to properly utilize them. The first 10 levels they gained would familiarize them with mana and strengthen their bodies to handle it properly. After that, 1st class was a matter of understanding mana at a beginner level. The journey to level 50 was one of learning the class system and how to utilize it, growing in the direction one believed best suited them. 2nd class was where a practitioner finally came into true contact with their elements. Unlike the previous 2 classes that didn't allow much versatility, 2nd class was one where a practitioner could truly understand what it meant to be strong. Damien gaining access to vector control at this level was merely a single example of this phenomenon. 3rd class was where affinities turned into elements. One's connection with their element would greatly heighten, their ability to manipulate it at a conceptual level becoming more prominent. Before one could become worthy of baptism, one needed to achieve a level of connection with their elements that they never had before. 4th class was a true dividing point. Here, rather than the elements that stem from them, one would interact with the laws themselves. building connections and understanding them to the fullest. However, to achieve divinity, one couldn't just have a connection with the laws. They needed to embody them. Divine mana, divine essence, higher mana, the power source of the higher existences took many names, but they were all the same essential energy source. This energy, rather than being derived from mana or derived from laws, was drawn directly from them. Just as a practitioner embodied their law would begin to embody them. Aquazil was a realm built on this relationship. The foundational laws of this realm weren't just regular laws found in nature, they were laws that embodied the sea god himself. In essence, Aquazil was the remnant will of the sea god. Even if Tefet used billions of years to refine as much essence as possible, he wouldn't be able to break through Aquazil's laws unless he understood this fact. At least, not with his current methods. Aquazil began rapidly repairing itself not long after the destruction halted. In fact, the realm even used the excess energy from Tefet's blood sacrifice to strengthen itself, becoming firmer and less susceptible to future repetitions of the same situation. Ha ha ha. Tefet laughed wryly. Not only was it a failure, but it was also a failure that accomplished the exact opposite result compared to my purpose. He couldn't believe it even after seeing it. He'd braced himself for this moment, but no amount of bracing could help him accept that hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of years of effort went down the drain so easily. Is this how it ends? He wondered. What was he to do now? Because of their previous agreement, wasn't he practically becoming Damien's slave now that his plans lost value? What was the point of his life? Don't. Damien's voice halted his dreary thoughts. He turned around with dull eyes, gazing at his new master. There's no benefit in acting all suicidal now. In the end, didn't you want freedom? You might be subordinating yourself to me, but you'll get the freedom you desired by doing so. At that time, what you do with your life is entirely up to you. Whether you want to build a new influence like the Tefet clan, lead troops into war as a great hero, or even just relax in the sanctuary for the rest of your life. It's completely up to you. The only thing you have to do is answer my call when I need aid. Damien's words were truthful. He was never a stern ruler who micromanaged the actions of his subordinates. In fact, even though the entirety of the sanctuary's population was subordinated to him, the only ones he truly considered his followers were the clan leaders, those who actively submit to him. The rest were merely citizens of a new world. Their lives were their own, and as the sanctuary grew, the number of those like them would only increase. Worrying about them was useless. Tefet would become a valued subordinate, someone on the level of the 5 clan leaders. He would be the dawn of the sanctuary's aquatic civilization. And hopefully, its leader. Damien had big plans for Tefet. In order to carry these out, he couldn't let the latter submerge himself in despair. Come with me, he finally said after some thought. I'll show you the sanctuary, and after I finish up a few more things, I'll show you the world beyond. At that time, let's see if you can keep this same dreary atmosphere. He grabbed Tefet's shoulder and immediately willed his mana, causing the two to vanish from existence. In the next instant, the sanctuary's breathtaking landscape revealed itself to their eyes. Chapter 684 Wrap-Up 2. The sanctuary of today was a completely different monster than any of its previous forms. The world Damien and Tefet materialized into was truly a world, for continents were separated by a vast and empty sea where life was only beginning to bud. Each of these continents was home to a different biome, each biome home to a different race of people. The core groups from each clan still lived on the original continent in the center, with the orientation Damien had seen when he came to the sanctuary to pick up Jiaomei, but these were only the elite few hundred from each clan. This was because the main continent had flourished into a mana-filled holy land where comprehending the laws became almost streamlined. Training here would provide extreme benefit to those who did, thus, the 5 clans decided to leave it for only their elites. The rest would have to earn their spots on the central continent. The other 3 continents surrounded the center in a triangular formation. The Fire and Ice Phoenix clans inhabited the scorching desert and freezing tundra environments, and White Dragon Grotto and Lucius Demon King clan lived in a more moderate climate. Perhaps because the sanctuary's growth was influenced by its inhabitants, the environments it spawned as it grew matched them perfectly. These 4 continents surrounded each other and made up the world's center, but even then, roughly 60% of the world's surface remained uninhabited. This was because, other than the oceans that occupied most of the world's space, another 20% was taken by another, far more mysterious, continent, the Storm Heavens continent, a death zone where young elites went to train and temper themselves. This land was uninhabitable due to the terrifying lightning that continuously struck down, lightning that even reached the level of black demon lightning. Other than some special lifeforms that thrived in such a lightning-clad environments, the only beings on this continent were those who came temporarily to train. Nevertheless, this continent was extremely important to the world's residents. It was the best possible place for one to temper their bodies. This world, the combination of new and old that formed the first celestial body of the sanctuary's budding universe, had already been named in a conjoined effort by the 5 clans, Thebel, a word that mixed dragon tongue, elven language, demon tongue, and phoenix tongue in one, melding them to fit a single definition. First, the first of its kind, the first under the heavens, the first step forward, Thebel. Damien quite liked this name, and it seemed his subordinates did even more so. The status of being the first inhabitants of a budding universe wasn't light, and it was clearly something they took pride in. While Damien admired the sanctuary's completeness, Tephet's amazement came from an entirely different source. How long had he lived? Hundreds of thousands of years? Millions of years? After so long, he'd lost count. But in all those terrifyingly long and dreary years, he'd never seen a scene like this, a scene that was completely independent of Aquazil. Amazing, he muttered to himself. A spark seemed to light in his eye. He felt like a child again, seeing such wonder that he never thought he could experience, the cleanliness of the air, the landmasses that existed above sea level, the different biomes that simply didn't exist within Aquazil. While Aquazil was a strange sea realm that mirrored the land above far more than any other area, it was still underwater at the end of the day. Something like a tundra or a desert was impossible to find. This is Thebel, the first world of my sanctuary. And your new home. While it is still an independent realm, it is much freer than Aquazil, and I won't set any rules for you to follow other than the usual rules to not get in conflict with your allies. When the time comes, I'll also show you the universe outside Aquazil, the grand heavens boundary. It is a wondrous place filled with a myriad of races and beautiful sceneries unlike anything you could ever imagine. Stay excited. Damien explained with a grin. Tephet took it all in with fervor. Even the sanctuary was enough novelty for him to never wish to leave. Just the fact that they were flying in the sky above this world, completely without the aid of water, was a shock to him. If he was given the chance to take control of this world's waters and grow its population as he wished, how great would that be? He could raise a perfect army of soldiers as well as a family unlike what he'd ever had before. At that time, serving Damien would have been the greatest decision he ever made. Tephet took a knee where he stood, immediately making his decision. I, Tephet, swear on my blood and mana to serve you, Damien Void, for eternity. Damien smiled in satisfaction. The process of acquiring this new sloth servant was much easier than he expected it to be. Honestly, those people on Aquazil were bumpkins. They didn't know anything about the outside world, and even the concept of it was enough to fascinate them. With Damien's means, subordinating them was light work. Nevertheless, it wasn't quite the time for Damien to pat himself on the back. Before that, he needed to finish up his work in Aquazil. While Tephet remained in the sanctuary to familiarize himself with Thebel's environment, Damien returned to Aquazil. His personal tasks were mostly done. Now, he simply had to oversee the battlefield in case of any extraneous circumstances. For instance, an event where Rhea or Maximus decided to rebel, whether fortunately or unfortunately for him, though, everything went incredibly smoothly. He almost felt strange bringing events to such a proper conclusion. He'd gotten too used to every event ending by being blown out of proportion. The environment being completely destroyed, Damien looked over the Tephet clan main headquarters. More than anything, he wanted to see Zara. If the task she'd been assigned was completed properly, while Damien was in thought, Raka and Tilly's walked up from behind him. Finished your work? Tilly's asked. The elder had been waiting for Damien's return. There was still much for them to talk about, this and that. There's still some more I have to do before I can say I'm really finished. Did you need me for something? Damien questioned back. Ever since their first meeting, he had a feeling that these two elders wanted more from him than they let on. He was being kind not bringing it up directly. But at the same time, he was well aware that he couldn't beat them regardless of how many strength-boosting abilities he used. Tilly smiled seeing Damien's aggravated expression. Naturally, he was aware of the strange youth's inner thoughts. It wasn't like Damien tried to hide them in any way, but still, he truly did need Damien for something. And now that Tephet had seemingly been taken care of, the time was right for them to speak. I did, actually, Tilly's responded straightforwardly. After all, why wouldn't I want a word with Aquazil's future successor? Chapter 685 Wrap-Up 3. Damien was flabbergasted by the form of address. Of course, becoming Aquazil's successor was indeed his end goal, but he didn't expect to be called by the title quite yet. After all, he hadn't done anything to earn it. Is there a reason you're crowning me so early? He asked Tilly's curiously. Whether it's early or not merely depends on perception. To me, your existence alone is enough to validity that title. Tilly's replied, I see. Damien said. He didn't really know how to respond, nor was he in the mood to entertain these two elders. Knowing their backstory, it was a sure case that they could give him all the answers he possibly wanted. But knowing their type after meeting characters like Tian Yang and Malcolm, he knew those answers wouldn't come easy. Now, Damien was through with Aquazil. He wanted to return to Hidden Death Valley and begin his training regime before focusing on the true great issue at hand. Aquazil's matters could wait until the Prominence War ended. Don't be so hasty to turn us away, Raka said with a smile, as if predicting Damien's thoughts. While it's true that we can't tell you everything you wish to know, we at least wish to tell you one thing: do not fall victim to the void. Tilly's finished. Damien's eyes widened. No matter how many times he used void mana, those who could recognize it could still be counted on one hand. Even looking at those in the human domain who'd heard legends of the seed weren't completely aware of the void. They only knew it as a mysterious and powerful power. What do you mean by that? Damien asked. His interest was more than just a little piqued at this point. Tilly shrugged. What we mean can only be discovered by you. If you're told the answer at a time like this, it'll only negatively affect your growth. Is that what you wish for? Of course not, Damien said begrudgingly. He understood, but that didn't mean he wasn't put off. To not succumb to the void, I think I can somewhat relate. When he thought about it, Damien realized that he'd always been playing a mental game of tug-of-war with his void physique. The reason his journey as a practitioner didn't start until he was 17 was solely due to the void physique's interference. Even after that, he'd been constantly led by the nose by his physique, being tested again and again to prove his ability to use it. Now, Devour had evolved and the void physique had somewhat integrated with his body. Through this, he gained access to void mana, but did void mana listen to his command? When he used it as normal mana, it acted like normal mana. At least in this regard, it didn't cause him any problems. But when he attempted to utilize the void's power, his mana would always disobey him. It was strange to have mana that behaved semi-intelligently. But after getting used to the void flames, Damien was somewhat acclimated to the situation. Still, that didn't change the strangeness of it all, and on top of that, everything he devoured would be fed to his void mana. The mana itself would grow stronger, but Damien wouldn't see any of those benefits himself. It was like he was being enslaved by it slowly. His eyes hardened when he realized it. To control the mana and not let it control him, while it sounded easy, could it truly be called that? And even if he understood what he had to do, how would he go about doing it? Another troublesome task has loaded itself onto my plate. This wasn't a new problem, but rather an old one that he was only just becoming aware of. Rather than saying it was being added to his plate, it was better to say that this was the task making up the plate itself. Every time I feed the void mana, it feeds me comprehensions in return. Only, I haven't had the time to sift through or even try to grasp these comprehensions. My understanding of the void is negligible to say the least, but if I want to control it, I first have to understand it in full. Damien shook off his thoughts and looked around. Raka and Tilly's had left at some point, apparently only finding him to deliver that singular message. When he sent a mental transmission to Zara through their link, he learned that she was still in the process of collecting everything from the underground space as he'd asked. Within the Tethid clan main headquarters, the scenes of carnage had come to a complete halt. The Allied forces were busy cleaning up the aftermath and making sure there were no survivors. Lunaria had a baptism during that mess, and Chinger seems to be on the precipice of one too. I should go meet them later. But for now, it seems like I have time. Damien teleported away from his position and arrived atop the massive skyscraper where he met Tethid hours prior. Here, with complete peace and silence, he submerged himself into his spiritual world. The usual scenery revealed itself: countless dead stars and the four true worlds he'd bound, a blazing sun, a starry sky, and the spiritual continent he spent so much effort piecing together in the primordial undying realm. And on that spiritual continent was a black egg. It was sleek and metallic, its shell covered in beautiful mysterious patterns that made Damien's eyes sting just looking at them. This is a comprehension egg? Damien wondered. He'd never heard of such a concept, but the random name he gave the egg didn't do it any justice. The egg had not a single fluctuation of aura or power. The way it sat made it look dead and incredibly useless. If any normal person saw this egg, they'd likely ignore it completely even after seeing its unique appearance, but it also gave off a feeling of destruction. A feeling of endlessness and calamity, a feeling of nothingness within existence, a feeling of genesis and nihility. The myriad of feelings projected by this egg didn't come from physical aura or even some sort of mental pressure, rather, it was quite literally just a feeling Damien got when he looked at it. He had no idea how it was actually transmitted to him. It's dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. A mad grin lit up his face. Because he'd been carefully planning his steps for a while, it had been a truly long time since he met a situation where death seemed to stare him right in the eyes. Why did this feeling always make him so excited? His body flashed over to the egg without hesitation. His hand reached out and brushed against its surface. In the next instant, his mind vanished from his body. Transported to a different dimension entirely, and while it was a harrowing experience, a true land of nothingness that could drive any normal man insane, Damien only had a single thought in mind: why is it always darkness when I get transported to different dimensions? Can't it be something more creative? Like damn, Chapter 686 wrap up, for the space Damien found himself in was yet another space of blackness. Yet, this one was quite different from the rest. This blackness didn't come from the excruciating presence of darkness or any abyssal substance, it came from the literal absence of all else. The space Damien stood in was best described as nothingness, the void, but Damien knew that the void wasn't just something as simple as nothingness. Whether it be existence or non-existence, these concepts were contained within the laws of the universe. Without one, the other simply could not be conceptualized. When Damien was young and came in contact with the void, he originally thought it was something like the power of nothingness. But that was just a naive thought. The void was far more esoteric and profound than just that. The current space he found himself in was an example. Yes, it was a space filled with the air and essence of nothingness, but didn't he still exist? True nothingness was still impossible. Existence within non-existence, non-existence within existence. The duality between these two was only a single concept of the void. And this was the concept Damien drew upon after coming in contact with the comprehension egg. His eyes closed on their own as he sunk into his own thoughts. In the real plane, currents of void mana began swirling around his body, dancing as he became more and more familiar with their origin. What was the void? The void was what existed before anything else. All creation existed within the void, but then, what difference was there between the void and regular space? Naturally, just like all others, space was a concept birthed from the void. But unlike the rest, it was one of the most interlinked with it. Space and time were born not long after the universe sparked into existence. These two concepts allowed beings to exist and have them a flow to follow. They were personifications of order and chaos. The void didn't have such personifications. When Damien felt its raw essence around him, he realized that there was no such thing as flow within the void. Do not succumb to the void. Damien remembered Tilly's warning advice. Feeling the void so closely now, he felt he somewhat understood those words. This power had no structure. When one believed it was chaotic, they'd find order, but when they believed it was orderic, they'd find chaos. These two were only concepts birthed from the void, so how could they encompass its existence? The blackness of the void was like an amalgamation of every law or idea to ever exist. If one wanted to, one could look at the void as a sum of these parts, and while this viewpoint would allow one to view the void much easier, it would also skew their perception in a way where comprehending it would become exponentially harder. Damien didn't choose this method. He already understood from long ago the significance of the void. Just calling it a sum of its parts didn't do it even the slightest bit of justice. All things were birthed from the void, but all things did not limit the void. The only reason existence and non-existence weren't continuously expanding and being evolved was merely because the void had no desire to continue building the universe. Was it bored? Damien always viewed sentient beings as sentient beings, never putting one above the other merely due to their physical presence. This was because he was well aware of how much more powerful a weapon spirit could be than a human if it was given the time to train. That kind of discrimination was simply asking for death. The void was also a sentient being. When Damien watched his void mana, it always seemed to be in an excited state. It always seemed to be looking for fun, for a challenge, for a reason to rebel. This quality always caused him harm, But was there truly a good reason for it? If the void was bored and decided to send a portion of its power into the world, if that power landed in a boy who misused it and didn't bring it justice, would the void be happy? Naturally not. While Damien did his best to understand and adapt to his power, it was true that he spent many years idling. If he thought of his current predicament as something like petty revenge from the void, it would make his mana's mischievous behavior that much more understandable. Nevertheless, it was true that Damien somewhat understood now, the something within nothing and the nothing within something. The meaning of these phrases was simple. It was almost so simple that Damien wanted to slap himself across the head for not realizing it earlier. But this simplicity, the darkness around Damien faded. He found himself back in his spiritual world. Facing the pitch-black comprehension egg in front of him, the egg still retained its beautiful metallic sheen. It still retained that deathly aura it carried. However, the profound patterns decorating its surface had already disappeared. I guess I'll have to do a considerable amount of devouring to experience that again. Damien thought to himself, his mind returned to his body thereafter. The first thing he saw was the swirling void mana. What, are you that excited to see me? He asked with a smile. Show, the mana word as if voicing agreement. It swirled around his body even faster, dancing up and down like a little sprite meeting its first human. Ha! Interesting little thing. Damien reached his hand out, causing the mana to fly into it and swirl around his fingertips. Looking off into the distance, Damien spread his hand wide. Genesis, boom, the waters of Aquazil shook. Where Damien's intent was targeted, a large structure erected itself from the ground. It was a castle of pure sand and limestone, dragged to the surface by a mere thought. Within this palace was a fully decorated set of halls, functioning lights, anything else one would expect from a true residence. It was hard to believe Damien erected it only moments ago. Disperse, the castle drifted into the proverbial wind. Its existence was broken down into chunks and then dismantled, completely taking it off the face of the earth. This wasn't a surface-level disappearance either. No, it was a complete erasure from existence, something within nothing and nothing within something. While Damien didn't have access to the peak abilities of these two concepts, he could at least begin to manipulate them. Damien exclaimed in interest, this power dot will be a lot of fun. A savage grin lit up his face. It was just coming time for him to leave Aquazil, and he'd received such a good gift. He really didn't expect it. After all, the main reward from his stint in Aquazil would only reveal itself many years in the future. He didn't expect to make any short-term gains here, but that didn't mean he didn't welcome it. This new power-up was sudden, but wholly needed. When Damien thought about it, he had so many more options available to him, especially when it came to preparing his second present, a present that was currently waiting patiently for him in the Emperor Bone Sea. Chapter 687 Wrap-Up. 5. Events proceeded easily from that point on. Now that Tefed was tucked away in the sanctuary and his clan was in shambles, the biggest threat in the Prominence War had been totally eliminated. It was now a stage for the remaining 4 clans to battle it out. Between the Ruvia and Oba clans, the relationship was still unknown. Now that they'd gone through such an experience together, the members of the 2 clans had formed bonds that were extremely hard to break. Something like betrayal in the face of power was still difficult for them. As for the Hubo and Verxis clans, they likely weren't even aware of the massive war when it first broke out. Information about the Tefed clan's defeat should have just recently reached them, their reactions still in the midst of taking place. The question was, who would take the central position of this war from this point forth? The Oba clan was different from the rest. Despite how others still lumped them together, the higher-ups of the Oba clan were well aware of their separation from the remaining clans. After all, they'd sworn loyalty to a different leader, an outsider. To others this looked like a hasty and stupid decision. But to those who'd felt Zara's bloodline pressure and seen what it did to the former Great Elder, this choice wasn't just smart, it was genius. Someone of Zara's caliber would go incredibly far in life. Perhaps, she would one day even surpass the universe, and that wasn't even mentioning the people she surrounded herself with. If Damien was any example, it was clear that Zara didn't make friends with anyone normal. The Oba clan's lower members were incredibly reluctant to accept Zara as their new clan head before the war, but after seeing the carnage the sanctuary's forces wrought, they changed their minds. They wanted to be like that too. They wanted strength like that too, now. The Oba clan's fierce loyalty to Zara was already established and set in stone. They would from now on be inseparable from her, at least in some form. Zara didn't have a method to keep a large number of people for a prolonged period of time. Her Shadow Realm ability was only meant for short-term inhabitants by outsiders. Unfortunately for both her and the Oga clan, she didn't have the facilities to keep them with her. It was a conundrum she faced for many hours. She didn't want to throw away her first followers just after receiving them. It felt like she'd finally taken a step towards her goals, and she didn't want to lose that feeling. Zara stood with Damien, handing him an assortment of technological parts and a few stranger fantasy-like items. These were the machinery Zara stole from the underground space. The base structure for a realm-breaking teleportation device, a rudimentary version of the Blood Sacrament God Array, and many other useful trinkets were stored there. It wasn't just any day when one got the chance to raid such a vastly beneficial treasure chest. Nevertheless, as Zara handed the items to Damien, she actually voiced another request. It was the final solution she came up with after so many hours. "Can I not house the Oga clan in your sanctuary?" She asked hesitantly. She knew that the sanctuary was Damien's life's work. Even when compared to his void comprehension, the sanctuary was still a better representation of him as an individual. Zara didn't want to taint that land he was growing himself with troops that weren't his own, but contrary to her expectations, Damien just shrugged. "Why not? Tell me when they need entrance and I'll help you out." "Really?" Zara exclaimed with excitement. "Of course. Not even counting the fact that you're my precious little beast companion, the sanctuary has always been its own isolated world. You know how little I interfere in its growth." He continued, "I'll let people into the sanctuary and later, once they've been acclimated and have sworn their loyalty, let them out. Besides the people I'm actually close to, that's the extent to which I interfere in the sanctuary's happenings. The sanctuary has always been strange in my heart. I've always been aware that it's my world. If I wanted to, I could slaughter every single existence living within in a few moments. But still, I don't like being too involved in it. That place is its own world, after all. Especially now that it's evolved, it's looking more and more like a true world in outer space. I don't want that world to take on my characteristics. I want it to grow through its natural course of action until the sanctuary universe would become so independent that it's nearly inaccessible to those who aren't accepted by its residents." Damien's spiel wasn't completely meant for Zara, more for himself. Seeing the sanctuary again with Tefet made him desperately want to change many things to make function better. Unfortunately, he had to remember his own ideals. He was letting the sanctuary grow on its own for a purpose. Rather than a conscious thought, it was more of a hunch that would only come true far in the future, if ever. Nevertheless, his opinions about the sanctuary didn't have any place in his mind at the moment. After his conversation with Zara, the Oga clan naturally settled in the sanctuary. They decided to live nearby the continent of White Dragon Grotto and the demons. Their belligerent personalities fit well with White Dragon Grotto's ideals. With them in the ocean and the grotto on land, the two were an invincible duo. Left in Aquazil were 3 clans. And of the Oga clan, only Rhea remained in the real plane. She stood facing Maximus, her mouth moving but no words coming out. She didn't know how to explain the situation to him at all. "You're leaving?" he asked. He had known Rhea for too long. He could easily read her thoughts through her face. "The clan is leaving." "I might stay," Rhea said with difficulty. Unlike the others, she had things she didn't want to leave behind. "Mainly, just go," Maximus said softly, the man in front of her. He was always quietly supporting her and making sure everything went her way. Despite his cold attitude, she was well aware of his heart's warmth. If he annoyedly spat at her to go, it only meant that he'd be disappointed if she wasted the opportunity. In the end, she took the offer. As she turned to leave, she found herself incredibly reluctant. She looked into Maximus' eyes and in the next moment, a pair of lips firmly pressed onto his. Maximus' eyes widened in shock as he watched Rhea passionately kiss him, eventually joining her in the fun. "I don't want to go yet," Rhea muttered, "but if you don't go, will you have time later? Your entire clan is going. Even if you've chosen to serve a different leader, you're still their central point. You can't just leave." Maximus said realistically. Rhea already understood. He didn't want her to miss something so major simply because of him, especially since he might not survive until the end of the Prominence War. In their current society, the coming of a Prominence War cut off any possibility of a relationship, because it was entirely possible for those clan members to die instantly, their relationships meaning nothing but empty comfort in the end. and Maximus that he didn't want to devalue Rhea into a mere empty comfort. Chapter 688 Wrap Up 6. The relationship between Maximus and Rhea was a strange one, but also somewhat inevitable. Ever since young, they and the Hubo and Verxus clan heads had been good friends who studied under the same teacher. The reality of the Prominence War drove them apart years later, causing the Hubo and Verxus clan heads to become distant and hostile. Maximus and Rhea, however, didn't follow the stereotype. Their closeness transcended the bounds of their circumstances, and through each other, they were able to find some solace in the dreary atmosphere of Aquazil that only these clan heads knew. Still, this kind of peace couldn't last forever. In the vast and chaotic river of life, there would be just as many partings as there were meetings. All people had their own paths to take, their own goals to chase. In this environment, it was completely natural for people with extremely close bonds to become distant simply due to circumstance. Maximus and Rhea's case wasn't too special. Stories of lovers who transcended the hostility of their clans to be together, of couples who survived the chaos of war by holding each other tight, were exceedingly popular. Humans, no, sentient lifeforms tended to seek comfort in each other when times became too rough to handle alone. Damien had seen plenty of examples of this with his own eyes. Hell, he'd even been a part of this example. This was exactly how his relationship with Rose began. The two of them were struggling through their own circumstances without help, but found each other to seek refuge in. Even these fairy tales of perfect couples could end in tragedy. And even if they didn't end in tragedy, they'd certainly end in parting. Those who could stay together forever were only those who didn't have any goals to accomplish. People who could remain sedentary while enjoying quiet lives were those who either had nothing or wanted nothing. Damien wasn't one of these people, thus he was forced to continuously part from his wives. And neither Rhea nor Maximus was this type of person, so they were inevitably forced to do the same. It was just that inevitability came far faster than they'd expected. Parting is inevitable, yes, but what matters is how one behaves once it's happened. Damien muttered to himself. What? Zara asked, confused. Damien smiled and shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about this and that. His awareness still covered the two clan heads. His curiosity about their decision was still as high as ever. And he didn't want to miss this conversation. Still, he wasn't going to blatantly barge into their personal space. He only wanted to understand how people reacted to situations like this one. After all, Damien had undergone this sort of parting many times, far more times than he wanted to admit. Every single time, he was forced to accept reality and move forward. He didn't spend too much time on missing his loved ones, because if he did, he knew his progress would be slowed. Damien was always curious about emotions. The way they functioned was so strange, and when he was younger, he even contemplated getting rid of them entirely. The mind prison that still resided on his spiritual continent was proof of this. Nowadays, Damien's emotions were quite muted. His general demeanor was indifference. He wasn't able to joke and tease like he would when he was younger, and it felt like any action that didn't guide him closer to his end goals was completely useless. Even if this action was something like entertaining his friends and companions, he didn't like this change much. It felt like the burden on his shoulders was forcing him to change into a different person. When he realized this, he got into the habit of becoming curious about the emotions of others. He wondered how others would react if they were put in similar situations as he'd been in the past, to see just how strange his own reactions were. So far, he could only see that his rationality outstripped his emotional reactions considerably. When he was to make a choice whether to leave for a greater purpose and come back later or stay back and ignore that opportunity, he'd choose the former in a heartbeat. It wasn't that he didn't love his wives or his friends, it was just that his love didn't translate in the way others' love did. He was still trying to figure out how to show his love properly, in a way where everyone could understand the depth of his feelings without him having to completely change his person. His wives were people who understood this side of him. They'd spent prolonged periods of time with him, and each of them had seen him at a different low point. Even through all his bullshit, they'd stuck with him. Even with him leaving so often, they'd stuck with him, because they were people who understood his complicated heart and the emotions he couldn't showcase the way he wanted to. If it wasn't for that, would any sane woman want to stay with a man who barely spent any time with them? A man who continued to leave them and come back with new wives? That was simply a joke. There was a reason why, despite Damien's constant flirting with woman after woman, the only ones that truly stuck and fostered a relationship of mutual love with him were three. Even Elena, who'd left to find her own path, was the same. Years ago when their separation took place. Damien was despairing and didn't realize much of the truth of her actions. Their twisted relationship couldn't be fixed by mere time together, and neither of them were the type to sit still and try to fix said relationship. They both knew of each other's feelings. They both knew they would never betray each other for another. With that kind of assurance, they didn't need to worry about how they acted. They both went to complete their own goals, using the best means they knew to help the other party cope while they did so, and in the end, did their love fade? Damien was sure his didn't, and even though he couldn't see Elena, he knew she was waiting for him somewhere across the universe. Maximus and Rhea's love story was cute. It was a story of rivals who fell in love and decided to fight fate. But when Damien looked at it, he didn't think it could compare to his own. He had 3 beautiful and understanding wives, 3 women who didn't just sit around and wait for him or act as his yes-men at all times. He had the 3 best women in the universe as his partners, women who would work as hard as they needed to in order to grow at their fastest speeds and develop. Watching Maximus and Rhea, Damien's thoughts switched away from his own emotions and focused on the emotions of these 3 instead. He ended up thinking about them for a long time, slowly coming to appreciate every facet of their personalities, ingraining every tiny detail of their faces into his mind once again, and he wondered, what were they up to now? Chapter 689 them. 1. The human domain. It was a place that birthed many heroes in the past and a place that many adored as the most prominent force in the war against the Nox 10,000 years ago. In that great war, humanity was the sole reason the universe was able to survive and keep 9 sectors of space. The other 8 dominant races could only be thankful for humanity's presence in the universe. This was the reason why humans were never mistreated in different sectors of the universe. Even if they had low status or were enslaved, they'd never be placed in those horrifying conditions that some slaves were forced into. Even if these human slaves couldn't appreciate this grace due to their thankless circumstances, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The human domain of the current era couldn't match the one of old, but that didn't mean it had changed. It was still a place where heroes rose to any challenge that appeared, and currently, there was another great war about to begin. The Nox had destroyed the Elven domain and they destroyed Eden. While a war continued in Eden, the Soul World and Beast domain were slowly being targeted by the Nox as well, for this race's end goal was merely destruction. They didn't care to conquer, and thus had no reason to fight for territory with the universe's denizens. This put the universe's forces in an objectively worse position that was hard to overcome with strength alone. The human domain, unfortunately, was heavily disconnected from the rest of the universe. Only through Parcial had they recently gained access to the universe's information, but they were still a long way from becoming a part of it again. After all, the dimensional leaderboard still hadn't shown up, nor were there any teleportation arrays connecting the human domain both internally and externally. After the raid on Nibelheim and the destruction of the sector's infected source world, the main forces of the human domain gathered in the cloud plane, using it as their main headquarters. Tianyang took the lead of this new cumulative force as the Void Old Immortal and organized the human domain's forces into a true army. After that came the training. It was a hellish training that even caused death for some weaker trainees. It was a terrifying experience that none ever wanted to experience again, but it granted strength at unimaginable speeds. Tianyang's methods ignored personal safety and prioritized power leveling and elemental comprehension above all else, and among the training zones he'd picked, there was a certain location that was all too familiar. It was a zone of pitch blackness that stood out even in the darkness of outer space. It was a place where nothing could exist. Not life nor mana or even the laws of the universe. This was a dead zone, specifically, the dead zone created by Damien and the 5th primal sovereign at the end of their clash. Here, 2 women sat silently, the atmosphere was still. Their bodies embraced this stillness as if they were in stasis, not even a single hair moving out of position. These 2 women, one white-haired and the other pink-haired, were in the midst of what must have been the most dangerous training regimen Tianyang had designed. The dead zone was a terrifying place. Without the lack of natural elements, it was impossible for life to survive. There was no air for humans to breathe. In a situation like this, only coating the body in mana could allow one to survive, yet, in a dead zone where mana ceased to exist, it was impossible to replenish one's mana supply. This meant that entering a dead zone was only a slow walk to death, a walk that couldn't be avoided. The lack of foundational laws in a dead zone erased concepts that all beings took as commonality. Concepts like distance, time, or even life and death were extinguished entirely, and this was exactly what Tianyang's training was modeled around. The concepts of life and death were equally missing, the concepts of all things were missing. In this empty space, no matter how close one got to death, as long as one believed they were alive, One would never truly die. It was a mysterious phenomenon, something that could never be understood by someone who hadn't experienced it personally. As for the purposes of this training, there were two. The first was the most simple mental training. This empty environment left one alone with their thoughts in a situation where they needed to constantly exercise complete control over their psyche. This was an incredible mental exercise that could boost one's spiritual world to a completely different level. As for the second benefit, this was more esoteric. It was a matter of elements. Comprehension of laws and elements didn't come easy, and while universal forces were great for grasping the foundations of elements, they didn't quite help as one's path diverged to become more personal. At that point, the commonness of universal law would actually become a hindrance. If one focused too much on it, their own laws would be convoluted. In a dead zone where laws didn't exist, the only fluctuation of elements that one could sense was their own. This gave a far more personalized comprehension experience, allowing one to look deep within themselves and truly realize what their path to strength would be. Every practitioner was different in that regard. Even if two people practiced ice laws, furthered their ice laws to specifically focus on the permafrost concept, and then fought using the exact same skills with the exact same comprehension, the results they outputted would still vary. Rose and Ryue, as they sat in the dead zone for months at a time, were finding their paths. The two of them didn't have it as easy as others. Just like Damien, they didn't have streamlined paths. Ryue's element was vast enough to encompass all negative forces. Instead of a single element, it was more an amalgamation of countless others. For her to find a path with this element was exceedingly difficult, not to mention the ever-elusive moon affinity that gave her celestial-like powers. Rose, on the other hand, had illusion and wind affinities. Neither of these affinities were particularly special, but when they ended up in Rose's hands, they were transformed entirely. Rose mostly stopped utilizing her wind element. As she grew, its use decreased to a negligible level, becoming something she only used occasionally when she needed a quick offensive counter. Her illusions, however, were far greater. And unlike Ryue, Rose had been moving towards a goal from the very beginning of her journey, to turn illusion into reality and vice versa, to become someone who could manipulate reality at its seams using illusions as a medium. Despite the differences in their journeys and end goals, the two were both chasing goals of extreme difficulty, goals that prevented them from receiving baptism even until now. But at the same time, this left one thing certain: when the two women finally received their baptisms, they'd become monsters unlike any before them. They might even reach a level where they surpassed the human domain entirely. Chapter 690. Them, too. The dead zone training wasn't a new part of either Rose or Ryue's regime. They'd been stationary within this space for many months already, edging closer and closer to a breakthrough with every passing second. Usually, when it was time to make a major leap in power, one would need to level up profusely and consolidate their power. However, the same case didn't apply to the two of them. After all, they'd been fighting with their lives on the line for many years after reaching third class. They weren't just trophies who stood around and waited for their husband to finish work and come home. When it came to wars, Rose and Ryue had participated in them more than even Damien. They were key players in the purges of 3 worlds that took place while Damien was busy training. The problem was still the complexity of their elements. It was a blessing and a curse, providing them with the power to stand above their competition while also holding them back and making their path to strength that much harder. Even with this, only Long Chen and a few other geniuses from the human domain were able to match up to them. The two women and Long Chen were the human domain's premier geniuses. They were the human domain's greatest stars, along with one other name, Damien Void. Some believed he'd died while some believed he'd been sent to a different part of the universe. Regardless of opinion, though, all people agreed that his talent outstripped almost everyone they'd ever seen. It was an insane level of talent, a level of talent that wouldn't die easily. Even the non-believers were well aware of their fact, but they acted based on emotion alone. Nevertheless, the human domain remained trapped in an endless training regime. Whether it was the lowest first-class being or an extreme peak fourth-class being, none were safe from it. Through this regime, they would rise into becoming the heroes who saved the universe once more. The starry sky was a vast and endless place filled with a myriad of beautiful sceneries that barely anyone would have the pleasure of witnessing. The 9 sectors were only separated due to the classification systems set by sentient beings. In reality, it was all just a part of the vast grand heavens boundary, the universe's shell. Deep within the starry sky, in one of these areas that had never been discovered or explored, there lay a mystic realm unlike any other. In terms of concept, the mystic realm was similar to Aquazil. It was a hidden realm where many sentient lifeforms lived and served a purpose. Their lifespans became irrelevant when they connected their minds to the spiritual pillar that maintained the realm. However, the realm didn't bear any similarities to Aquazil at all, it was white everywhere. When one entered the mystic realm, they'd be met by a pure white walkway surrounded by puffy translucent clouds that seemed to flow downwards into the void like beautiful waterfalls. At the end of this walkway was an equally white city. The architectural style didn't have any sort of consistency, but each and every building looked like it was carved out of the cleanest limestone. Unfortunately, most of these buildings were empty. Their owners had passed long ago. The only signs of their existence remaining were the small mementos they left in their wake. Currently, this usually unoccupied space was home to a visitor. Her long blue hair swayed in the wind, looking like ocean waves crashing against each other as they followed the moon's flow. Her eyes remained closed, but the piercing chill produced by her gaze remained stationary, hovering around her irises until she decided it time to be activated. This woman was none other than Elena. Compared to Rose and Ruyue, her strength was already higher. After all, she'd stepped into 4th class already. While Elena's achievements couldn't be discounted, even she knew that most of her recent improvements were the fault of this realm alone. It had already been many years since Elena separated from Damien. And for her, it had been even more than the original time flow could register. The strange mystic realm she remained in seemed to twist time, making it impossible to see or grasp. In this time, she'd done nothing but practice. At the same time, Elena had learned far more about herself than she ever knew before. Truthfully, Elena never knew her parents. She'd moved from foster home to foster home from the earliest years of her life. This only changed when she began earning money from her hunter career. Like Damien, though, Elena always felt an attraction to mana. She was sensitive to life, to people, to all things. Perhaps her sensing of Damien's spatial element was what created the bond they'd later come to share. This ability wasn't something a human who'd never been in contact should produce. Adapting to mana before even sending its existence was unheard of. In that case, there was only one answer. Just like Damien, she must have had family from outside Earth. Damien's father was a being of origins too big for even the current Damien to understand. In Elena's case, however, both parents were missing. It was likely that Elena's parents were deeply connected to this mysterious mystic realm. And judging by the source of her power, her mother was likely a Valkyrie or something similar. As for her father, it was better not to mention him. Elena didn't know anything about the man, but she got the sinking feeling that he was incredibly dangerous whenever she thought about him. Nevertheless, her origins didn't matter much to her. What Elena wanted was strength. And no matter where that strength came from, she'd accept it. Her eyes shot open. Those ocean blue irises shone like beautiful sapphires in the light sky. Her mouth parted as she let out a sigh. Another day with no progress. Elena muttered inwardly. Ever since entering this land of Valhalla, Elena had been working towards a strict set of goals. She set time limits for herself and forced herself to properly train to achieve them. Sadly, no matter how much work she did, she couldn't make progress. The life laws that she was trying to master and apply in more conceptual ways were simply too convoluted. No matter how she studied, she couldn't comprehend them at all, but that was normal. Elena's situation was the exact opposite of Rose and Ruyue's. While the two of them merely needed to heighten their comprehension until their baptisms arrived, Elena was long past the baptism and only needed to continue tempering herself and moving forward. Essentially, what Elena needed was no longer the same type of dreary practice at all times. What Elena needed was true combat experience. Her eyes turned to the mystic realm's entrance. Despite all the mysteries surrounding this territory, it was still true that she somehow attained ownership of it. Her smile spread into a savage grin. As she wondered if that specific trait was something everyone who spent too much time with Damien one greeted. Elena exited the realm entirely. I heard the Nox have been up to some tricks recently. I guess killing them will be a lot of fun. With that thought, Elena's body turned into a flash of light. Her body was headed straight in the direction of Eden. Chapter 691 Return 1. Contrary to the effect Damien's disappearance had on the human domain's fate, the actual reaction to the event was quite muted. It was a strange thing, a situation like the boy who cried wolf. Those close to Damien had witnessed him achieve too many miraculous feats to believe anything could kill him before he decided to die. This didn't just go for his wives, whose faith in him had reached unholy levels. It also went for those like Tian Yang, Long Chen, Alia, and even the Shui siblings. With Damien's presence having left such a profound impact on their hearts, they didn't have any worries at all. the ones who felt the most emotion were naturally Rose and Ruyue. Damien's disappearance irked them, but more than anything it made them hateful of their own weakness. In a situation where he was taken away by a mysterious force, they weren't even nearby. They were being evacuated away with everyone else while Damien joined a group of demigods in a battle that even left a portion of them dead, and even after the battle, Damien had been sucked into an abyssal corridor that could kill even the strongest demigods. They knew Damien would survive. But they hated that they had no chance to do the same. No matter how much they worked, they never seemed to be able to support him when it was necessary. It was this realization that led them to train in the most deathly conditions to achieve the best results possible. Their training, Long Chen's training, Alia's training, even Tianyang's training, was all motivated partially by him. His deeds that they couldn't replicate. Next time they met, whether as friends, lovers, master and disciple, or even strangers, they'd be there to stand by his side and show him their worth. They'd make it clear that none of them were side characters in his story. 2 years later, when it was time for the Grand Assembly to take place, they'd see him again. And at that time, they would prove their determination while seeing just what unimaginable level he'd reached in the time he was gone. The atmosphere of Aquazil was wrapped in silence. With the events of the Tefid clan having come to a complete conclusion, there wasn't much else that could bring upheaval to the realm. In the end, Rhea decided to join her clan in the sanctuary, following her deep conversation and following night with Maximus. As for Maximus, he was staying in Aquazil. Just as Damien realized before, all people had their own goals and paths. All people had aspirations they worked excruciatingly to achieve. For Maximus, this was both the safety of his clan and its prosperity. These driving factors and his dedication were the reason the Ruvia clan could stand tall to this day. He had no doubt that if he entered the sanctuary like Rhea and the Oga clan, he'd give his clan both of these things. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maximus had realized something during these past few weeks of interacting with Damien. He realized that even if Damien himself wasn't the successor of Aquazil, he wasn't either. None of the Sea God clans were, for that matter. Then, what was the point of the Prominence War? Was it just a stopgap to keep the realm functioning until the true successor came along? Regardless of the Prominence War's true purpose, it was true that Maximus gained nothing from remaining in Aquazil. The reason he decided to stay was far more selfless. Maximus looked up at the dark sky. Aquazil's sun had set, allowing him time to peacefully think over the past events. Aquazil will not be peaceful while you're gone, he thought to himself. I don't know when you'll return or if you even will. But if you do, then it means you're truly the one we've been waiting for. His arm reached out as if wanting to grasp at the invisible strings of fate. He wondered whether or not his life had any proper meaning, but even if it didn't, all he had to do was give his life meaning with his own actions. Why would he wait for some unknown force to do it for him? I will take control of Aquazil and await your return. If that day comes, I will serve you loyally and hand over the throne. If it doesn't, I will rule Aquazil for eternity and make sure the Prominence War isn't allowed to continue destroying our societies. Maximus closed his eyes. The face of a woman appeared there. She had beautiful dark skin, beautiful eyes that he could never stop looking away from, a toned and muscular body that showcased the years she spent in battle. Her rugged exterior and demeanor made anyone believe she was more of a man than a woman. Viewing her as a romantic partner or even as an attractive woman was impossible for most despite her stunning beauty, but Maximus knew that deep down, she was still a girl who yearned for love and romance. She was someone who was both hard and soft but never had the opportunity to show off her soft side. If they truly returned one day, I'll make sure you'll never have to hide that side of you ever again. From that day until eternity, I will protect you with everything I have. His thoughts came to a halt slowly after that sentence. There was so much he needed to do, so many plans he had to execute in order for the future to go perfectly as he wished it. Therefore, thinking about these idle things wouldn't do him any good. Maximus opened his eyes. Something in his mind clicked. Sirens were beings of hypnosis and charm. Their main attack method used sound as a medium, but their general aptitude in mana usage translated in many more ways than just this. For instance, mental magic. Sirens were incredibly capable when it came to manipulating thoughts and emotions. This was the method they used to feed and kill when they were young and weak. They'd lure weaker beings with their songs, manipulating their minds so they willingly handed themselves over. This mental magic was most often used on other targets, but that didn't mean it was limited to this much. A siren's mental magic could just as easily be used on themselves. Maximus' eyes dulled, becoming lifeless. His heart numbed to feel nothing and his mind cleared of unnecessary thought. The only thing he kept was his goal and the methods he would use to reach it. This version of Maximus was like a robot. A puppet. But it was this version of Maximus that could get work done with utmost efficiency. It was this version of him that could dictatorially rule Aquazil for as long as he needed to before his task finally came to an end. Until he was exposed to the trigger that would undo this mental magic, he'd remain in this state. As for what that trigger was, she was currently in the sanctuary, exploring Thebel's seas and looking for a place where she and her clan could have a fresh start. Chapter 692. Return to, I guess we're finally out. Damien's voice echoed silently through the surroundings. Only Zara was present to hear him. This scenery almost makes me miss the first dungeon. She replied. The two had left Aquazil already, finding themselves back within the Emperor Bone Sea. The method of exit was actually incredibly easy, unlike that of entrance, but this wasn't due to Aquazil's laws at all. Instead, it was something that could best be attributed to Tefet. The transportation device he made was actually extremely intricate and functional. If Tefet wanted to use it to transport himself around Aquazil, he could have gone any distance, reaching the ends of the realm in a single leap if he so desired. However, he was too focused on escape to even realize the greatness of his achievements. He rooted the teleportation device to Aquazil's foundation and forced its function to change, becoming something impossible for him or his technology to truly achieve. In the end, with Zara's help, Damien stole every bit of this technology that existed. Tefet wouldn't need it, and nobody else knew about it. When the finale of the small war took place and Aquazil's foundation began to crack, Zara completely cut off the transportation device and its entire system from the rest of the Blood Sacrament God array. What she gained was not only the device, but also the mysterious tube of liquid that stood above it. That liquid was the coagulated essence Tefet collected over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, through a system that neither Damien nor Zara had discovered during their time in the Tefet clan. Tefet managed to condense the essence he devoured through the formation into liquid form and house it in that mysterious glass container without it collapsing due to the sheer weight and aura of the liquid. Damien still didn't know what the glass was made out of, but it was even more miraculous than the essence itself, despite the ridiculousness of that statement. Nevertheless, Damien only needed to use void mana and dimensional magic to tweak the base functions of the transmission device, and then power it with the coagulated essence to escape the realm. Because he could do many things Tefet couldn't, ignoring Damien's spatial powers and his new ability to utilize the something within nothing concept. Damien still had the primary advantage of originally being from the outside world. This made it possible for Damien to set physical coordinates into the device that Tefet would have had no way of ever finding out, and perhaps Aquazil helped a bit too. After all, there was never a method in place to prevent outsiders from leaving. Only the Sea God clans were bound by Aquazil's rules. Now that Damien and Zara were out of that realm, they finally got a moment to breathe. The previous events had flown extremely smoothly, but that didn't mean they didn't have any stress. Damien did much more thinking than ever before. His intelligence stat, which grew with the rest of his stats as he devoured more foes, was finally put to good use. Damien's brain partied so hard after finally being used properly that it had now crashed. He was ready to go to bed and sleep off his exhaustion, something he hadn't done in many years. However, there was still one more task he had to complete before he could do so. Damien and Zara swam at a leisurely pace. They were still at least 5,000 kilometers away from the shore distance-wise. If depth was taken into account as well, it was far beyond that. With so much space to cover, they'd usually be moving fast. But this time, they decided not to. Whether it was to enjoy the scenery at the depths of the Emperor Bone Sea or just to enjoy the moment, the fact didn't change that they were moving slowly. And their direction wasn't quite linear. It was almost as if they were looking for something. Isn't that right, boss? I don't think this is a normal movement pattern, a voice rang out through sound transmission. It belonged to a single shadow among a group of 20 that quietly pursued Damien and Zara from the shadows. It's true. They disappeared for an entire month and now they come back so driven? Something is fishy here. Another man said. The leader gazed at the two with a glint in his eye. This kind of behavior didn't it mean that their wait wasn't in vain? If these two were being so proactive, they must have found a grand treasure. Come, let's follow them silently. If they've found a treasure, we'll attack after they've claimed it. The leader moved first, followed by the others. They were like darkness incarnate, without sound or presence as they swam through the seas. As they trailed the duo, Damien and Zara made their way closer and closer to the shore, the entire time zigzagging their path in search of hidden treasure. When they finally arrived near the 2,000-kilometer mark, they halted. Is it over here? I could have sworn they said it was over here. Damien muttered to himself, it is. We saw it on the way in, but we couldn't do anything because we didn't know the secret array formation. Now that we've gotten our hands on it, all we need to do is find that weird tree. Zara replied excitedly. Tree? The group leader wondered to himself. As he thought back, he did indeed remember passing by a strange tree as he trailed the two. However, it didn't look remarkable at all. Still, that didn't change the fact that he remembered its position. Fox, go to these coordinates and make a scene. Don't reveal yourself, but make sure the two of them sense the disturbance and head over there. The leader said. The one called Fox immediately did as he was told. After reaching the coordinates, he cut a small gash in his pinky and allowed his blood to flow into the water. As his body disappeared from existence, a dozen or so sea creatures appeared. Smelling the blood scent, they frenzied and began ferociously battling each other. For some reason, the small amount of blood stench caused such an intense melee. And even as a few seconds passed by, the battle only became fiercer. Naturally, Damien and Zara sensed this disturbance. They rapidly changed directions and swam towards it. Ah, there it is! Zara exclaimed. A few hundred kilometers away from the ongoing melee was a large tree with roots that seemed to latch onto the water itself. When Damien saw it, his eyes lit up with greed. With this, we can finally. Come on, let's go activate the secret mechanism. Remember to stay within 5 meters of the trunk or else you won't be transported into the secret realm properly. The duo immediately entered the air pocket created by the tree. Their bodies moved closer and closer to the trunk as their hands continuously formed a myriad of strange symbols radiating an ancient aura. The assassin leader and his group watched patiently. They edged closer as the two moved. They'd heard Damien's words. To gain the treasure they sought, they needed to stay within 5 meters of the tree, so when they reached the 5-meter mark, they halted and waited for the duo to finish the activation ritual. At that time, the leader suddenly frowned. Why the hell are the two of them voicing all their thoughts? Shouldn't they be using sound transmissions? His eyes widened. His body rapidly moved, trying to retreat, but it was too late. Damien's face lit up with a savage grin. Lock, VOM, the water in a 10-meter radius of the group solidified into terrifying walls. A dimensional cage formed around these water walls to further fortify the defenses. Yo! My dear pursuers, I know we haven't had a chance to properly meet yet, but I'm afraid this will be the last time we see each other. I've arranged a nice date for you with this here unrestrained death tree, so just relax and get to know her, yeah? Anyway, enjoy. Damien and Zara flashed 2 dazzling smiles directly at the hidden group of 20. In the next instant, their bodies vanished. Remaining in their place was a large pool of blood. The unrestrained death tree woke up to this scent, but above that, it sensed something else. Wasn't that the scent of those beings that stole its prey a while back? And by the looks of it, they were trapped in a mysterious space with it, unable to escape. The tree's branches swayed in pleasure. It seemed that tonight it would receive dinner and revenge all at once. How sweet. Chapter 693 Return 3. The unrestrained death tree had limited intelligence, but it could at least emote and carry memories similar to an adult human. When it first sensed Damien's presence, the main reason it remained unmoving was because it remembered him. He and Zara were like those creatures who shared symbiotic relationships with it, creating chaos for it to feed while using its domain for protection. The second reason was the fact that they still carried the scent of Aquazil on their bodies. The sea god's realm was a place all creatures in the Emperor Bone Sea desired to go, even if it was at an instinctual level. Now that Damien had brought the tree a gift so big, it was delighted, to say the least. It remembered his favor deeply in its proverbial heart. The assassin group, however, the memories the tree had of them were completely opposite of those it had of Damien. Now that they were trapped together, it acted without mercy. The unrestrained death tree didn't have much attack capability, but if its prey was in an enclosed space and unable to escape, there was nothing for it to fear. Its branches shot out and intertwined into massive arms that had reach covering the entirety of the enclosed space. Hundreds of these arms twisted through space and forcefully grabbed the assassins before they could react. Bang! 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 Dozens of explosions rang out as the assassins destroyed the branches. The unrestrained death tree didn't have much defense when put against these powerhouses, but that didn't matter at all. It had already marked them. From the areas the assassins were grabbed, small red flowers began to bloom. They burrowed into the assassin's skin and fed on their blood, intrinsically intertwining with their body composition. The rest was history. without even needing to work. The tree could suck the assassins dry of every bit of blood and essence in their bodies, even with its low defense. It didn't worry about being attacked while this process was ongoing. After all, the unrestrained death tree had a symbiotic relationship with many a beast. Growling, the growls of dozens of beasts congregated and created a cacophony of sound within the dimensional cage. The assassins shivered. The assassin leader in particular was pale-faced. He'd been blinded. Not just by greed and pride, but also by rationality. From the beginning, he never expected Damien to sense him. Why would he? He was a level 356 existence, an individual who could barely be considered a high-level 4th class. Though he was more often classified as a mid-level being, even his subordinates were in similar strength ranges to him. Whether it was the forces from the Bloodlock clan or the Wellspring family, none of them were amateurs. If so, then how could Damien sense them? A beginner who only recently entered 4th class had no chance to do so. Hell, even Revis Bloodlock, the Bloodlock prince who ordered this assassination, couldn't sense their presence if they decided to hide. Young master, you've made a mistake, the assassin leader smiled wryly. He hasn't even seen a hint of Damien's power. The entire time they were trailing him, Damien had been running from various beasts, never fighting back. Why was that? Why would any prideful genius decide to lay low if they knew they could achieve better results if they fought? The assassin leader's realization wasn't small. The fact that Damien wasn't just stronger than the Bloodlock heir, but instead incredibly stronger was major news. If the prince decided to pursue his enmity with this new rising star, he was assured to die, but it was too late for him to transmit this information to anyone. He fought desperately with his men, killing beast after beast, but it was all in vain. Their strength was being rapidly drained, and in the first place, almost every beast that could freely traverse the Emperor Bone Sea was a 4th class. The ones who couldn't silently reach this level could only become prey to the rest. The entire ordeal only took a few minutes, not even half an hour to finish. In the end, all 20 assassins became dried husks without life or mana remaining in them, and finally, even those husks were eaten by beasts. The dimensional cage and water wall came down as soon as the life signatures of those assassins disappeared. There was no warning nor any sort of clue as to why it was so accurate. After all, Damien and Zara were already far away, approaching the 1,000-kilometer mark in the Emperor Bone Sea. Well, that was quite a show, Damien said, pleased by what he'd just witnessed. His new void abilities were interesting to say the least. Not only could he affect reality at a material level, but he could also project his consciousness into anything he manipulated. In essence, his mana no longer needed to be directly connected to his body to function. Mana was esoteric and all-present, but the way sentient beings could utilize it was restricted. No matter what level one reached, controlling mana outside of one's body would always be subject to the same restrictions. Mana acted like a puppet on a string. One needed to consciously control it if one wanted to maintain its shape. Otherwise, it would continue through the set action and then disperse into the atmosphere naturally. An example of this would be Damien's lightning abilities. He could call down lightning from the heavens if he so desired, but he couldn't start a lightning storm and leave it active while he left to complete other tasks. If he wanted to do this, he needed to stay within a certain range of the mana so the string wouldn't disconnect, and he'd have to separate a portion of his mental strength to control that mana and keep his hold on it. Even when Damien created dimensional cages, the same property applied. The only difference was that dimensional cage's activation range far exceeded most other abilities. The dimensional cage beads Damien gave to his forces during the Tethid clan raid functioned on a similar concept. Using the user's mana as the string and the array etched in the bead as the base, the bead could activate the dimensional cage ability and sustain it. This was one of the base concepts of formation arts. To house one's own abilities in a formation was the most basic art that a beginner needed to learn before they could grasp the creation of more powerful and esoteric formations. What Damien's new ability did was partially remove that restriction. At least on void abilities, Damien faced no such restriction of mana. Any mana he outputted with the void's properties instilled in it would be controlled by him regardless of distance, without the need for his conscious control or any sort of string. In essence, it was like everyone else was still using cords and Damien alone had access to Bluetooth. He clenched his fists in glee as he realized this. The void still restricted him greatly. It would take far more for his comprehension to reach a level where he could use these insanity-inducing abilities freely. However, he was finally on his path to conquering the void. Chapter 694 Return. For, leaving the Emperor Bone Sea was a far easier task than entering it. Whether it was due to their apparent familiarity with the environment or the sea god's lingering aura on their bodies, they didn't run into any trouble at all in their exit. Within a few hours, Damien and Zara were at the precipice of a cliff. Overlooking the scenery they spent the last month exploring, it's finally time to return. Zara said, a bit of melancholy in her voice. At least for now, we should leave the Emperor Bone Sea alone. When the time comes, we're sure to return. Damien commented, are you sad we have to leave? He asked, a little? Zara said, feeling a little unsure. I had a lot of fun on this trip. It's just sad that it has to end. Damien smiled lightly. If it's just that, then it's fine. After all, won't we have many more trips following this one? This is only our first mission, and the first bit of Death Emperor Star that we've seen. In time, we'll explore every single piece of it that exists. Zara nodded happily. Her hesitation to leave came mainly from the fact that during this trip, the relationship she had with Damien improved drastically. Well, rather than improved, it was better to say it returned to normalcy. The closeness of their interactions was far different from the distance they had when traveling to Death Emperor Star, and even if Damien was only treating her as a companion, that was perfectly fine to her. Even discounting their relationship, this bit of practical experience was also something she enjoyed incredibly. During her time with Tanglingzi, while she was constantly traversing forbidden zones, she was doing so alone. The atmosphere of brutal training that surrounded those explorations made them difficult to enjoy. And the loneliness made it easy to get bored or go insane. Now, traveling with someone else and experiencing life and death together, Zara felt a new thrill unlike what she'd felt back then. She thoroughly loved the feeling of gaining strength and adventuring. A budding adventurer's spirit bloomed in her heart, making her anticipate the adventures that would come. While they spoke, Damien and Zara made their way back to the little cabin on the cliff. They smiled at the old lady's surprised face as they asked her to transport them back to the academy, and with one final push, they arrived back in Hidden Death Valley. You've mapped 5,000 kilometers in both depth and distance. The reward of 1,000 contribution points will be deposited in your accounts. How would you like to split it? Half and half. Alright, I'll send 500 points to Mr. Damien Void and 500 points to Miss Zara. In addition to these points, the discovery of an aquatic civilization with intelligent life and detailed information about said society has granted you an additional 1,000 points. I will split this reward the same way. Is that okay? Perfect. Damien smiled at the receptionist in the Mystic Tower who verified his quest completion. Now that both he and Zara had 1,000 contribution points, they had more than enough to fuel their training for the next few months, in order to cope with the fact that they never reached the 10,000 kilometer mark. Damien was forced to instead use information about Aquazil to make up those points. Still, he was careful about what he chose to share. Any information about the Prominence War or the Sea God was completely hidden. The only information he gave was a general overview of the 5 clans and their structures, as well as their appearances. He did include information about an ongoing war, but claimed that he knew nothing of it. As for the location of the realm, how would he know? He was furiously escaping a sea dragon when he was suddenly pulled into a mystical vortex that appeared out of thin air. Even if he wanted to go back to Aquazil, he didn't have the means or understanding to locate it. At least, that's what Hidden Death Valley's report said. Even if Damien needed contribution points, there was no reason for him to share a cake that was exclusively prepared for him. He wasn't that generous as, nevertheless, the required processes concerning the Emperor Bone Sea mission were all completed swiftly. While his adventure in Aquazil wasn't over yet, Damien had the patience to wait until the time was right before returning. Until then, there was only one thing on his mind: train. It was time for his ranking in Heaven's list to skyrocket. Bang! A vase shattered on the floor in a castle deep within Hidden Death Valley. It wasn't the first of its kind, nor would it be the last. Bang! 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 Countless treasures made of invaluable materials were thrown about like waste, all due to the tantrum of a single man. How? How did he survive? Revis Bloodlock snarled with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't believe that even with all the manpower he wasted taking care of Damien, he still failed. His enmity with Damien was only a byproduct of his enmity with Atticus Flamesworth, but somehow, it had become a far more prominent issue. Damien was just a dog. A mere dog of the fallen star Holy Land dared to make him lose face like this. What a cowardly move. Using the Emperor Bone Sea's environment to kill instead of fighting with his own power, how weak. Revis scoffed. He'd seen the mission report. Damien reported his encounter with the assassins, and he also reported the method he used to deal with them. Aside from that, Reva still remembered the scenes he saw on the assassins' memory beads after their deaths. Every assassin connected to the Bloodlock clan had a memory bead in their body to transmit images of what occurred during their death. In this way, the Bloodlock clan could assess their enemy's strength and plan accordingly. What Reva saw was incredibly confusing. It was a tree with branches like human arms, surrounded by a dark red stream of blood. After cross-referencing Damien's report, Rivas learned of the unrestrained death tree's existence. He also learned about how the assassins he sent foolishly revealed themselves at the prospect of treasure. Though nobody other than he knew of his involvement with the assassins, Rivas still felt like his reputation was tainted. Both by the low quality of his men and Damien's craftiness, he was embarrassed. Kill them all. He roared. Any family members of the assassins, kill them all. If you find any good women, bring them to me. Humph, how dare they die so insolently? His hands gleamed with the same red light as his irises. He never lost to anyone other than those with higher status than him. For those people, he could quietly accept defeat and train until he could surpass them. But for a mere commoner scum who was brought in as the fallen star Holy Land slave boy, Rivas clenched his teeth until they cracked. This insult, he sure as hell wouldn't take it lying down. Chapter 695 Training and Thoughts. 1. Arcadia was, funnily enough, not named as such due to some profound reason. Instead, it was a spin on the simple word arcade. This was how Hidden Death Valley's geniuses viewed the northern sector of the land. It was an arcade filled with various training games they could use to grow stronger, and of course, they needed to use points to do so. But Arcadia wasn't just a place to train, it was also a place where one could test the results of their training. Aside from the various facilities that the area presented, the most popular attraction it held was the battle arena. The battle arena was separated into 4 brackets: pawn, knight, king, and emperor. Each of these brackets had its own overlord that held the longest winning streak, a winning streak that was undefeated regardless of which overlord one was paying attention to. The brackets were usually separated by Heaven's List ranking, and if one didn't have a Heaven's List ranking that accurately mirrored their strength, they'd have to start from the bottom and win 10 consecutive wins to then challenge the bracket's overlord. After defeating an overlord, one could either take that overlord's place or advance to the next bracket. Of course, if one's strength was too drastically above those in the same bracket, the former option wasn't available to them at that time. A new overlord would be born after their ascent, holding the spot thereafter. The battle arena served multiple purposes. Aside from testing one's strength and gaining battle experience, one could also advance their Heaven's List ranking rapidly through the ranked dueling system. If one wanted a good fight, this was the best place to go for it, but training always came first. When Damien and Zara returned from the Emperor Bone Sea, their first and only goal was training. Arcadia became their new home. Gravity chambers were best for training endurance and physical defense. Tempering one's body with the sheer force of the atmosphere brought a comprehensive strengthening that many other forms of body strengthening lacked. As they tended to focus on a specific facet of the body instead of overall improvement, dungeon simulators allowed one to gain battle experience against rapid beasts, a completely different type of battle than one against an intelligent lifeform. This trained one's instinct and perception, making them more attuned to their raw strengths, which then improved their overall battle capacity. There were plenty of other general training arenas like these, including areas like the Blackness Cage and Elusive Forest that comprehensively increased mental strength. Aside from the general training areas were also countless affinity-specific training areas that people could use to enhance their law comprehension to another level. With Damien and Zara being different people with different paths, they naturally didn't have much contact during this training period. Still, neither of them minded much. The improvements they made with their time were far more beneficial, and would help them spend more time leisurely in the long run. Lock, collapse, bind, seal, break, collapse, collapse, collapse. Damien stood stationary in the middle of a vast empty space. His arms hung relaxedly to his sides, but his fists clenched and unclenched constantly as he forcefully used his mana in the harshest way possible. Small pockets of space around him broke down, twisted, locked, and sealed themselves endlessly before collapsing in on themselves and creating spatial tears that Damien then used his mana to repair before starting his routine again. His actions created chaos in his surroundings, but the environment itself remained still. It was built to withstand this level of intense training. Dimension shift, material shift, phase shift. The dimension split in half horizontally, the physical presences within the two have swapped places, and finally, their molecular structures shifted until they were completely different than their original forms, almost like alchemy. Revert, krrrr. A sound like gears ruggedly grinding against each other rang out piercingly, causing Damien's ears to bleed. Rather than taking it slow and reverting each process one by one, Damien used the something within nothing concept to withstand the impact of doing all three actions at once. However, this was already at the level of manipulating reality. At Damien's level of void comprehension, this wasn't yet possible. Khsh. Damien gritted his teeth and let out a rough exhale. He could feel rampant mana racking his body with untold pain. Blood leaked from his eyes and lips as he tried to control this chaotic flow. Revert, a battle cry left his mouth along with a spray of blood. The dimension returned to normal, all things returning to their rightful places. In consequence, Damien's body took on the damage they sustained. Fountains of blood gushed out of various points in his body like a broken fire hydrant. The amount of damage he'd dealt wasn't light. So naturally, the consequences were equally harsh. The greenish-white light brought by the trait covered his body and halted the limitless bleeding. His pale face regained a tinge of color. It's not enough. Despite the insanity of his actions, Damien wasn't satisfied at all. What had he accomplished? He could only use these abilities in their base forms. He couldn't manipulate their properties and conceptually alter them to fit his needs like he could with simpler abilities like spatial collapse. The trigger dot isn't spatial anymore. He realized it quickly. In fact, his spatial abilities had never been a problem. In terms of comprehending this law, even saying he was heaven-defying didn't do him justice. It had to be known, something like dimension shift was a feat even Tian Yang couldn't achieve. Despite his natural power and stature as a demigod, Tian Yang's spatial path was far more straightforward than Damien's and didn't reach such an intrinsically conceptual level. Was this a matter of effort or power? Not at all. It was a matter of sheer talent alone. Not all beings were created equal. This rule applied especially to Damien's status, Damien Void, Human Dragon / Male age 27, Level 215, Voidbringer, Celestial, Experience Value, 18790/325000, Titles, Bearer of the Void Physique, Evolver, Affinities, Spacetime, Physique, Void Physique. Magic Power, 100000, STR, 2550, AGI, 2250, Def, 2500, INT, 2000, DX, 2325, Skills, Dimensional Magic Level 6, Transcendent Regeneration Level 2, Void Art Level 6, Devour Level 7, Dragon Transformation, Demon Transformation, Awareness, Celestial Authority, Reality Shift Level 1, See God's Descendant, Void, Traits, All-Seeing Eyes Level 7, Dragon's Breath, Ananta Matrix, Storm, Void Essence, Void Flames, Heal. Even after his baptism, Damien's status hadn't changed much. Though, at this point, Damien no longer trusted his status to accurately pinpoint his strength. It had never been truly accurate after all. He had a speculation as to why this was. Naturally, it was due to the void physique. Just like any other abnormality in his body, the root cause could always be narrowed down to this particular facet, because the void wasn't something the system could understand. The power Damien gained through it couldn't be accurately reflected. Whenever Damien devoured a beast, he took its essence without the system's aid. This was something only he could do and something that naturally happened outside the system's bounds. The best it could do was attempt to put his strength into numbers, but those attempts never truly worked out. After all, with the void physique not being completely anchored to Damien's body, how could the system perceive it properly? It could only understand a portion of the strength the physique provided Damien. Nevertheless, Damien didn't look at his status for his abilities or even his physical stats. His attention remained focused on the top of the holographic window. He sighed a weary sigh. Damn, when did I get so old? Chapter 696, Training and Thoughts. 2. Time truly was a strange thing. Because Damien spent the majority of the years he'd gained since he last checked his status in his baptism space, his mentality didn't register those years at all. He didn't feel like it had been almost 3 years since he exited the primordial undying realm. He was truly growing old. On a universal scale, 30 years was nothing. Even geniuses like Atticus were well in their 40s despite looking no older than 20. Because high-intensity training usually caused one to lose track of the flow of time and the lifespan of an individual became increasingly longer with every rank up. 20 and 40 were essentially the same age. Hell, even Damien's lifespan was, at the very least, well into the tens of thousands of years already. Still, Damien was an earthling at heart. Turning 30. Wasn't this the perfect age for a midlife crisis? Honestly speaking, he was doing well for himself as someone in their late 20s. He was never a teenager who viewed 30 as old. He'd seen the way 30-year-olds acted and the way people in their mid-20s thought. While they were much more emotionally mature and experienced than any teenager, they still kept a spark of youth within them. Old was a term that only applied to people who succumbed to their mortality. Even an 80-year-old could be described as young if their heart was young. Nevertheless, Damien didn't like the age reflected in his status. It had been a decade. His fall into the first dungeon happened when he was 17, and now, 27. In that time, what did he accomplish? Sure, he grew to an unparalleled level in 10 years, but did he live up to what his talent could achieve? No. Damien wasn't some country bumpkin from a beginner world who didn't know how the universe worked anymore. He was an accomplished rising star that many Holy Lands at the peak of the universe were paying attention to. He'd seen the level of talent that came with this kind of position, and frankly, he was disappointed. Self-awareness was something Damien lacked for a long time. He could never see the ends of his talent and therefore used the talent of others to measure himself. This method only made him lower his expectations of what he could achieve, and regardless of how one utilized mana, mentality remained the core of its use. Regardless of how childish it sounded, imagination was incredibly important to a practitioner. To delve into the concepts and embody one's law, one needed the imagination to expand one's comprehension and carve a spot for oneself inside that vast law's bubble. If one mentally limited themselves, how could they reach the epitome of their talent? Damien always thought it was arrogance. He didn't want to cloud his mind with delusions of grandeur and end up like the overconfident enemies he'd killed numerous times already. Recently, however, he'd realized the difference between him and them. For him to think of himself highly wouldn't be arrogance. Simply because he deserved such a high evaluation, he was the bearer of the void physique, a truly unique existence among the endless beings existing in the universe and beyond it. If he couldn't be considered heaven-defying, who could? The realization of his sheer level of potential left Damien feeling wholly unsatisfied with his improvements. Rather than competing with people his own age, he should have been stomping them to the ground and thoroughly crushing them. To do so, he could no longer underestimate himself. His affinity was no longer space or time alone, but spacetime as a whole. The creation of the spacetime river that resided in his domain was proof of this. If he wanted to improve further, he couldn't keep limiting himself to being a mere spatial practitioner or temporal practitioner. Instead, he needed to truly control spacetime and become a master of the continuum. He needed to become a master of the universe's flow, the flow. I've only just started realizing it, but this esoteric process is too intertwined in my destiny for me to ignore it. At the end of the day, what is the flow and what significance does it hold? He'd known it since he was young, but he'd never taken the time to truly think about it. Once he realized its existence, he took some time to relive his life and try to pinpoint it. He once again realized how little time he'd had to rest. From the beginning, Damien had always been forcefully thrust into the universe's most important events, a Pyron's eternal secret realm where he first learned of the Nox's existence and met Kurt Galloway's remnant soul, Earthspout with invading forces of Nibelheim and the Cloud Plane, becoming the Void Old Immortal's disciple, the 3000 Beast. Mountain ranges demigods and deep-rooted Nox influence. Including the Elven race and White Dragon King, encountering Wrath, and the 5th Primal Sovereign, the list was too long to even name all the events together. These events were ongoing with or without his presence, and discounting a few, they would have reached their proper conclusions even without his aid. If so, what was his purpose in being present? Was he a mere observer watching the universe's gears turn? Or was he being purposefully led to these scenes to view them and grow from them? At the root of everything was the Nox. The universe seemed intent on putting Damien against the invading race regardless of his own desires, but, the Nox.is eradicating them the best solution? The Nox were Damien's main clue regarding the void physique and its origins. Even the 5th Primal Sovereign's obsession with the void physique was related to the Nox, and with how Wrath reacted to the seed, it was clear that the Nox had some sort of information that he direly needed. In the event that the Nox were a race he could subordinate rather than eliminate, which path should he choose? What am I doing when I should be training? Training was a time of solitude. It gave Damien time to think about the things he usually neglected in favor of completing the tasks at hand. Whenever he trained, Damien's mind was always clouded with idle thought. Perhaps it was a result of his neurodivergence. But his train of thought would always shift away from the task at hand to contemplate matters that had no basis behind them, matters such as subordinating the Nox. What was the use of thinking about it? Even if it was something that could happen in the future, how many years would it take for him to be powerful enough to even consider it? Whenever Damien thought to the future, he'd always end up on tangents, creating situations in his head that would often never pan out. It was dangerously distracting, thus, he liked to keep his mind in the present. He had a vague outline of the future he wanted to see. As long as he worked towards this outline, that was enough for him. Spacetime. I will conquer this concept before my training is over, he returned to the topic at hand. Every day he spent in a new training area was spending more of his contribution points, and he didn't have any time to waste. There were now 8 months remaining until the progress assessment. In that time, Damien was determined to become a completely different monster than he already was. Chapter 697 Training and Thoughts. 3. Damien's training period lasted for over a month, and though it was a short time in the grand scheme of things, it was quite a frustrating predicament for his enemies. After all, Hidden Death Valley wasn't friendly to conflict outside of established duels, while anything could happen within them. External battles would be heavily punished regardless of one's status. Hidden Death Valley was a land ruled by multiple demigods, and through their strength and influence, had no need to bow before any outside influence. This was half the reason why it gained its current reputation. Damien's enemies could only bite their nails and wait until he entered the battle arena. When that time finally came, they could get rid of him. As for Damien himself, he paid no mind to these raging voices, despite being fully aware of their existence. In fact, he made particularly sure to flaunt his daily routine to rile these people up and fuel their anger. When he finished training, he would go to the battle arena and properly sweep the floor with them. If they weren't offended enough to continuously challenge him, what was the point of fighting them at all? Nevertheless, thoughts on these people didn't cloud Damien's mind at all. As he ignored their presence entirely, he settled into a routine by which he could train to his full potential. There was not even an ounce of rest involved in this routine. 6 hours of physical body training in the gravity chambers and force chambers, 6 hours of mental training in the blackness cage and elusive forest that also helped him improve the abilities of his all-seeing eyes, 6 hours of spacetime training in the elemental training areas, and finally, 6 hours of focus in the blackness cage aimed to improve his void comprehension. Every single day for 40 days, Damien partook in this routine. With his void comprehension taking place at an incredibly slow rate, he was also able to use the final 6 hours to recharge his physical and mental state before continuing the routine again. Through this, the gains he made weren't small. But rather than saying that he increased his power, it was more accurate to say that he was able to properly utilize the power he already possessed, at least, to some extent. Damien always heard about people solidifying their foundations or consolidating their power, but he never expected himself to land in the same situation. With the past 10 years of misconstrual holding him back, all he could do now was grow into his strength before trying to improve again. Essentially putting him in the same situation, though, it wasn't his first time doing something like this. Damien realized just how often he gained power without properly being able to use it. It was a consistent problem for him dating back to when he first evolved, when he acquired vector control, and perhaps every other step of his journey. A regular 4th class, the lowest of the low, still had the power to annihilate an entire continent if they used their life as collateral. Someone of Damien's strength level should be able to do so by exerting every last bit of mana in their body, as well as damaging themselves somewhat. He, on the other hand, didn't need to physically injure his body to accomplish the same feat. If he was using the power residing in his body alone, the extent of his mana pool was more than enough to destroy a continent. But if he used his celestial authority to empower an ability like Starfall, even world destruction wasn't out of his reach. Now, a world like Death Emperor Star with its incredibly dense foundational laws wouldn't succumb to his measly power, but if he wanted to destroy a Pyron or Azure Rainstar, it was entirely possible. Damien sighed and shook his head wryly at the thought. No matter how much understanding he gained about his own strength, he still couldn't believe it. It was hard to feel that powerful. It was hard to fathom that he could destroy a world if he wanted to. After all, he couldn't physically feel that power. His body contained incredible amounts of mana, but because of the void physique's external presence, the physical weight of that mana was never translated into his physical body, but its existence was a surety nonetheless. Damien clenched his fists and reveled in that realization. His gaze panned over the horizon of the space and time training area he was in. His mystical purple eyes seemed to swirl with profundity, countless patterns forming in his irises. Bzzzt. Crackle, sparks flew through the air as a projection attempted to manifest itself. An invisible and formless yet streamlined image tried to break through the fabric of reality and appear before Damien's eyes. Those all-seeing eyes didn't gain their name from nothing. Until this point, they'd let him see countless things. Illusions became null, mana became clear, the very essence of the universe was revealed to him. But he could never break the fabric of reality and see through the dimension entirely. The potential of his eyes could allow this. If he could evolve them to a certain level, seeing through reality would be passive. But currently, bang, space and time exploded, creating a warped area the size of a quarter in front of Damien. In this area where nothing else could exist, Damien felt the presence of the void he knew. And a faint sense of something even vaguer. Damien let out a pained breath as he wiped the blood leaking from his eyes. Waving his hand, he spoke, reversal, a strange coagulated essence flowed out of his body and repaired the small hole in reality. Space-time essence that created the very box that the universe was stood tame in front of his control. To affect the environment like this was easy. It was something he could do since long ago. After all, hadn't he been creating black holes since the early stages of third class? Only, these black holes didn't contain the mind-numbing suction force of true black holes. They were rudimentary materializations that could exist without breaking the foundational law of the worlds Damien was in when he created them. His current abilities bordered on reality manipulation. Below creation and destruction, the forces that allowed all others to exist, space and time, were the most powerful and most necessary. Without them, how could life even come into being? As he learned to control these two forces and bring them together into one, he began to understand more about reality, more about the universe, and more about himself. The space-time river he'd once seen almost a decade ago, that blurry memory of a hazy blue river in the midst of chaotic nothingness, it didn't leave his head for the past 40 days. It was his goal, his aspiration. That river. As he grew, its outline became clearer. The fog blocking his view didn't seem so thick anymore. And as he explored the properties of that river in full, he realized that spacetime, the void, even the esoteric flow that he'd just come to know, perhaps all these facets, all these little pieces that comprehensively formulated his power and his being, were never separate to begin with. Chapter 698, Training and Thoughts. For, in the end, 40 days weren't enough to achieve what Damien wanted to achieve. The forces he was trying to control were out of reach for even demigods, let alone mere lower existences like himself. His improvements mainly took place mentally. He was comprehending the path forward so that he could walk it properly without making the same mistakes in the past, but this was enough. He didn't need to gain strength in a single month. He had at least another 7 to continue improving himself to reach where he wanted to be, and he was perfectly content with what he'd gained so far. Even if there wasn't a substantial increase in his current strength, his road forward would be much breezier because of the training he did now. This type of forethought wasn't something he possessed before. Growing into his intelligence allowed him to make a decision that benefited his future and allowed him to grow as a person. What better result was there than this? At the end of the day, what mattered more than any sort of material power was mentality. Damien's mind, which was a broken mess from long ago, was healing and growing. His mental state was stabilizing into something that actually helped him rather than hindered him as it had done in the past, and his mental state was always his greatest weakness. Insecurity made him miss out on opportunities, trust issues made him miss out on relationships, commitment issues made him miss out on love with his wives. He didn't need to list out every single facet of his life that had been ruined by his mental issues to understand their significance. Fixing himself meant fixing everything else. There was nothing more that needed to be said. Damien walked out of the space-time training zone with a refreshed smile on his face. He'd been feeling this freeing sensation ever since he began solely focusing on improvement again. He'd been growing in strength through practical experience for so long that he almost forgot the pure joy of taking time to himself to sort out his thoughts and train. That alone time, that peace, was something he'd never forget again. Sadly, it wasn't something that could continue forever. Training and practical experience went hand in hand. While training alone could achieve results, without testing these results in actual combat, they were pointless. What was the point of an attack that took multiple seconds to charge in a battle where every millisecond counted, unless he could fight until he cut that activation time down or fight until he learned to multitask and control his opponent's movements before the attack was ready? There was no point in even having it in his arsenal. There was a reason Damien avoided using his larger and more powerful attacks in combat more often than not. There was a reason he only used Starfall for environmental destruction rather than actual combat. His current training was too esoteric for its abilities to translate well in combat. Unless he could experience it personally, he would only be carving a useless path. Therefore, his steps led him to the battle arena. The battle arena was a large open-air coliseum that could seat tens of millions of spectators, though that was only a matter of circumstance. The ring itself was already 10,000 kilometers long, so one could imagine how large the stands surrounding it needed to be to maintain its shape. Still, this amount of space was necessary. In a battle between experts, a mere 10,000 kilometers only accounted for a few steps at most. The battle arena's atmosphere was raucous as always. The roaring cheers of geniuses as they watched the ongoing battles shook the ground and raised the earth. The blood-boiling atmosphere caused one to thirst for combat, thirst for blood. Even Damien was partially infected by it. The battle arena functioned on time slots, with the pawn bracket taking place early in the morning and the emperor bracket taking place deep into the night. Though, not all this time was used every day. After all, emperor-level geniuses didn't appear casually. When they battled, it was always a scene that filled the stands to the brim. Instead, the main matches that took place in the battle arena were usually of the pawn and knight brackets. A few thousand geniuses at the very least would always be present in the stands, utilizing the betting booths as a way to gamble for quick contribution points. Today was such a day where the crowd was low. The ongoing matches weren't spectacular at all, mere showings by weaker and younger geniuses trying to establish a name for themselves. It was in this atmosphere that Damien arrived. As someone who still only ranked in the 40,000s on Heaven's list even after his prior mission completion, he was forced to start at the very bottom and climb his way up. After registering his name and rank, he made his way to the waiting area for the fighters. Sitting in the room, he calmly observed these young geniuses and their battle styles. Weak. This one doesn't have the potential to go beyond third class. I wonder how he made it to Hidden Death Valley. Oh, this one could do well if she improved her fighting style. Her wind element is actually focused more on power than speed, but she's conforming to the usual beliefs on how wind should be applied and limiting herself. I wonder when she'll learn otherwise. That kid. They're actually not bad. I've never seen someone utilize fire as an armament rather than a projected attack. How interesting. As he watched, he became more and more fascinated by these young geniuses. Despite their obvious flaws and weakness, most of them had immense potential and unique elemental abilities that could put them at the top of Heaven's list one day if they worked hard enough for it. It was just unfortunate that most of them would die before they reached their full potential. Even those who survived would likely not put in the necessary pain to reach the unimaginable heights he projected for them. This was the reality of the universe, especially the universe in its current war-torn state. As Damien remained in idle thought, hours passed by. The fights in the arena continued, and the riveting atmosphere became more and more pronounced every time a new genius raked up a winning streak. Whoosh, a wind arrow was fired from an archaic wooden bow. The arrow turned into tens and thousands, filling the entire arena's area and blocking off the archer's enemy from any escape routes. Boom! The arrows naturally found their target in such an impossible situation, leaving the other competitor riddled with holes. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, turning into holographic light as his body was transported out of the arena and reconstructed. Winner, Ray White. The announcer yelled with vigor. The archer, Ray White, had just achieved 9 wins. He was only a single win away from being able to challenge the Overlord. Unfortunately, after a 10-minute break to recharge his energy, our rising star Ray White will face his final match before potentially battling the Overlord. The unfortunate soul who's been summoned to face him. A newcomer called Damien Void. Place your bets. Grab your seats. And get ready for a ferocious showdown. The announcer's words caused another roar of cheers from the audience as they followed his words. As Damien walked into the arena, he almost felt sorry for his opponent. What a shameful coincidence. Well, if you're truly that strong, you should be able to reach this point again once I'm gone. With a light smile on his face, Damien arrived in the center of the field. As he waited patiently, 10 minutes easily passed. Ray White entered the field again. His short brown hair rustled in the wind and his amber eyes shone with a light of determination. He'd reached this point with pure effort. He wasn't some Holy Land genius, but instead someone who'd been scouted from the wider universe by a recruiter like Atticus. Now that he was here, he would let the world know his name. He was only one victory away, and he didn't plan to lose his streak easily. With Ray White and Damien facing each other on the stage, all that was left was for the match to start. The arena went quiet. The crowd held their breaths waiting for their champion to achieve his victory. Match starts. The Announcer's voice rang out, the crowd cheered, and then. Sorry about this, Damien's voice quietly perforated through the atmosphere. He didn't move at all, space constricted. The poor Ray White, who was still at the early stages of third class, didn't even know what hit him. In the next instant, he appeared outside of the arena. The silence that followed was especially glaring. Chapter 699 Battle Arena 1. 9 more geniuses fell the same way Ray White did. They all had their own stories, their own ambitions, but Damien was hard-pressed to care about them. After all, he had his goals too, and they far outstripped the importance of these young geniuses in his heart. Besides, if they couldn't take their defeats today as a lesson and humble themselves before improving to one day reach his level, they weren't worth the title of genius. The battle arena had strict rules. Only 10 matches could be fought every day. If one fought an overlord, they couldn't fight another match until the day after they won. This meant that Damien yet again took the opportunity to spend his day training before returning to the arena. As for the overlord, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Regardless of his position, he was still the overlord of the pawn bracket. Damien only needed a slight bit of mana to defeat him. The pawn and knight brackets were meant for third-class competitors. The fact that Damien was even forced to plow through them was ignorant. Then again, if it was anyone else, they wouldn't have been forced to do the same. Despite Hidden Death Valley's abject rejection of status, that didn't mean the geniuses within would completely abide by those laws. In smaller situations, bribery and oppression wouldn't be monitored. These facets came with existence. To live was to experience them. Therefore, in spite of their desire for fairness, the leaders of the academy didn't completely quell the suppression. Bribing the battle arena staff was quite an easy task for Revis Bloodlock. Even though he knew that Damien wouldn't be held back by these small brackets and young geniuses, he thought he could at least use them to relatively understand Damien's strength. An early 4th class being under level 225 still needed to put in a bit of effort to defeat a genius at the extreme peak of 3rd class. This effort might have been only a slight excess amount of mana in their attack, but the amount of excess still signified the level their strength had reached. Damien, however, didn't let this faze him. What could Revis gain from a petty trick like this? Damien wasn't a mere dog as Revis had been assuming him to be, and naturally he wouldn't perform like one. Whether it was the pawn bracket or the knight bracket, Damien breezed through them by merely constricting space around his opponents until they were crushed. There was no excess use of mana, no lack of control that could reveal a hint of his true power. The only thing Damien gave his enemies was a show of dominance, just like that. Using the 4 days he was required due to the restrictions, Damien passed through the bottom 2 brackets like a storm and arrived in the king bracket. Finally, things should get interesting. He thought to himself, the king bracket was a different place than the previous 2 and that there wasn't necessarily a set level of strength for those present within it. Every 4th class genius in Hidden Death Valley that couldn't rack up a 10-win streak was placed in this category. Of course, high-level 4th classes above level 375 who dominated the competition were immediately seeded into the Emperor bracket, but even without them, there were countless beings between levels 350 and 374 who remained in the king bracket. Most of them weren't even trying to compete. Due to the harshness of the king bracket, the Emperor bracket had become a selective club of sorts. Those who could fight there were only the peak geniuses of Hidden Death Valley and the universe as a whole. In this sense, a level 380 genius who was over the age of 300 didn't qualify for the Emperor bracket. Despite their strength, their talent was still lower than the required level, 300. By Sharon and the rest are all over 10,000 years old and still stuck at the higher end of 4th class. The disparity in talent is a little jarring to look at. It couldn't be helped. The human domain's precarious situation naturally led to a lack of talent. This trend only changed with the current generation of geniuses like Damien and Longchen. Now that wartime was upon them again, the human domain was fated to rise. Nevertheless, seeing young geniuses who didn't even reach the age of 100 yet standing equal to the peak figures of the human domain filled Damien with a different kind of fervor. He couldn't wait to battle, and he knew the king bracket would provide him a ton of entertainment. His enemies would be here in droves trying to hinder his path. Even those unrelated to him would do their best to block him from entering the Emperor bracket sheerly due to the exclusivity its existence now held. On the 5th day of his arena run, Damien arrived back at the battle arena and made his way to the challengers section. The day was already over, and it was deep into the night. The arena was lit up by mana-powered torches and beautiful dancing spirits that lit the way. The ambience it gave off was completely different than it was in the sun, emitting the aura of something sacred. The atmosphere, however, was far more thrilling. Millions of people stood in the stands cheering. With Hidden Death Valley recruiting geniuses from all 7 remaining intact sectors, it would have been stranger if it didn't contain at least this many people. The earth shook with their cheers. The sky trembled with their battle intent. The enclosed space of the battle arena was like a completely different world compared to the serenity outside its barriers. Entering the challengers section, Damien immediately noticed the difference between those young geniuses and the people present. Everyone emitted a slight latent bloodlust accumulated over countless years of combat. Their gazes didn't carry any of the innocent exuberance of youth, despite their appearances not being much different from those youths themselves. Damien inadvertently cracked a smile as he took a seat. He crossed one leg over the other and spread his arms across the seats next to him. Relaxing entirely, he closed his eyes and waited his turn. What he wanted was battle experience, not sparring experience. There would rarely be moments in war where he knew his enemy's every ability and saw them fighting beforehand. If he wanted to prepare for that scenario, he naturally couldn't be as observant as he was before. Still, his stance was one of dominance and fearlessness. In a room filled with peak geniuses, he actually dared to recline so casually. More than just a few were offended. And more than just a few aura pressures converged on Damien's body in a bid to suppress him before he got too arrogant. The smile on his face twisted into a sneer. He blew out a small breath of air. The aura pressure was dispelled just like that. Damien scoffed in his mind. How could any mere aura pressure stand against his void mana? Laughable, but this is how it should be. Prideful geniuses, endless competition. And bloodlust clouding the air. The atmosphere is just right. Chapter 700 Battle Arena 2. Compared to the previous brackets, not as many battles took place on a day-to-day basis in the King bracket. This was mainly due to the length of each battle being much longer, and the repair time for the arena itself being the same. Unfortunately for Damien, he didn't get to fight at all on the 5th day. He sat there in his same posture waiting for some genius to provoke him all the way until the timing for the King bracket ended. While he was a bit disappointed, he knew that the second he went up, he'd dominate. Therefore, it didn't bother him too much. Casually standing up at the end of the time and stretching, he began to walk out of the battle arena. But the end of the King bracket signified the start of the Emperor bracket. As he exited the arena, Damien came face to face with the one man he wanted to see the most. What a thick scent of blood. Is it a fetish thing? Those were the first words that came out of his mouth when he locked eyes with the red-eyed man in front of him. Damien Void. You're just as scummy as I expected. A commoner from the bottom of the bottom naturally won't have the class to give a proper greeting. The man replied. Damien grinned. And apparently spoiled rich brats like you are the same. The difference between us is that I don't let eloquent bullshitting cloud my intent when I speak. Ha! The only reason you dare to make that comparison is because you've never felt the power of a holy land yourself. When the time comes, let us see if you can still be so bold. Reva scoffed. Damien smiled nonchalantly. Yeah. Whatever you say. Anyway, I need to go do something actually productive instead of wasting my time with flies, so I'll take my leave. I'll see you in the Emperor bracket soon, Bloodbitch Prince. Reva shot his hand out, but it was already too late. Damien's figure was long gone, space and time coalescing to take him back to the gravity chamber training area so he could continue his usual routine. Reva stood alone outside the battle arena. His teeth clenched in anger. He never would have thought that in their first face-to-face encounter, he'd lose to Damien in a war of words. Crass.pathetic.vermin. He spat in hatred. His heart was already dead set on revenge. To face a loss so early in his quest only fueled this thought, driving his enmity with Damien to a point nearing obsession. Looks like you're struggling with something. Need some help? A teasing voice came from behind. There stood a man with long black hair and equally dark eyes, a familiar man that Damien had met once before, Atticus. Reva seethed. What help would I need from a clown like you? Get out of my face, come on, now. Don't be so harsh. I heard you've recently made enemies with a rising genius. I assume it isn't going well for you? Atticus continued with a condescending smile. What do I need to tell you? Have you not been keeping a tight enough leash on your dog to know what he's been up to? Revis replied hatefully. Atticus broke out into a fit of raucous laughter. Dog? That guy? If I could have someone like him as a dog, I'd even give up my holy son position. Reva's eyes inadvertently widened. Atticus' offhand comment might have seemed joking, but he wasn't someone to speak pointlessly, especially when his title and position as the fallen star holy son were at stake. He absolutely couldn't speak sarcastically. The connotations behind the holy son position didn't allow any mistakes. A holy son wasn't just a representation of the sect, but also its most sponsored genius. A holy son reneging their position was more than just a disgrace for a holy land, but a massive slap to the face that would never be tolerated. If he was serious, didn't that mean, don't overthink it? Atticus suddenly said, interrupting Reva's thoughts. Sooner or later, you'll become food for his growth. I'm just excited to see how long you can last before it happens. With a cool grin on his face as he walked, Atticus passed Revis and entered the battle arena. Revis Bloodlock, while he was a Bloodlock prince indeed. He wasn't the prince set to take the throne when the immortal Blood Azura decided to step down. That position actually belonged to his fourth brother. Revis himself was third in line. He was a genius, sure, but not a genius satisfying the standards of a demigod-level Holy Land. This year he would be 87. Still stuck with mediocre law comprehension despite his high level, how could he be compared to a genius like Atticus? The reason for his Heavens List ranking being higher than Atticus was solely due to his raw power that made his talent a secondary consideration. Even if Revis was more powerful now, Atticus had no doubt he'd surpass the Bloodlock prince in time. He held no fear towards a moody prince with daddy issues who wouldn't even be able to kiss his feet in 100 years. And Atticus knew very well Damien's talent. He was weak right now, too weak to be put on the same pedestal as other emperor-level geniuses, but that was only if one looked at his level. As someone who'd actually fought a few rounds against the man, why would Atticus be stupid enough to take Damien's level to heart? That man was powerful, more powerful and talented than any genius at his level that Atticus had seen in his many years of life, both as a Holy Land genius and a hidden Death Valley recruiter. Revis Bloodlock? That pathetic prince. The fact that he couldn't even see Damien playing him like a fiddle was laughable. If it would take Atticus 100 years to become untouchable for Revis, it would take Damien only 50 at most. Atticus' concerns were elsewhere. When the time comes, will you have the heart to strike him down? Despite his position, Immortal Blood Holy Land won't take his death lightly. His father is still the immortal Blue Fajura's most talented son, and he will undoubtedly come for the person who kills his son. Atticus entered the Emperor Bracket Challenger section. Compared to the previous brackets, it was relatively empty. Only 10 people sat in the seats awaiting their matches. None of them emitted any aura. They sat quietly to themselves without speaking, emitting a solemn atmosphere that couldn't be broken by outside forces. Atticus took his seat among them with an interested smile on his face. I'm curious. With your unyielding personality, will you finally succumb when you face a power too great for you to handle? Or will you take on the challenge and find some miraculous way to survive? He couldn't handle the anticipation. It had been too long since he'd seen a genius who could make him feel so excited. The more he saw Damien grow, the more the belief firmed in his heart in Damien. Could he possibly be the genius who could stand against the same king?